Hello, everybody. I hope you got a good rest because the World Riichi League is not over. We have a second day and four more games for you today. Welcome, welcome. I'm Kyle, and for game one, I am joined by Nathaniel. Hello. You're playing the online version, right?
Happy to be here. Absolutely. Playing the online version that will begin later today. So I won't be here for all of the action live from New York, but I am very happy to catch game one of this second day of action. And it should be a fun one. We've got some of the players that are up near the top of the standings currently. In fact, Will, I believe, is second place currently after day one. So it'll be exciting to see if he can hang on to his advantage as we enter East 1. First game, day 2.
Okay, I'm going to be keeping an eye on Will then, absolutely. We are here, of course, live at Sparrow's Nest in New York, courtesy of USPML. Definitely go check out that studio. They do more than just tournaments. And you can play with all these lovely order tables too. Although I actually really like what Nicholas is doing here, though. Like building that outside hand is a rare one. It's not something we see very often, but having every shape attached to a 1 or a 9 gets you a little bit more value if you can actually make a win with it. And the stars seem to have aligned quite well for Nicholas here.
This
But I
early
do think
start is the best chance for the hand at 3 mod. What an excellent pickup.
yeah, I do think it's interesting that we cut the 5. Well, so we cut the 8 man before the 5 man. The 5 is like technically a little bit better, right? You can get better shapes with it, but because of that outside chance, I may have considered keeping the 8. But it looks like it's not going to matter if we keep drawing amazing tiles like that. 3 of characters there.
Love Will playing relatively unsorted. As the hand progresses, it becomes more and more sorted. It starts to come together as build a great 789 pin as well. But Mercury really taking the lead here in terms of speed. This is a gorgeous set of central tiles. Already went away from Tempai.
Exactly so. The perfect discard here would be the 8, of course, because we already have a pair, so we'd rather keep the 6 as a triplet instead of a pair. That's
Out of the
exactly what we see to
shapes.
discard it.
Yeah, 3, 4, 4, 5 mon. 5, 6, 7, 8 pin. Needs to complete one more shape. And there's so much acceptance in those two groups. Paying attention very soon.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting, right? Because you've got the potential outside, well, for Nicholas anyway, you have that potential outside hand, right? But the 6 pin is also the door, so if you can get the fully outside hand, that's worth a lot of points, especially closed. But keeping the better acceptance and, you know, even if you do not manage to make the nice Yaku, you get some value with the Dora too. So I'm liking it. I'm liking everyone so far. This is going to be an exciting match. There's that backfire I was talking about with the early cut of the 8 of characters. But not really a huge backfire, all things considered.
Ooh, second Dora for Jonathan. This hand's starting to come together as well.
Yeah, with 2 Dora, I would suddenly be more than happy to call my Tempai if I can get there for Jonathan. We got the all inside and all inside Dora 2. If we're really lucky and get the 6, Dora 3. There are no 6s left to draw, though.
Interesting choice here. I think I'm pretty satisfied with the shapes I have currently, but so does technically connect to the 3-so pair. Mercury agrees. So farthest away here. Oh, Tempai found.
This is Tempai.
And that is not the tile you wanted for the outside hand, so as compensation, you get to keep the Dora.
Yeah, and we've confirmed pin for Dora 2. Sorry, Dora 1, so it's still something, right? Did we see a reach? I don't. Oh, we did. We did. Okay.
Did. Yeah,
The very first Riichi of the day.
when will we get sponsorship? First Riichi sponsored by.
You know what? That'd be kind of fun. But that is entirely on the the other people in our group. Maybe on USPML side. I don't know. I don't know.
This has been
Either way,
awkward for Mercury. Has been so far ahead for most of this round and hasn't been able to find a Tempai just yet.
yeah, nice parrot for Will, but it's just I think a little bit too late at this point with the reach on the table. We'll see. We'll see. But
these upper mon tiles coming through. At least they're safe.
Yeah,
They
that's
can make
fair.
progress. At least if they're gambits, so that helps. This is tougher for Jonathan because he really wants to push this 8-pin.
Mm. Yeah, you want to use those two Dora. I don't.
It is, of course, challenging to drop a tile near the Dora against a Riichi.
It's times like this I'll be looking at the discards and trying to see if there's a reason I could justify making a push. Trying to remember what Nicholas has discarded up to this point.
Unfortunately, the Riichi tile was the 9-pin, so
Hmm.
he's going to try it. But that will deal
And
in Riichi Pihu, Dora 1.
Dora 2.
Dora.
Well, okay. Yes, hello everybody. Welcome in chat, Tom and JDF. Appreciate you all stopping by. Hope this is going to be an exciting day for everybody. Good luck to everybody playing as well, of course, both here and in San Francisco and online. Yeah, the USPML team who are bringing us the stream have done a really good job with the overlay. I have nothing but praise to give to them for what they've done so far. Especially considering I think it's the USPML team. I think it's their first time actually doing a sort of live broadcast sort of camera work. It's been really good. It's been really good to see. There's just Mahjong being broadcast by studios that are not necessarily in Japan, right? Also, well, this start is incredible.
I was watching it come together. That's one of the nice things about this broadcast is you get to see the hand. It started off like, okay, it's mediocre, and then everything just started filling in. The East got paired up. This double East instantly called. Now we'll be curious to see if Jonathan ends up cutting the 1-2 mon and confirming the 3 mon as the pair, or just play maximum efficiency and dropping the 3 mon later.
Yeah, I feel like with double East being dealer, especially earlier on in the hand, I guess from last places, you could go looking for value, but I'm happy just to take the win rate if I can.
West call for Nicholas opening up with his Yakuhai.
Oh, they were commissioned. Oh, that's some really cool knowledge. Oh, wow.
Another pair.
Yeah,
5
there's
pairs.
other options available then, yeah. We are going to sort of hedge a little bit. We can still draw the 2, of course. Keep the 1, 2, 3 instead, but should we draw another pair? I think it's all in on the southern pairs route. For Mercury, this is kind of awkward, right? Because the hands, obviously you've seen all these calls happen, so you know you're running out of time, and you got that one Dora just sat there. A little
Yeah, it really
weight, a
feels
stone.
Indeed. Unless you pair that up, you're probably not going to be able to play this hand very effectively. So I feel like you almost play as if you are going to pair it up.
Yeah, I agree with that. Playing the other dragon first. Oh, the 5 is almost quite tempo. It's almost tempo, but not quite there yet. And I think that makes the red dragon once cut, right? Which means for the 7 pairs from Will, it would be a very interesting wait. Should Will get to tempo and reach?
Yeah, I've been eyeing up as well.
Oh, but the second one comes out. Okay, it's suddenly become a lot worse, sadly.
Dora. Gonna start with a 5-pin. If it pairs up, Jonathan will be very happy he kept it. If someone declares a Riichi before he drops it, he'll be a little sad.
Yeah, the awkward thing is even if you do pair it up, well, that's a huge draw. That's Tempai for Nicholas. But even if you do pair it up, you still have to then get a triplet, right? Because you've already opened the hand. And you don't have a Yaku otherwise.
Okay. Punch on Phil means that Mercury can play this hand as a standard sort of Pihu type hand, drawing a couple of the copies of the 3-so or 6-so. However, that means you will be dropping the door later, and
I think it actually is going to end up being safe because everyone is only holding one each, but you don't know that when you're the player, right? Ah, we missed out on the 3-so pair up for Will's 7 pairs hand. Kept the triplet in 4s, which I think is it's always interesting, right? When do you keep triplets? When do you keep the pairs? I've seen people go both ways on that.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of nuance to that particular decision. early
Speaking of old
versus
pairs,
late, how the quality of the pairs,
yeah,
and being able to play for Toy Toy later. I think in this instance, holding the 4-mon triplet makes the 8-pin draw better because you can play e-Peiko in a normal hand more easily.
a little weight upgrade, and we are
Oh,
not going to
not
take
going to
it.
take
Okay.
it. Likes the 9-mon, likes the Shabo.
I think we've seen the nines discarded by other players yet. 'Cause if we have, and
Honestly,
once cut
it feels,
nine, might not be a bad weight to tile to wait on.
yeah, it feels like it hasn't because if Jonathan had one, he would have kept it. Same for Mercury. Dora comes out. Jonathan says, it's too late. I got to drop it. And now we might see that triplet keep come to fruition. Will moving towards Suhanko.
I believe game 3 yesterday we had someone with Tempai for Suwanko, but they didn't make it.
I recall Kate being Tempai for Suhanko. Unfortunately, not finding the win.
Maybe today is different. Maybe today is the day someone actually manages it on the camera live table. I would love to see it.
Rick Ishanta now.
That's not it though.
Jonathan. Notably, the Dora has come out, so a free pass for Mercury to drop the Hatsu.
Yes, that's definitely true. When you see the Dora played, especially with the Dora Dragon, and no one else has called it, that means that odds are either everyone else is scared and is holding one themselves, or they're in the wall somewhere and you could draw it yourself. We are going to see, obviously, the call. We're giving up on the 4 concealed triplets, but we can still get 3 concealed triplets if we draw it ourselves, or just all triplets if we take the last one from someone else.
That will be
A
an
very
acceptable.
nice Tempai.
Speaking of Tempai.
Yeah, 6-9. We see 2 of the 9s right here. But I think the 6 is safe to the all triplets hand at least, so maybe we might see someone playing to say defensive against that.
Notably, Jonathan sitting ahead of Will in turn order. 6-mon to fill the shape means the 9-mon is still out there. Oh, but 8-mon. Mercury doesn't want to have anything to do with this anymore.
I'm gonna have a look at that. I'm gonna have to ask Dave and be like, "Hey, I want to see the custom one." So that actually sounds really cool.
Give us a peek.
Yeah, committing to 7 pairs here, I suppose, it's the most defensive option at this point in time.
Right now, you might be expecting the dealer to be Tempai, also the one, so pawn implies that Will is Tempai. And at that point, maybe your hand's just not worth playing up. There's the 2 so the Shabo does come to fruition eventually. Nicholas picking up the 1-hun hand will confirm the lead moving into the next dealership. It'll be Will's chance to be our dealer next.
Yeah, Nicholas, with the early lead, it's always interesting how you play from the lead. I think I'm better playing from a lead than I am from really far behind. But, you don't have to always go for value. You can always just take a few small wins just to maybe widen that gap a little bit.
Hmm.
And I think part of me is I fold too much. Probably, I say I'm both really aggressive and I fold too much. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe I've hit the perfect balance and just haven't realized it. But
Honestly, I think that is kind of where you want to be. If you've got the goods, then you should really try actively to win. And if you don't, then you should actively try to not deal in. Makes sense to me.
I think Will with our dealer opening up with a door, which is always exciting. But same thing applies to Mercury as well. And Jonathan, so 3 players with 1 door each. It's gonna be one of
Will
those
has
games, guys.
an easy path to open here. Double East once again in hand. Now, when Jonathan pulled his double East call early, was not able to find a Tempai until late, and even then did not find the win. So we'll see if Will has better luck.
Definitely having a
Right.
Yakko pair does give you a much better reason to keep that one lone door, right? Because worst case scenario, even if you're just waiting on the north at the very end, you're still going to have at least a win condition and Dora too. So
And a Steeler
it's
that would
worth it. Are we going to see this
that'd
get
be worth
called? We
12.
absolutely are.
Unfortunately
We've
for
still got
Will,
a
he
long way to
doesn't
go.
really have a reason to cut the door just yet. The hand still is in the building phase,
Hmm.
seeking blocks.
Yeah, speaking of building, Mercury sounds kind of like a pretty good, and we are going to finally see that north get cut. Exactly.
Jonathan sitting in the north seat would, of course, love to pair that up quickly before tile comes out from Will, and it's just too late.
Yeah, Jonathan's got one of those awkward situations where your deal is not quite as good as you'd like it to be. So instead, you've got to start thinking maybe a little bit outside the box. How do I get some value here? Because I'm probably not going to win either way. So I might as well go for a long shot and try and get some value. And I like the keeping of the bamboo tiles here, just in case we draw the Itsu. It's unlikely, but keeping that one of bamboo, I think now is probably a decent time to cut the north. But it is only twice cut. There is still one left, and it probably will end up being a safe tile. Interestingly enough. But yeah, keeping the roots to value when you have a bad hand, it's something that I'm working on in my own play.
I find that it's something that you bring up a lot, which is always enjoyable to hear, especially because I too enjoy seeking the yaku, the itsu, the straight, your your sequences, sanchoku,
Oh, that's a very
maybe
good triple up.
over.
The North Fighter does come out from North Seat player. Although, as I say, probably not going to be making that Itsu now, but as long as you get to Tenpai.
Oh wow, 9 pins. So Nicholas says sanchoku chat 789 is worth really fighting for. That was the only realistic pair in the hand, so that's a pretty hard committal.
Yeah, I think Nicholas has a little bit of room to maybe go for value over speed, but
Perhaps one other
honestly,
consideration is the fact that the dealer is open twice with double east, and of course, when you're playing with red fives or there's an easier to use Dora, that is a very scary perspective because two one Dora and double east is already 5,800. That's not a total of points that you are that pleased to deal in. But here the door's the north, that's come out already, so it's likely to only be double east.
that's very true. Yeah, it's definitely something that you always have to think about, right? You have to count how many Dora you see, because and I'd say this a lot as well, but especially in when you're playing a mahjong where there isn't any red fives, right? Because if you're playing with red fives, you never know. Someone could have 3 red fives and your day's ruined. But if you know that's not going to happen, and you know where the Dora are, then oftentimes you're risking something very small to maybe win something very big. So,
Right?
oh, this is a really interesting situation for Mercury.
You can trim
Do we?
off from your either 2-so or 5-so and keep the 246 Diankan shape. You can also slim down the 246. I think that's the most classically efficient because you get the pair draws as well.
Yes.
Such an easy choice. 2 mono, as expected.
Unfortunately, immediately afterwards, almost a sick sense of humor from our camera person, we see 3 of the 5 of characters immediately in Johnson's hand.
That's one of the benefits of cutting in this fashion is that you do get the 4-mon draw, the 6-mon draw,
But exactly,
total
yes.
valuable draws into Tenpai.
Pairing up either of them would be amazing.
And to Pinchi coming out for Jonathan. This isn't chi you're particularly pleased with for just one Han. When you could have Riichi Tanyao instead, maybe Udan sumo chances. However, it is Tenpai and it is getting late.
Yes, we are about to start row 3 for some of these players. Oh, and that's exactly what we were talking about, pairing it up. Once again, maybe we're being teased with Suanko.
Oh, that's a
Doesn't have to
great.
be, though. This could
Could
also just
just
be Tenpai.
right. I mean, it's classic to Riichi here, but because Suanko is so close, You could just Dama and hope to draw 2-so 3-so into Suwanko Tenpai. Oh, or just
Oh
force
my!
it.
What? Okay, I would have happily taken that Tenpai Dama and hoped that we'd got one more really nice draw.
I guess one of the problems with the Dama is if the 4-so comes out, you're kind of inclined to take the win. But if you just drop the 4-so, then you never have to.
I guess. That does seem like a really nice problem to have, though. It could also be that the 4 of characters is looking a little bit scary, and we are at the end of we are in row 3. I don't think we've seen that many middle character tiles be played in general, actually. So
Yeah, we can see Mercury really looking at the board, really trying to analyze the discard patterns of the 2 players that are open, and maybe doesn't like playing the Formon out as a result.
that is not really any excuse to wait switch. Yeah, I was about to say, oh, a triplet. No, that's the one time the triplet's not actually good for us.
I guess if you play the Tonki and you get an extra few hundred points, but that's not really a concern for us. Yishantan now for Nicholas. Runs
Yeah, we
back.
did just see that the 1 got played, which might make that 4 of characters look a little bit safer. Maybe unlikely, but possible.
4-so came out, no roll. And remember, of course, that 1 4-so weight was not taken, but that would have been the option had the Riichi been made, or at least the Dama. Tanya Ipeko.
Yes, I definitely would have taken the 4 if it was played. We would have felt really bad about it, but at the end of the day, it's points are points. The points you win are better than the points you don't. Uh, so the 2 or 3 hand you win is way better than the Yakuman you don't get to win ever. But yeah, either way, the 4 does eventually come out. The Red Dragon is 100% safe. We're just saving it for the end of the hand. Hopefully, when we get to Tenpai.
So we're kind of getting to the point in the hand where Jonathan might prefer to not win.
That's also very true, right? Because I think at this point, the hand value is so low that if you're the only person Tenpai, you'll score more points than if you take it from someone else. That's a very good point.
So we are getting a couple draws away from the end. So Nicholas is holding a 2-so currently. If he does get to Tenpai, it will have to come out. But if it's late enough, then it might be problematic.
Yeah, it does look like everyone else is going to be safely evacuating this hand.
Which again is honestly fantastic for Jonathan, tripling the value of his hand if he's the only player Tenpai.
Yeah. It's definitely a very underrated thing. I always advocate for it. Fighting for those Tenpai payments, because it's effectively 4,000 points if you're the only person in Tenpai at the end of the hand. That's significant. It's going to be 2 people though with that call. We had I think it was Will sneaking into Tenpai at the very last minute.
The dealer found Tenpai right there at the end, so 1,500 points will go to both Jonathan and Will.
But yeah, that's still 3,000 points on the players who weren't Tenpai. That's a huge victory.
See the players around this table, Nicholas and Mercury, being very mindful of the open hands, despite a door that is not so usable. Definitely don't want to deal in hands if you don't have to. One of the considerations, though, for that sort of thing is if it goes to Ryukyoku and you're not Tenpai, do you expect the amount of points that you're going to be paying out to be more or less than the amount of points that the hand is worth that you might be dealing into? In the case of Jonathan, a 1,000 point hand, it might not be such a bad thing to push for Tenpai if the tile you have to push might deal into Jonathan, because his hand is only worth 1 hand.
Yes, of course, exactly. And knowing where the door are is definitely a nice little shortcut to gauging whether you're going to be dealing into a monster or something a little bit nicer. We do see a call of the West, which does mean that Jonathan's going to be hoping to get that dragon triplet. Very interesting we open the hand this early.
Those speculative calls, anticipating an actual Yakuhai later on. Let me see the green dragon, but also it can move you in the direction of outside hands, flush hands. In this case,
That's very
with a
true.
6-mon draw, really
You're
does feel
already
like
one
you're going to be
away,
great.
but we do have the dependency on the green. Depends on. We could see it come out very quickly. It might be a situation where like all these players, I presume, know each other, right? Because you recognize, I think, most of the names on this table before they just from their faces, right? So
Absolutely.
if I have to
Yeah,
assume everyone on this table knows each other, and is probably be playing maybe against the other players' habits, right? There's going to be secret information that I don't know, but these guys do. That is
certainly
tempo,
players.
Jonathan. They
So
did
on
get
the
that.
Haku. Are we going to see back-to-back dragon cuts? No, not quite for Nicholas, but he's in a little bit of danger here to deal into that 2-on hand.
I think is it just green dragon? Or is it green dragon? Look, it's green. Okay, dragon door.
One
Yeah.
door. Oh,
Just super it
Sumo.
yourself.
And that will be a little bonus food.
And of course, we have that 300 points in the pot. Again, these things add up when the scores are as close as they are going into East 4. So you never know. 300 points could be the difference between position. Not just yet, but with the gap between third and fourth being 1,200 points, you never know.
And games have been relatively close, even despite the early Mongon dealing from Jonathan. He is not far behind at all, and this is a big opportunity on Nicholas's dealership. If you find a Mongon Sumo, you could find yourself back in first place.
Yeah, I usually don't. I think the thing for me, I think the gap that I have to be behind to start losing hope is maybe 16,000 points. As long as I'm within 12,000, I'm thinking, I can win this in one good hand. I can. I know it's easier said than done, but you can always come back.
Another awkward door, Haku. White Dragon is a little bit tricky to use. Gotta find pairs of those. And currently, Nicholas, the dealer, holding a pair of Sedora.
Yeah, Nicholas's hand is actually very, very nice. If the door ever does come out from someone else cutting it early, I don't see why they would with the score situation being this close. No one wants to give each other door 3, but it is a pretty open goal, right? Because we see if no one else has it, there's 2 left to draw. We could just see Nicholas triple this up any moment now.
Between the 1-mon and the Green Dragon. 1-mon has a little utility in the hand, so it makes sense to keep that. Of course, it's nice to have a backup Yakuhai whenever you have the door pair, because you're not really anticipating the Dragon Door to come out so easily.
Yeah, whenever you've got a pair of them, you can start calling other things. Maybe try and make your hand look like an all inside hand. And hope
5-mon,
that.
kind of
Yeah, we also have
illustrating.
that sort of back end Itsu. It's unlikely, but
Exactly. I wouldn't even say unlikely, like one call away and you're there.
that's a very good point, actually, because we have that pair of the door. Maybe going for an open Itsu is definitely on the table. Something I don't. Sometimes it's very easy to forget, right? When you have the open Itsu, it's only worth one hand, and you usually don't ever want to call for it. But when you've got 2 Dora, that changes the thought process a little bit. We get a bit of
If
overlap here between the 1-3-5 and the 5-6, but more than worth keeping.
very efficient hand for Jonathan as well, too, away from Tempai with Pinshu, potentially. 5-5, 6-8, 9-9 shape, not super appealing. Oh, big
Oh,
draw,
okay.
three-sided weight
Do we
or the
just reach?
Shampon. Certainly feels like you could absolutely slam the 7-mon. 9-mon is going to be Takame, the expensive side, for the full straight with Dora 2. We could
I
be
like to call this hand Pinfo, Faux. It's because the pair is a Yakuhai. It doesn't count as Pinfu, but you feel
right.
like it should sometimes, right?
And this is a really big deal. Jonathan now finds Ishanten. We'll play the 8-so first, and
I
he
like
might be
that.
jamming against this Riichi, but there is a lot of points backing this Riichi.
Yeah, Jonathan's
Nicholas
playing
and
for the
Putz.
potential Sandshock, that mixture sequence, 5, 6, 7 in each suit. I like it. I like going for the value. It is risky though, but then there's no way to know that Nicholas has such a massive hand, right? They are the
And
dealer
this
though.
is technically tempai for Mercury, but it's not a good weight. You can't see any Dora. We've seen relatively passive play against open dealer hands, and now there's a dealer Riichi, so the value could be even larger than what we've seen in the past. And yet 9 so going to play more patiently. Jonathan North is
I think it's
relatively
times like
safe.
that I ask myself, how am I doing in the league overall?
Yeah,
Am I
Mercury
doing
and
badly enough in the
Jonathan,
league that I should be taking a few more risks?
both they're it's sort of in the middle. Jonathan's slightly positive, Mercury's slightly negative, so
Oh,
kind of in a
that's a
spot where you
3.
do want to fight. Mercury's out, staying consistently safe.
Hmm.
Wheel preparing to fold as well.
Oh,
Ooh,
saw the
Amon's close.
question is where are the 9 man? I think we've seen quite a few of the 3s, obviously. We've seen a few of the 6s. They're also in the reach hand. But where are the 9s? This is another chance for Tempai, but we'd have to cut the 3 of bamboo to make that happen.
See a little shake of the head from Will upon trying the 6-mon. As if he knows that's the deal and tell. He's going to continue to back away. Forso's not it.
Yeah, even if you don't know for sure, you know it's not safe, right? Like I don't know for sure it's Steelton, but it must be like 10-20% at this point. I don't know if I want to take those risks.
We've seen Jonathan fight from Ishanten before, and this hand has potential value backing it. He's a pretty EV player. Thinks about the and if he has Sanchoku as well, definitely feels a reasonable fight. 8-mon again, just missing.
But that makes things interesting, right? Because the more 8 months we play, the less likely it's going to appear that we have 7-8 as a shape. Obviously, we can never rule that out because we do have 7-8 as a shape. There's always going to be 1 8-man unaccounted for. But for every 8 that gets played, maybe you're thinking, okay, they don't have that 7-8. Maybe. What are the odds?
Continues to fold. Another try. Another Montal that doesn't hit.
1 away once again. Oh, that's
Hit.
very interesting. But the white is the Dora.
If we can go
And it's
one
still
so
live, right?
5-mon Nakasuji, there's a chance that we get into like a Chitoi Tempai waiting for the Haku. Uh-oh, here it is. Here's the moment. Feels like this is a typical jam for Jonathan. He's really thinking hard about this, though. Does not want to fall further behind.
I think I reached cut 3, so I think I
Yeah,
have to. Yeah, that's what we see.
Sanchoku.
So potentially
Chance.
very good if we get the. Was it the 5 or the 4 or the 7? I'll
Ah,
have to check. There's the
but the
3.
3-mon. It's not the expensive side, but Riichi, Tsumo, Dora, Dora, and an Ura.
And an Ura.
4,000 all.
And unfortunately for Jonathan, that Riichi stick goes immediately away. Nicholas taking a huge lead at the end of this East round. As we go into the second repeat. Oh my.
I feel like a big part of that hand was just that early decision whether to keep the 1-mon or the Green Dragon. And I think the correct decision was made, and certainly illustrated beautifully in this hand with the perfect draws towards Itsu, a 3-sided weight.
Interesting. That does look a bit like a flush. I think we see, 3 non-suited tiles. So we'll see how things go. Meanwhile, once again,
Wow.
we're drawing many triplets and pairs today. Guess we just cut away some of the chaff. At least, at the very least, try and make it look like we're going for a normal hand until we decide all of a sudden maybe that we're going for Toy Toy or Sananko or something.
With door 2 in this hand.
Okay, I was wrong. There was actually 4 non-suited tiles, and it's a sequence 2. We are not going to be going for a half flush in Nicholas's side. Not that we really even would need to with this massive lead. We might see that from Jonathan, though.
Certainly.
Very nice Filther Will. We've already
So
got
you
a
could
pair. We
blocks
do not
elsewhere.
need exactly.
Of course, you could hold the 2-pin, imagining the 3-pin draw for Ipeco, but 7-pin just a better floater typically. But where Will really wants to confirm this door too.
Okay, we are going to see Nicholas get one away now. Although it's actually Nicholas is always one away, but it's a slightly better one, right? Another way to get tempo would be to pair up any of those tiles. Okay, I was thinking this could have been a flush, but it actually looks like it's turning into another pair's hand for Jonathan.
And what's about perhaps see a lot of pair heavy hands are starting to come together for Nicholas as well. Remember, he had the 2-pin pair, the 1-so pair, the 9-6-0 pairs.
Actually, let's say pairs. I meant triplets. Sorry, I take it all back. Take it all back. With Jonathan calling that 9 odd characters.
Yeah,
Not very subtle, but it doesn't need to be, especially
it's a
when you're showing value. So go.
path to Wangan, right? Toy Toy, all
Exactly,
triples, and of course, to Yakuhai, against the East and the Red Dragon.
This is not Tempai. It feels like it should be. It feels like there's a way that we could try and squeeze more value out of this. I feel like I almost want to just cut the 6 of bamboo here just to try and hope we get Itsu by drawing some sort of Itsu potential Tempai by drawing the 1 or 9.
Yeah, this could be Shabo 1-so 9-so. Could be Kanchan 2-so. Thinking about the 9 here.
But yeah, I feel like I want to cut the
Or
6.
Shabo 1-6. I really like the 6-0 Riichi, or prefer the 6-0 Riichi, just to set up the Sudi trap of the 9-so.
Ah, okay. See, I'm looking at Itsu. I'm thinking, how difficult is it to get Itsu? Actually, no way. You'd have to Sumo to get it. Yeah, that doesn't work.
Oh,
Either way, though, another triplet for Mercury. Well, we need to go for all triplets. Of course, we've got the 2 7s, so they can turn into sequences. But we're committing. All right.
what are the
Unfortunately, a
benefits
little
of?
bit of backfire with the dragon discard, but not the end of the world. Speaking of dragons, a pair of them for Will. Will has Dora too, so not a huge amount of value needs to be found. How have we seen the other white dragons?
That's what I was about to say. That one of the benefits of Nicholas cutting the 9 says it does leave a better central floating tile for a sequence. And now he will get a P for Riichi if he wants it.
I think that is what we're about to see.
Teresa will leave Ipeco as an option, or just throws it back.
Okay.
And maybe you're spot on about the Itsu grade.
Yeah, I televisioned on that when I missed out on a few things there. So I'm
It
sure the
seems
players here are
Nicholas
all
might
better than
also
me.
be tunnel visioned on that Itsu. After all, he did almost win with the full straight in the last hand.
Very true. And the other thing about Nicholas right now is that because they're so far ahead in the lead, they can fold if they want to. They don't have any need. They don't need to push every hand, right? If they decide, you know what, it's not actually working out, they can just let go. Jonathan getting another pair though, putting them one away from their all triplets hand.
Notably, preemptively cutting the 5-so. Could have completed a sequence there, but forcing the value hand. Oh, there's the 2-so.
Oh, here we are.
And Riichi the
So
6-0 for 147.
1 4
We'll drop
7?
the
No,
1
okay.
instead for 3-6. 6-9.
I like the Dharma too. There's more than enough value in that hand. We don't necessarily need to get too aggressive.
Oh, I
Oh,
see how much
Dora
I'm
draw.
slamming the Riichi. It will be the shift back to the flush for Jonathan.
Yeah, the Dora draw trying to change everything, right? You can't play it. So if you can make your hand any other way, more than good enough. Okay, this is one away, but we have to play Dora to make it happen. Are we willing to do it now? We are. Okay. Not going to be called. No reason to. For Will here. Actually, no. I was I was trying to find an excuse to that potting the 6 would have been okay. No. I'm trying to justify something that shouldn't be justified. Oh, interesting. So we now have a Reach waiting on the offsuit 9 of dots.
Oh my. That explains no Riichi. Will Nicholas rather was looking for a disgusting Tonki. Could we see 9-pin fold somehow?
It's certainly possible. Although surely you would go. Try to think, has the North been played yet? North would probably be a safer route if it has been played once already. I guess the answer to that is no.
6-0 came out with the Riichi. Suji should clear. Jonathan, a better Shantam.
And it looks like Will's also out of this, so it's all about will we see? Oh, well, actually, we already played a 6. We already played a 6. But I could definitely see the 9 of dots come out after that 9 of bamboo has been played.
Yeah, you're feeling a little encouraged. The player dropped the Suji 9-so maybe players will trust Suji 9-pin as well.
I could. Oh, it
You
doesn't matter.
just
Just shot
brought out of the
yourself.
wall. What is this
Reach
vision
into
from
the door.
Nicholas?
Dora as well. We flipped an Ura. Nicholas is unstoppable. Hang on, how's Nicholas's score going into this? Just want to check that real quickly
Nicholas
because
is
it's
in the
going to
lower
be
half of
improved
the
by quite a
standings,
bit.
but it's going up, that's for sure.
And Nicholas was actually needing some points, so this is going to change their score way for the better. Yeah.
This is exactly what you hope for when you wake up to day 2.
So people have a nap and then come back thinking, oh, I got so stressed out. Oh no. And then some people come back and just kill it. Amazing. Well, we are here once again in East 4. Can we see it happen a third time? Do we see our door yet? Not quite. It is. Oh, it's the 6 of bamboo?
I saw
Oh, it's
Sanzo up
4.
there.
Beautiful.
Where we've had a lot of terminal and Autodora, but this one's more centralized. Okay,
Opening with
Nicholas.
4 pairs is very interesting. But
Central pairs as well, inside pairs.
that's very true, yeah.
Super flexible.
It's the kind of hand that if you are going to go for 7 pairs, it's very easy to make the hand not look like its own pairs. Well, in theory at least. Having said that, though, Jonathan, lightning fast. 2 pairs, so we're not making any pinfu things. We don't have any Dora either, but speed is very nice. And now Nicholas has to make a decision. Okay, yeah, we don't have to necessarily force this to be a pair's hand. We could definitely keep the sequences. But yeah, if I were Nicholas, I'd be happy to just sort of accept that maybe I go for a lower win rate hand just to make sure I have a route out if I need it. Because I'm so far ahead right now. Not
The
invincible.
other thing, being ahead also gives you the freedom to be more aggressive in some cases.
True.
And
You
there
can
gets to
also
be a
just play
point
EV, right?
where you can afford to be a little bit more aggressive. Of course, you don't want to be reckless.
Not gonna lie, my first tournament, I think I won a Yakuman and then I lost like 12,000 points immediately afterwards because I just felt.
Invincible.
You know when your adrenaline's just hitting and you can't really focus because you're sort of shaking.
Yeah.
Because I think it was my first Yakuman. So
It's almost a curse. There's no way you'd be able to focus after that.
thankfully, I think it was like around about like South 1, South 2. So it was near the end of the game, and I did lose a few points afterwards, but I managed to just about scrape by. Have you
So
seen?
5-mon is another option for Will to play for the Sanchoku. 6-mon implies that the Hakushabu could be an option. Here is the White Dragon. No call.
Yeah, Jonathan's still one away for, hopefully, in an ideal world, if we draw the right side, pin through Dora 1, but
Yeah, so we'll miss Tempai as a result of the 6-month cut, but it would have been for Riichi only, and he wants to do better than that.
I think that's totally fair. We're still in
Oh,
row
I should
1.
say only. He does have the North triplet, so
It's going to be a
Riichi
reach check from
plus.
Jonathan.
And that's a beautiful Tuso draw as well. It fills the content, so good shape, gets the Pinfu Dora 1 as well. Oh no, what do? Do you go with a Shabo? Do you go with a Sanshoku? Do you want to push now that there's a Riichi?
Oh, I feel like the pursuit reach is the right move here, but it doesn't feel good. It feels like the correct, but it doesn't feel good, you know?
And the value
Also,
play is the
we played the 7.
4-mon.
We played the 1. Was the 1 played by Will? If the 1 and 7 both been played, I could see maybe trying to bait out the 4 with that reach, but
That's a 6-7, I believe. It's going to be a 5-6-7 cut. Riichi Chase waiting on the 4-mon with Sanshoku Dora as well. Mangan versus Jonathan's Riichi Pinfu Dora.
yeah, we're not going to see the 4 mans come out from Nicholas's hand, I don't think, but maybe there's a world where Will's able to find it. We'll see.
3-6 pin here. The 4-mon Kanchan.
Oh, the 8 not quite.
Gets a clean path out for Nicholas.
Yeah, Nicholas does not need to be playing this game anymore. Just let the other players have their own little fun and hide in a corner for a bit till the smoke clears.
Well,
Nicholas can still
trying to
build a
encourage her
hand,
back.
especially now having drawn that triplet, right? So there's still something out there if there's a chance and a safe way to get there.
The 8 comes down again. I'm imagining now Nicholas with Sancho Doko on the 8s had the Riichi not happened.
Oh, that's such a rare Yakko. I always cheer for Sancho Kidoko. But yes. Honestly, it's absolutely the right move, especially from the score situation, to just reduce the amount of risk when you don't have it. Oh, the 7. Close. Not quite.
It's going to continue cutting away from the 8-pin pair. Agree. Another 3. So the Sanshoku.
Potentially makes the Sanshoku, yeah.
Tough. You're defending against 2 Riichis, and we've seen such defensive play up to this point. Tough to suddenly start challenging. 3-mon will be Suji to Will's Riichi, but
yeah, but says, what do you even discard here? Like the 1 is Dorasuji, so the odds of someone having a 2-3 way is much higher, right? Yeah, just fold. Okay, that makes sense.
Simple found.
Gonna
Yama
be
Wait
a
does
very
come to
important
fruition.
win for Jonathan.
Each Sumo Pink Dora. And
Two for
does
Dora,
not
we
find
did
the
not.
Ura. 1326. Clucks the sticks, clucks the Homba as well. Adds 200 to each of the.
I do believe Jonathan's going to be shooting ahead into second. It is a very tentative second, with the scores being as close as they are between the bottom 3 players, but second is second.
Certainly, second might be as the best you're getting out of this game with the big lead that Nicholas has. But you know what? Nothing's stopping you from going on your own dealer run. And we are hitting the South round, so everyone will get their second chance at the dealer seat. Mercury.
Yeah, we say this a lot, but everything that happens in the East round could happen in the South round to someone else too. So yeah, exactly.
Sometimes
Only halfway through. Sorry, on.
You don't really get to play the game early on. Your tempi, your hands are just not as fast as the other players. It's very important to remain patient because you will have another chance. And I see this a lot. Your first dealership goes to the wayside. Someone else has a big dealer run. And you're wondering, when will I get my turn? And then you open your next dealer high and you say, this is my turn. And suddenly you store max. So this is what Mirko will be hoping for.
I wish Mahjong worked like that. Everyone gets their turn every time. That would be really nice.
I feel like in
Yeah.
a tournament, you kind of have to be optimistic that your turn is
Yeah.
coming.
I mean, absolutely, yeah. Ideally, in a tournament that lasts 8 games, you're going to have your turn at least a few times, hopefully, in the entire event.
Yeah, optimistic that it will come, and accept if it if it never does. The ability to accept that.
Either way, though, I am liking Mercury's hand. Not a huge amount of value, but with that Yakai pair and the character tile shapes, definitely a lot of speed available. It's going to depend on getting that third Yakai, though.
It's one of those hands that I really like to be a flush, but the shapes are just too strong elsewhere, really. Can you swing it, though? 1, 2, 3, 4 shapes, so still short. I feel like I'd have to cut away from the Biancon here.
Yeah, it's an
When
awkward
you're sitting
decision to
at
make.
when you're sitting at
I
18,000 points, though, and you just saw Nicholas win a couple dealer manga, and it's kind of tempting.
I do like the greed. I do like the greed. I can't say what I would do in that situation. Depends entirely on.
In this
But yeah,
instance, while you are still not super close to Tempai, the 579 has just the same amount of acceptance as the 3-4 pin.
that's true. Yeah.
The issue might come later on. We did see the So shape completed, so now the weakness reveals itself a bit.
That's yes. You can always just give up on that if you really, really want to. I mean, it always depends on how early your next upgrade is, right? We'll have to
I
see.
thought it's possible if a Montile is paired up that you could, in fact, see the complete shift away from that sequence of just maximum value greed.
I don't think a West is good enough to convince me to do that though, and that's exactly what we see.
Yeah, personally, I don't think anything could convince me away from just preparing to Riichi or calling the Green Dragon.
Okay, there will be Tempai for Jonathan. Not a huge amount of value, but Jonathan is in second place, just trying to hopefully finish the game with a plus score.
We talked about playing with the lead before. Jonathan is almost playing with a lead. It's not a first place lead, but because first place is so far away, he sort of imagines himself in the lead ahead of the other two players, and now is defending that second place position.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Jonathan is the target right now for everyone else, and you have to play as if you are sort of the one in danger sometimes, the one who has something to lose.
Notably, Green Dragon has come out twice, no call, so Mercury is confirming a pair and planning to declare Riichi. Certainly understandable with the current shapes. So it
Now,
means
a
you could be waiting for a
3-1
while.
doesn't really get us any closer to a ready hand, but okay, we can trade the 579 for a 357. I was wondering if that would have been enough to tempt for the absolute greed play.
I
Little
think it's a
upgrade there
little,
for Will. Gives some
especially
chances.
after the open hand.
Yeah,
Seems keeping Ishanten as a priority now.
definitely respect that, especially given how late into the hand we are. It's only about 2/3, but still.
Five,
That
so
doesn't help us, but the bamboo have been pretty infrequently played by everyone, and in fact, that deals in to a cheap hand for Jonathan, but a hand nonetheless. Jonathan's lead will increase just a little tiny bit, and Jonathan will be the new dealer.
the gap increasing,
But hang on,
perhaps
did I
just by one.
did the score go the wrong way there for a second? Just wanted to quickly check that on the replay. Maybe that's on me for not paying attention.
I believe we will need to make a small adjustment, but That's
there we go.
going to be
Thank you.
Jonathan in the dealer seat, and the gap now increasing to just over 8,000 points. If you're Mercury, you've lost your dealership, so you have 3 more wins in you, and fortunately, the gap is not too large. So to sort of compute within these next 3 wins, how do I need to break that up in order to accomplish my goal?
Exactly, yes. The key number for me is 8,000, or in this case, 8,300, because there's one Humber on other. And we definitely have that. So if we can find a Mangan anywhere and get that Humber, or a Riichi stick, or something like that, we can shoot ahead into second place in a single hand. Doesn't have to
Looking
be.
at the early portion of this hand, though, it definitely looks like a race between Mercury with the flush and the Manzu, and Jonathan, who has already got this beautiful Dian Shanten with Dora.
I think I also just
Nicholas,
want to say, I think because Jonathan won the hand, not Mercury, Jonathan is the current dealer.
correct. So it'll be South 2-0.
Yes.
Ooh,
I
which floater is better here? 3-so, 7-mon, 7-pin. You can also cut the 2-mon and hedge everything preemptively, and that is the play.
That is a very interesting. Yeah, I like that. I like that.
I'm a big fan of this preemptive cut, locking in the Class A Yamen and leaving all my floating options available. Ooh, Ishantam.
Yes, indeed. Mercury getting really close to that flush. And either way,
There's
we have that guaranteed Yakuhai.
Oh, look at this. 2-mon, 3-mon cut. Now, it does get spoiled a little bit because there's still a tile to the left of the 3-mon when it got cut, but... Ooh. So I
That is
was
very
looking at this hand
interesting.
earlier. Chi cut 8-mon and play for the Chanta.
Very interesting. The one extra hand of value is always a good thing.
And the players might note that this 4-mon is coming out, so they might understand what's happening here. It's weird to call 2-3 and then cut that later. Of course, there's other reasons that could have happened. Now Jonathan needs to think about this. Potentially Ipeko in the upper Pinzu. You could be Ishanten and even Tempai cutting both the 3-so and the 7-mon, but is the 7-mon too late?
I would definitely be thinking that after the 2 calls, yeah.
That could be an explanation for the 4-mon coming out after the 1-mon Chi. You Chi 1, 2, 3, you leave yourself with a 4, 6, 8-mon. And then after the Pon, you cut the 4-mon to wait on the 7. But the 7 is... there's an explanation for the 7, for the 4-mon to have been discarded, and that is that the 7 deals in. I wonder
Yes.
if Jonathan will back away from the 7-9 pin shape as a result. It looks like he's doing some mental justification and just says, I can push the 7.
It does end up being safe. I think we're going to see the 7 get played from Will to... No, okay. Just seeing the danger, I might have been like, okay, now's my turn to cut that too, while I know it doesn't deal in. But okay. Either way, though. I think that's one of the... Yeah, okay. I was going to say, I'm just trying to count the Souths and 9 of characters out there. And we just see one immediately get drawn.
The second call, so this will be Tempai.
Oh, yeah. I think you
Let's
can
move
tell
the
sometimes just from the way that Mercury is discarding their tiles that maybe they're Tempai. They're not even putting the tile near their hand. They're just sort of picking up and then putting it down immediately.
Right. Certainly when you are... is this a con? I believe we're seeing a con now.
I respect it.
Paimon.
That is the worst tile to draw, I think.
I guess the
At this
worst...
moment in
Oh, and
time.
also the tune reveals to be Dora as well.
Oh my. Oh my.
So Mercury's hand suddenly becoming a lot more expensive. And Jonathan, a little smile on his face as he folds away.
I think that is the only really acceptable move at this point for poor Jonathan. But there's still plenty of tiles that deal in here. That's not one of them.
quick peek up from Mercury might indicate that timing announcement has been made. I'm guessing about 15 minutes remain.
That's a very good point. Yes, we did have a very long East round. I believe Nicholas with the 3 dealer repeats.
Yeah, multiple repeats. A lot of tough defensive spots as well.
Yes,
Eats up time.
absolutely.
Oh, the wall. The wall's tempting, Jonathan. I love the face cams. He's like, well. And you notice he's not like easily cutting the one so here
Yes.
because the Chanta possibility. I think he's picked up on that one Manchi and then cut 4 Mon later.
Yeah, Will just drew Adora, so maybe that's going to convince Will, especially from behind, that maybe the ones that are a little bit more acceptable. That was Tenbai for Nicholas, but Nicholas is not having it. Doesn't matter. Don't need it. Oh, another wins, but not the right one. But I think, do we see all the Souths now? I think they're all being held by Jonathan and Will, right? I have to quickly check that again. I think it might just be one from Jonathan.
Yeah, this is rough. Not a lot of clear direction for Jonathan if he wants to try to play this hand. He's going to have to cut one of these dangerous tiles. And remember, it doesn't have to be a flush for Mercury. There is the Chun call, so really any tile is dangerous.
Yeah, the Chun wasn't Dora when it was called, though, so
exactly.
It does mean that unless you see the tiles in the hand get swapped, you have to sort of assume that they were running. Oh, this is terrible.
This is the
Oh
Tenpai.
no, this is not it. That means this is not what we want to be seeing.
He hates the South. But your dealer with Ipeco, Riichi Ipeco, 2 indicators, Riichi Ipeco Dora, it's already 7,700. It could be 12,000 points, but he's in second place. Is he willing to risk it? No.
No.
Says, I refuse. He makes the right call.
The discipline. Would I have had that discipline in that situation? I'm not sure.
I think that's the
continues
fourth.
to just not quite draw it.
I think that's every copy of the 4 Mon.
Yeah. I think we are running out of Manzu just in general. But the 9s aren't showing up.
Even the central pin tile's not necessarily guaranteed to be safe here.
Oh, okay, the one is safe. We know that. Yeah.
West goes through. Can Will find a Tenpai? That's another West. Back to back in the wall.
Still not quite there.
This is such a big opportunity for.
That's one of the
Mercury.
9s, but it's not going to come out from Jonathan. No way. Yeah, Jonathan may be the one person who's. I guess Nicholas kind of also is also, but Nicholas is called a lot and doesn't have that many options.
Yeah, it's tough for Jonathan because he's the dealer. Because if he was going to challenge for first, winning a Mongon here would be the route. And he had the Tenpai for potential Mongon.
Yes.
Already given it up.
But hey, if it deals in, it deals in, right? If you see it and you avoid it, as far as I'm concerned, you've won that amount of points, right?
I appreciate the fact that he's got his Ishanten in hand, and then he's holding the 2 dealer tiles on the right.
We are going to see a call here just for Tenpai, and I like that. Tenpai's worth fighting for, especially from the score being as tight as this.
3-pin jam.
Obviously, I think we don't have a Yaku for Will there, I'm pretty sure, but just being Tenpai on its own is worth it.
Dora, but you can't do anything, you just have to drop it. Little shake of the head, and out it goes.
The other day, you just got to hope that you've put enough of a threat down that no one else is waiting on it, right?
So you look at that call from Will and you say, Keitan? Hopefully this is not an actual Tanya with $1 million Dora.
Oh
no, it's back! Can he decline the Tenpai one more time? He does.
Yeah.
Strong play from Jonathan, as expected.
Jonathan
And
just
there'll be
holding
one more
everyone's winners
draw.
and saying, no, no one gets to win. Not today.
Jonathan will show no 10. And we'll take a look. I want to see Jonathan's face cam.
Yes, please. Can we see the look of relief and or knowing?
The shake of the head.
Yeah.
I folded correctly twice in a row, despite being Mangan Tenpai multiple times.
But the scores show it, right? They show the reward for that. Jonathan's in second place. You can get first if you're lucky, right? But you can avoid last by playing really well. Usually, that's how Mahjong works. And Jonathan has avoided dealing in well enough that we do see a nice second going into South 3. Although, as we were talking about, time may be coming up soon.
Yeah, those Ryukyoku payments ended up being really important here. If you look at the scoreline, it is so close.
Yes.
Will have the dealership. Hold on. As a result of the draw in the previous round.
So our North player does have a
10
pair of
minutes.
Norths, and given the situation right now, I would be more than happy to call that just to speed this along. I don't necessarily want to just go for one hand, but if I can get us to South 4 without anyone else scoring points, I'm more than happy to from Jonathan's position.
Tiles are generally awkward here. At least it makes your early cuts relatively easy. Nice 3-so fill.
Yeah, that is a very important fill-in for Nicholas if they want to win this hand.
These are the types of initial tiles where you get to see the hand building, the players, the hand building skills.
Yes, the worse your start is, obviously, the more likely you are to draw tiles that help. And also the more control you have over it, right? Because you can sort of try and guide the hand to go a certain way. If you're given something amazing for free, the hand's kind of just going its own direction. You just have to hold on and hope.
There's
But
very
this is a
little that you can
very
do to
nice
guide
block.
it one way or another.
I might have kept the 8-so pair there, just because I don't want to be relying on the 8-9 shape, but interesting from Nicholas. Keeping the Dread Dragon instead does offer some safety.
2, 4, 4, 5, 6, and the 8, 9 here. Might consider. Let's play straightforward. It is more likely that Jonathan will play straightforward with the lead. No need to force. I say the lead, but the lead for second.
It is the lead, right? We have to treat it as that based on the scoreboard as it stands. This is one away with a chance of pin through, but if we do end up drawing the 3, we'd be very 10 on the 2, 5, 8 weight in pins. So let's hope that doesn't happen.
Will making the 2-so 1-so play towards.
See, if Nicholas had kept the 8, they would have drawn Tenpai just then. It would have been a really bad Tenpai, but it would have been Tenpai.
Yeah, I think this is where Nicholas is less concerned about being Tenpai and more concerned about just not dealing in.
Understandable.
It's gotten so far. No.
I would at least be considering the Sanshoku, right? If you're planning on folding anyway, I'd be considering it. The whole, if I don't get it, I can fold and that's fine. If I do get it, well, I can make a little bit more of a lead because I need every point I can get in this game, even if it's not from the placement, if it's actually just from the value. Oh no! Very sad. But again, Nicholas is in the lead by a massive amount, so you don't need to push. Definitely would have liked to, though.
Holding that very, very safe. Oh, hello, pairs. I wasn't expecting this to be a decline.
Yeah.
Jonathan also not planning to move in that direction.
I may have taken the 357, cut the 7 of bamboo there. I don't know. That feels. I need to study that situation specifically. I'm going to make notes, actually. I'm going to come back to that and just. Because I feel like I get that wrong every time. That's sort of what would you discard problem, where you have the 3577 versus a 244. I feel like I get that wrong every time. I have to maybe open that up and study it properly at some point in the future.
That's actually quite challenging.
We are going to see this potentially going for all triplets, but probably just hoping to draw in that north for Jonathan.
Absolutely. Here's finally
This
the
is
tempi.
tempi.
Each. Interesting. I wonder if Nicholas has a read on the 7 so being good in the wall.
Counterpoint, if we're going to reach this anyway, why didn't we go for the Sanshoku? Anyways. We are going to see some aggression here from Will, which makes sense. Will's got a lot to gain by getting 4,000 points, or specifically 3,800 points.
Pedron, look up at the board. It's missing. What is the solution?
On the table.
Shake the head.
From last place, I think you just play it, right? It's sad, but I feel like maybe it's worth the risk. Okay, we played 4 first. Get that 3-sided weight. This will be tempi for Will if the 7 is willing.
Doesn't like the 7.
The problem, I suppose, is 3-pin at 4-man, especially when 4-man's a door indicator. There's not many tiles left for this. Being tempi alone is going to be huge, especially as dealer. We do only have 5 minutes left on the game, so this may be the last hand, or maybe perhaps the next hand might be the last one.
I believe we should get another hand if this goes quickly enough. 3-pin. We'll dodge. Clears.
But yeah, Will does have to play quick if we want to get that next final hand.
Tempi found.
This is going to be a reach, probably,
Has
right?
to be.
From Mercury, yeah.
Just does not even drop the stick.
Deal in. So yeah, odds are this is going to be the final hand no matter what. Even though Nicholas is dealer, if they win, we're probably going to end the game on time. This has been a marathon of a game, but what a game!
What a game indeed. We have then going into all last, Nicholas 56,700. So all but confirmed to get a first place here. The question is, how many points can he finish in total? Mercury at 17.3, about 2,700 to catch up to Will, and just over 8,000 points to catch up to Jonathan, 8,700. So Monkansuma will be enough for second place. Jonathan in second place in this game at 26,000 points will not be likely to catch up to first. So any hand will be good enough to confirm a second, and then for Will, needs 6,000 points to catch up.
Yeah, this is definitely a very interesting situation between the bottom 3 players. Because even Mercury can still get... Among Unsuma is more than enough to get into second as well. So I'm cheering for all of you.
To keep in mind, of course, Will was the second place player coming into this game. So he would like, if he can't get a positive result, at the very least to not take a fourth. Yes. Manage that lead all the way to the end.
Looking at Will's hand, though, it's going to be tough to make this happen. Obviously, we can accept the Dora 7, but 3 pairs and the rest of the tiles are pretty unconnected. And that's a very important draw for Mercury. Could this be Mercury's moment to try and squeeze things back? Maybe even going for the 7-8-9 mixture sequence. I know it's a long shot, but when you need the points, you need the points.
And that would incorporate the Dora 7 mod.
If I were Jonathan, I might even be thinking about Itsu, but I guess Jonathan doesn't need the value, right?
Right.
You could open for Itsu if the opportunity comes, but that's unlikely.
Speaking about forcing Yaku, there is a potential 1-2-3 Sancho for Nicholas, but it is Again, not necessary. A lot of mediocre shapes around the board. Another pair for Will. Is Cheetoy the answer? 6,400 points. Allows you to roam. Like Riichi.
Yeah, I feel like
Cheetoy Ura 2.
the
Already Monkan.
line is definitely worth keeping, but it's awkward for Mercury. Trying to get the value. Maybe we just have to go for third place instead of second, which is it never feels good settling for third. But if you can get just any position advantage at the last minute, it's going to be good.
A little tank here from Jonathan as he considers the possibility that this hand turns into 789 Sanchoku or 678 Sanchoku.
Yeah, it's always good to keep the option for both if that happens. There's another pair for Will. I think you're
5
right.
pairs.
That's turning it into 7. We
So
are
you
going
get
to cut the
something like
4.
Sumochi Toydora 2.
I
Sorry,
guess
not
the good
Dora
thing
2,
about
rather.
yeah, I guess the good thing about Will's hand as well is just the tiles we've got left over waiting for pairs. I think are all pretty good candidates for a Cheetoy hand. Nice little upgrade for Jonathan. Gets to turn the 5 from part of the 3-4-5 sequence into the 5-7-9 shape. Okay, I have been told time has been called, so this is for sure the last hand. I figured as much based on the 5 minutes left part, but
Dora. So now there are some really funny options for this hand.
yes, I think we do have to cut the 8 no matter what. But what do we do there? Do we do we even go for something crazy like Riampego? Probably not. But it's there.
That's what I'm thinking. If you draw 5-8 pin, you have to at least consider the possibility.
Yeah, it's awkward, but I like it. At the very least, they can turn into getting the option of the sequences means you can win on either side, right? So there's that too, especially if you get Dora 2. And, pin 3 also works in hands like that, which would be perfectly fine in this situation. A nice fill for Mercury.
Shelton?
We don't have to. I think we have to go up on the Sanshoku now, right? I think that was a dream that just hasn't come true. And we just have to
You
move
could
on.
start with a 3-so.
You could.
Then if you draw the 8 mon, you can make the play.
See, in my head, I'm like, that's too greedy, Carol. That's too greedy. You shouldn't do that. But no, okay. You know what? It's playing to the win condition. I like it. I like it. I feel like if I were playing casually, I'd be like, yes, I'm going for it. But then I would ask myself, why did you go for it? That's silly. But no, actually, in this situation, it is the right thing to do, I think.
The tough part is balancing the chance at third place. You're only
Yes.
2,700 away, so something like Richitsumo with Fu or Richitsumo Ura would get you there. It wouldn't take second, but
Pairing up the 7 of bamboo.
again,
It's
9
not
mon
that much of an
efficient here.
upgrade, but it is. Yeah, okay, we pass on it.
Depending on the number of
Something to keep in mind
wests
is
that are cut, it might not be that helpful.
yeah, not only the West's cut, but we actually see both of the 7 of bamboo cut as well by Jonathan. So, yeah, not going to make any triplets from that shape. Nicholas just steadily moving along. In fact, Nicholas is now Tenpai waiting on the 2 of characters. Just to end this match with a tiny little win, but more importantly, stopping anyone else from having a win of their own.
So maximizing efficiency at this point. Gave it a good run, but we'll back away. And Jonathan also preparing to back away.
Yeah, I get the feeling that Will probably isn't going to be folding too much. We'll see. I want to believe that everyone's going to go for it until the very end. This is Tenpai for Mercury. It's just not got the value we were looking for or hoping for. Could choose the Dharma this. So the reason why the match ends right now, to answer your question, chat, is because we have a timer and we've had a lot of repeats. So this match will end no matter what because we have out of time
Certainly, normally if Nicholas wins this hand, it would continue. However, has been called, and there's a chance that the 4-5-6 Sanjoku is what Mercury is hoping for. His Pinshu as well.
Yeah, that's why I like the Dharma. Because at the end of the day, this, unless you get lucky Patsu and flip Eridor or something, this Riichi alone is not going to be worth enough to even get out of last.
Definitely weighing the option of being able to hit a direct cone. One of the nice things about Donovan
Wow.
here is if somehow you are the only player Tempai, then you can
That
take
is
over
not the case, though. Will is Tempai waiting on the door of that 7 pairs hand. Finally hit Tempai by drawing the pair of the white dragon there. This is not what we're going to be seeing for Mercury.
The option to break Tempai here, keep the 4-tile sequence shape, but we'll eventually just declare Riichi. All right, pressure placed upon Will.
There's always a chance of Riichi, Ipatsu, Tsuma, and an error flip. It could happen, right? Any reach can be Mangan if you dream hard enough.
That's it.
But
Oh,
the
no.
Ipatsu is going to happen today, unfortunately.
Jonathan needed any excuse to get out before. He certainly has it now. My pin will go through. Could, yep.
No, we're not going to go for the 3 amp is not going to happen. As fun as it would be.
Nicholas continues to push as well. Can afford to take a hit.
Yeah, Nicholas really has nothing to lose by just trying to shut this down. That's the 2 that will deal in to Nicholas's hand. And even though they are dealing, the game is over. Nicholas just wins, I believe, Sanshoku Open, Dora 1, right?
Sanshoku Dora 1 for 2,900 with the Homba. Looks like will just barely be safe.
And I
that
believe
Riichi
that will...
ends up mattering.
Oh, yes, true. Yeah, if Will had gone in with the reach, it would have been a much worse story. Oh, yikes. So this is going to be a huge win for Nicholas. 15 for the position, and then 30.6 for the score. That is a very significant 45.6 point win. In second place, we have Jonathan with, I believe, a +1. This is where the math gets a little bit trickier. Third place, we have Will with that. I can subtract numbers in my head. Hang on.
12-9?
Yes, exactly.
So minus 17-9 if you include the -5 Uma.
And then we have minus 28.7 for Mercury. I think. No, that's not right. Is it? Yes, it is.
Seems right. Yep.
Yeah. I it's been a while since I've done the mental arithmetic. I can do it, I swear. I have a degree.
Thinking back on this game.
But yeah, this was amazing, right?
It was all about Nicholas's dealership. He opened up really nice Mon shape. Got the 1 through 8 in Monzu, 3-sided weight with Dora pair. Slams a Riichi there. Eventually gets chased by Jonathan's Riichi Tanya Pinshu and Sanchoku chance, but immediately finds the 3 Monzumo for the Mangan. And although it wasn't the expensive side, that opened the gates. And then the next hand after that was really exciting as well. He found another Itsu chance, had a Tempai with a trap weight on the 179 so, declined that, found another Tempai with Riichi Pinshu and potentially Ipeiko, declines that as well, draws the 2 so into Itsu Tempai, but rather than choosing the multi-sided 147 weight, he chooses the 3-6 so Diamen and holds the Dama and looks for another weight that will confirm the Itsu and finds 9-pin Tonki, says this is good enough, declares the Riichi, and finds the Tsuma on that as well. A very greedy play that absolutely panned out for Nicholas in the best possible way. Another 4,000 points all, and that really blew the game open. After that, there was no really coming back for any of the other players, but there's a really tense battle for second place between Jonathan, Will, and Mercury. And I think maybe my favorite hand of the game, outside of those beautiful Itsu shapes from Nicholas, was Mercury's Honitsu. It was during South 2. Jonathan had the dealership and was holding Ishanten. Mercury had opened for Honitsu Yakuhai Chanta, a manga in hand, and Nicholas makes a con that reveals the tune to be Dora. Mercury's hand suddenly becomes Hanuman Plus. Jonathan is faced with some really tough decisions as he ends up finding a tempai that requires dropping the South that would have dealt into the Baimon, I believe.
Yes.
And Jonathan thought, and despite the desire to win the dealer hand, he held back and even got the chance to drop that South later in the round, but at that point had committed. So very nicely defended. Ended up holding 3 of the winning tiles for Mercury by the end of the hand. And just very well defended from Jonathan in that spot. And that is why he is sitting here in second place.
Yeah, sometimes it really is the hands you don't deal into that decide whether you win or lose a match, right? Sometimes it's not the hands you make, but the hands you avoid, or the hands you stop other people from making, whether that's by winning first or by, as we see there, not playing any of the 3 out of 4 tiles that dealt in. It's always fun to see the player's face as they're just really thinking about this. Like, I know this deal's in. I can't do this. It was fun to see that sort of thought process going on in Jonathan's head. But yes,
Absolutely.
We have 3 more games for you today. But we have a little bit of a break though, because we have to have all the other tables finish for the next round to start. And please stay tuned.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We're already started off on game 6 of the 2025 World Riichi League September Major over in New York City. As you can hear, I am Curly. I am joined once again by Kyril, who's going to be doing
Hello,
another round of
hello.
commentary with me. You said you wanted to do more commentary with me, and here you go. There's the
Yeah, I thought
opportunity
I was
right
doing
back into
0
it.
games today, but I'm here, and that last match was so fun.
Oh, yeah, I saw
And
that there was a Yakuman. My boy Nick got one.
was there not in the
Was
last
there?
game?
Or there was a lot of points on one. He had the points of a
Yeah,
Yakuman, so I just assume I didn't see the whole
it was
thing.
an incredible East Four with lots of dealer Hanamans and Mangans together. It was very very exciting. We
All right,
actually
what's
ran out in
already
time because
exciting here
the
is that we're already getting some calls in on the hand. Sorry to cut you off
yeah
there, but
no
oh my
absolutely
goodness. Oh wow. Like
everyone's
this
hand
hand
is
is already going
loaded.
super fast with some banger hands. Christy here, not having too much else, but Felix making some quick calls. I didn't see what the call was particularly, but it looks like they're trying to force some sort of outside hand or they got their Yaku already set up. But we
Yeah, speaking of rare and exciting Yakis, we know we always talk about flushes here, but there's that potential full flush right here. I'm very excited, but I guess it don't even have to be a full flush. We do have that South Dora. Having said that, though,
yeah.
the South Dora is here and paired up by the player in the South seat. Xiao could easily just make a nice Dora 3 hand. Everyone is going at the gate really, really with a. That didn't happen in the last game. It wasn't really until about East 3 we got to see that massive streak of wins. But I get the feeling whoever wins this one, if indeed anyone is able to, is going to be able to take the win. Now, depending on what that call was, Felix is Tempai. Do we have like an action replay on the call or something? Does anyone in the chat know what that was?
I didn't
If it's
think it
the
was too
Akamai,
fast for us to see, but we'll check it out towards the end here as we try to get
okay.
some
We
acceleration
are
on these
seeing
hands.
we are seeing Felix gear up on the 8-9 shape, so I don't think it's an outside hand necessarily. I think we do have a Yaku otherwise.
Has to
So
be.
Felix must be able to win on the pairs there.
What's
Chrissy,
interesting I see going on right now is that Christy made the call, but is holding on to that single south uh, to prevent Zhao from calling it up as a triple. And so is you here. Eventually, one of these players are probably going to have to drop the south and feed in unless they try to force that as their pair.
yeah, for you, we do have the flush, right? So you could always use flush draw 2. That's absolutely perfectly acceptable as an option. We know where all the souths are, but they obviously don't. They just know that no one else has played any yet.
Live from the table judge, it looks like Felix called the Chun the red dragon and Christy called the Haku the white dragons.
Thank you very much. And thanks to that, Felix is going to take the early win. Not the huge value that we were seeing for everyone else, but the win is the win, and it stops those hands from being won. Just taking the win before anyone else has a chance, denying the other player's value, and getting a nice little early lead.
Oh yeah. You just got to
Emphasis
go
on
for the quick games. Go for the hands that you can win. It doesn't matter if the hand is not valuable. Points are points. A win is a win.
yes. If you can get value, go for it. If you can't, go for speed. If your hand is really, really bad, I like to go for value because you're probably not going to win anyway. But if you have that speed, especially if you think that other players have other like they've got it right. If you don't see any of the Dora, you know at least one player's probably got a pair, maybe even a triplet. So playing around that, trying to shut that down, absolutely the right thing to do.
Yeah, as
So
we
let's
move on to our next hand, East 2,
see.
Green
Oh,
Dragon Bedora. I see one in the hand right there. We'll see if Zhao can utilize it.
yeah, I'm
Although,
thinking that we go for a flush here. Honestly, it does seem like a villager drain flush at home, and with that Dora, it's much like UA's had in East One, right? Maybe try and find a way to use that Dora, and a triplet's always going to work, but a pair would work just fine in a flush hand.
yeah, that's always the interesting thing about forcing those flushes is you most likely want to go that route, but in order for maximum efficiency, you have to commit to it right now. Well, if you're going to draw like that's kind of my tell of if I draw a suit like within the one first or second draw and I get it there, it's like okay, now the wall wants me to go for it. Let's hard commit for it.
Do you believe in fate? If you do believe in fate, fate may have chosen me to win this hand. I'm just saying.
Oh, you have to believe in something if you're gonna try to do well in this game.
Fair. Either
All
way, though,
right, this
Christie
is
does have that pair of the Easts. Again, could be going for a relatively cheaper hand just to stop anyone else from winning. It might be one of those situations where everyone just goes for it right out of the gate. And
yeah.
even
I
though,
think at this point,
is it a call
uh,
here?
yep, we do see a call in the east. Christie's just trying to get something like a nice little cheap hand. Not really much else the hand can go for. Not a lot of upgrades. So just try to get the one thing that you know you can get.
Yeah, it's always interesting because you've got to sort of change the way you play sometimes to the other players. Because if a player's going to be calling cheap all the time, you can't really afford to wait around forever and try and get huge amounts of value. Obviously, if your hand's really bad, you still do it anyway because you never know the stars might align. And if your hand's really, really good, go for it as well. But like when you're sort of in that sort of mid area, you're more willing to push, I think, sometimes, if you know the other players probably don't have a huge amount of value.
Yeah, but the issue that I'm seeing right now is that there aren't any green dragons out there, and any call has a lot of danger of like that being just a huge door bomb. Felix is gonna check it though. Green dragon not useful for their hands. Usually the common wisdom is within the first row, try to get rid of the door that you're not going to use. Otherwise, it's gonna stay in there forever.
And that's exactly what we see, yeah. I do think Xiao's going to keep it, though, because they have that flush out as well. So because you have that extra Yaku with a pair, again, it's the difference between needing a pair and needing a triplet, right?
Yeah.
It's so much easier to find a pair of a Dora than it is to find all three of them.
Yeah, if you're relying on that Dora Honor to be your Yaku, good luck trying to get that. But if it's just a cheeky little, oh, I just need one to make it a pair for the rest of my hand, then yeah, you get some sweet value out of it.
And speaking of sweet value, I do like how Christie's giving the option of maybe getting a Sancho here, a mixable sequence. I know
Yeah,
I know our pair is not in. A pair needs to become a sequence to make that happen, but having the path open, even if it doesn't necessarily go that way, I mean, it's becoming a bit awkward though. But 678 is definitely doable. There's a world where it exists. I'd probably just take the Tempai unless I pair up, say, one or two of Bamboo first. But we have open, so it's only worth one hand. Yeah, we do commit to
yeah.
keeping a pair. That makes sense. I much so want to get excited about fun Yaku, and it's only worth one hand because you've already opened. It's yeah.
Yeah, decides to try to go for a little bit more acceptance, not necessarily within drawing the tiles, but being able to call other people's tile by having those sets of pairs in hand, so they can call triples and try to go for speed. They are sacrificing any sort of chance to try to get a little bit more value to just try to win the hand, because
Yeah.
as you mentioned, it's probably not worth it.
It's definitely one of those things where like, going for value, I think, is much better to do earlier in the hand rather than later. This is a second, as far as UA knows, Green Dragon. They're keeping it because honestly, Dora 2 is really nice. But
Yeah, at
yeah,
that
it's
point,
been really
everyone's
unfortunate
just going to
for
agree
Xiao.
for it.
I think they've done nothing but draw one suit. The hand still looks like a flush, but we don't quite know which suit the flush is in yet because we just haven't drawn anything other than pin tiles. Sorry,
Yeah.
other than
Okay.
bamboo tiles. I think
Yeah, unfortunately, they Zhao hard committed to that character's half flush and just completely stalled out. That happens more often than you think. You get the first two and you get progress, and it's like, oh, okay, this is my wave, this is my time to shine, and then nothing else. Look at it. He hasn't gotten like any other characters since he hard committed to it.
yeah,
It's really
exactly.
unfortunate. Okay, but there
It's
we
still
go.
worth keeping
Christy.
the dream alive just a little bit longer, but
Yeah.
we're already into row 3 now, and it's still what 3 away. I have to quickly check that again.
Yeah, at this point, I imagine you're just gonna just keep it calm, play a little bit more efficiently than when anyone else does something crazy, folds out. It looks like that was a fold out too on the seven of bamboo, breaking up that shape. Have to
Yeah, the
check
interesting
back
thing
on it.
was playing the East from hand, right? It's almost like a bluff in a way because if you're showing that you're going for a flush and then you play an honor tile from your hand, maybe like trying to give the signal. Maybe I'm one away. Maybe I just hit tempo. You don't know. I just purged one of my honor tiles. I'm out of My hand is completely full of character cards. Don't you worry. That
Yeah.
bluff will be dispelled. Oh no, okay, and that's why we're seeing the Mansu tiles come out. We're hoping that the other players here are going to fold, which I think is a very interesting play.
Yeah, it is interesting how these players will play, not just looking at their hands, just playing, pure efficiency. They are playing against three other players. I assume these players being from New York have played each other multiple times in various locations and may get a sense of like their play styles. Not necessarily in particular, but they know that these players, what level they're at, and like the tricks that they can do to try to gain advantages over them.
Yeah, that's very true. I think we had two players from Philly in one of the games yesterday. Someone in chat pointed out, which I think is really cool. But yeah, exactly. This is a local club, and everyone is probably knows at least a little bit about how each other play. Or at the very least, they might have had a chance to watch or
Yeah, these are
observe based on the last
the-
four games that they've played today.
Yeah, these names are definitely ones that I see fairly often at many of the American tournaments. I can't remember the last time I've played any of them, but I definitely know that they're always around. Maybe because they're hanging out in the higher tables and I'm just swimming with the fishes.
But yeah, the very worst. I think, leave after the scheduled matches are finished, they still have like a free play for the like 4 or 5 hours right afterwards. So it's very possible that even if you weren't scheduled to play against them, you might still have played against them a bunch yesterday after the normal games ended.
Oh yeah, and that's honestly what's so fun about going to these tournaments. If you ever get a chance to, it's not even just like getting to play your games during the tournament, but it's just the fun casual play afterwards. Definitely it's a very different vibe that you get from playing when things are on the point on the line and you have to be quiet, follow the rules versus okay, it's after hours, we can have fun, we can joke around.
Yeah, absolutely. It does look like this is going to go to exhaustive draw, with maybe even Felix being the only player tempo waiting on this 7 of characters. I do think the threat of this half flush from Xiao might actually have caused everyone else to just give up.
Yeah, it'll be interesting once we get to the reveal. Of like, okay, you were doing all of this crazy discards with the bluffs, and you weren't even tempai. What do I even
I mean,
do? Like, they
Xiao's
use
one
that
away.
information for later.
Yeah, that's very true. But then I guess if you don't show your hand, they don't know if you were one away, if you were never tempai, or if you were tempai but decided to fold to someone else. There are lots of options, I suppose.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, that's a layer of like trying to get 5 levels deep into the mind game of this.
we're already in East 3. Christie is our dealer with a pair of the East. So double East is available. We already saw that once today in this match. I almost want to try and hope you find some more triplets here. That's a third pair. The one man, the
This
four
hand's
man,
looking
sorry,
nice.
four pairs. One man, four man, the 6 of bamboo, and the East. But because the East is double East, I am more than happy to start calling triplets, I think. We'll see.
Yeah,
I
with
would
the
call a
double
triplet of
east
the
and the
4 and the 6. I don't think I'd call a triplet the 1.
yeah, with the double east there and like the point total's like not too crazy. Yeah, you might be able to go for like all triples, but at that point, you're hoping to just call east and then just get anything else to cash that one in.
Yes. Yeah, the main thing is, do we go 7 pairs, not ever getting a triplet of the East, or would you just take double East and try and make anything else? Exactly. Those are the two choices. There's another pair, though.
This is now where I'm thinking that's like a really interesting question at that
Hmm.
point. 5 pairs, but you have the East. It really depends on what my other pairs are and how callable I think they are. If they're towards the middle, then it's a little bit a harder ask to try to complete those out. But we have ones, we have threes. That's not too bad. And it looks like she's gonna try to opt towards the 7 pairs route, getting
I
rid of
like it.
one of like the close shapes for one of those floater outside tiles.
As long as we can keep it sort of on the down low and get to tempo early enough, I could very much see a very quick run from anyone here. Especially if we end up angling on the 1 pin or the red dragon there as our final weight. Oh, that could be brutal. This is actually already tempai. No, it's not. It's 1 away. But still, already 1 away for Felix for a Pinfu hand.
Yeah, Felix's hand's going very quick here. You still needs to clear out some of this cruft. Felix has his pair of south, can't quite do anything with. Ooh, okay. 1-2 pair or 1-2
Cut the
dots is not
two
going to be
nice
anything.
and
Going to
early.
throw it back.
But again, cutting that 2 really early. If you can keep the idea of you having a 7 pairs hand hidden, that really early 2 cut's gonna make that one look so safe.
Ooh, this is interesting. Oh yeah, looks like Zhao can go for an outside hand. So decides to cut the 4 on that 1-2-4 shape.
Yeah, I definitely like that as well.
Yeah,
Whenever you
any
can
sort of
try and
way to try to get extra value out of this hand, you got to go for it, even if it's not quite the most. That is the weird thing about going for the outside hand, because usually you're playing less efficient discards, but try to go for the Yaku, and you have to know the right time to do it. Picking up the green dragon pair, that does make it interesting once again.
oh, that
Could
is so
still go for that
greedy.
pullout.
Oh, I love that. That's so greedy from Xiao. We ended up giving up on a 1-2 shape for that outside hand to keep the 9 on its own because we want to go for Sand Shock. We want to go for 7-8-9 mixturable sequence. That is so greedy. I kind of like it though. We are going to even call for that as well. Okay, so we've called one of our 7-8-9s. We have the other one in our hand closed. But only the 9 of characters. Need the 7 and the 8 to make that happen. I'm not sure if I would have called for that.
Uh,
But still.
if the sevens are so it's so hard to get the tiles that you need for that, that any sort of progress you got to make, you just got to go for it. All right, but it looks like we do have a Riichi from Felix. I missed the wait while we were talking. We'll check it out when it comes back. But now it's going to cause all the other players to play a lot more cautiously, except for maybe Zhao. Zhao may not care. All right, he is going to care. Going to drop the south
Yeah, the other
as the safe
day,
tile.
even if we get the outside hand and the mixture sequence, it's still only 2 hand. You know, it's not maybe worth a huge amount of risk, right? If you got it closed, it's so much better. But
Oh,
we'll
this
we'll
weight is
see.
actually crazy. Looks like a
Yeah,
2. Yeah. They didn't quite have their dots in exact order. So it took me a second to read, but a lot of dots waiting on. Because you're going to drop West. It's got to be safe. 2, 3, da, da, da.
can even use the power of pausing it. So
Looks like
you have 60.
5-8
So
dots.
5-8. 5-8 definitely works. Does 2 as well?
I don't think the 2
2
worked
does.
out.
2-5-8. Because we can use the 5 in the 3-4-5 there to make our sequence with the 6-7s and the 7-8s. So yeah, nice 3-sided weight there. This is where I started to get corrected, but
Yeah, just the way that they have their dots ordered. Like the 6 and the 7s on one of them are swapped up. Yeah. Kind of in that middle there, and it kind of screwing me up. But we
yes.
still get it with the sumo on the 5 pin under Dora.
Happy
Ooh,
flippin'
let's go.
Ura,
We
to
hit
Ura,
2.
sorry. Hello. Yeah, I use the ancient technique of pausing the stream. Having a look at the paused video. Because yeah,
Oh yeah,
especially
we
when it's
got to do it
unsorted like
live.
that, sometimes you have to just take a little bit of an extra moment to really appreciate what's going on there. What a good win though. Getting the error flip as well. Oh, I feel like
Yeah.
this might be a repeat of the last game. I don't know. I'm just getting flashbacks. You know, the player in the original last seat, just
Yeah.
getting a nice early win in about East 3, and then maybe some Vila repeats in East 4. I don't know. I don't know. Am I getting flashbacks?
It might
So
be the blessed seat.
we are using WRC rules, and I'm pretty sure head bumps on a WRC. I'm pretty sure I've complained about
Yes.
that before. So to answer your question, absolutely, we do have head bump on.
Yes, there is head bump.
I'm a triple run nerd myself. I'm sorry.
Oh, I
I
am too.
like. Okay, good. I'm glad that we agree.
Oh yeah, I totally understand head bump in a much more competitive setting. Not wanting those giant swings to be so giant. Okay, that's triple west and a pair of east. That could be kind of crazy.
Yeah, they're not the West seat, but the East alone is nice. And obviously, when you've got that sort of springboard, maybe you would try and think about where I can get other value. I could even open
Yeah,
if I
I
really
was.
want to, but like, where can I get that other value?
Yeah, I immediately checked to see what their seat was. It is not their seat, but the fact that you have that pair of east backup, now you can probably get something going with this hand.
Yeah,
Although it might just end up just being like a Riichi. and just using that west as just like one of your blocks. I mean,
Yeah, I
that's a
can definitely
completed
see that
block
too.
right there. Like, you're not too upset about it. And it's worth a lot of foo. So you'll probably get some extra mini points off of it.
Speaking of getting flashbacks, I'm seeing another outside hand, but this time in Felix's opening deal. Once again, it's 7-8-9, maybe even a mixture sequence again. We'll see. We'll see how lucky Felix is compared to, I believe, Xiao last time.
I know it feels like in some module, you know how in like some like randomized video games, it'll give you a prompt that says like, okay, this will appear more often in this run. I feel like that happens with Mahjong a lot,
It
where you
does,
sit at a
doesn't it?
table and there's an unknown mystery like buff on the table itself saying this kind of hand will appear more often.
I love that idea. I feel like we should make that happen more often. This is Tempo, by the way, waiting
Oh
on
yeah.
the east and
Senpai,
the
slam the
eight
Riichi.
of characters. But yeah, I do think that would be kind of fun, right? If you had like an online client which just somehow, like, as long as everyone knew what it was weighting it towards, you sort of had to try and play around that. I think it would be kind of fun.
Oh, the opposite. No, I'm actually in the opposite. You don't know what it is. So you have
Oh,
to
so
kind of
you have to
deduce
figure it out as you
what's
go.
going on and who can figure it out first.
I like that too. Yeah. The amount of times everyone just starts being like making pairs, it's happened sometimes. I do like to make the joke that Yakko and I like boxes. You wait for everyone to see one and sometimes see two at once. I do feel like that is just how Mahjong works sometimes with certain hands. I don't know if that's just because when you see it once, you start looking for it more often.
Oh yeah, it's pattern recognition. All right. I think for the most part, with such an early Riichi, these players are going to play a little bit more defensively. Though I know most of them will not just straight up fold. They'll try to discard the safe tiles first, and then see if they can get their way back in as more tiles are discovered.
I'm actually going to take a little moment just to have a little look at the scores for these players. Do we have anyone getting close? Oh, there's the Sumo. Very good, very
Yep.
good. Did not
Yep.
flip
That's
the
Atsuma's on the
bird.
east. Great tile to draw. Doesn't
But
get any extra Dora.
we do have a player who can't lose in this table right now. We have Felix, who looks like they've gotten 2 firsts and 3 seconds. Currently in first place with a score of plus 121.1.
Ooh.
Having a look around the rest of the people, Xiao is also in third place as well. So we have third and first to this table with a score of 81.9. In sixth place, we have Yui Li with a score of 59.5. And Christie's not doing too bad either with a score of plus 22.3. Everyone here has a positive score. So we
All
have
right.
an
So this is
amazing
top
table here.
table action that we got right here. Love to see it.
I thought it's always worth checking just to see, like, do these players have everything to win? Or everything maybe to lose by trying to avoid last place? Or but no, everyone here can possibly, if they can win and drive the other players down a little, get
Oh yeah.
the overall title. That could be really fun. We're still only at game 6 of 8, but I
Yeah,
think that easily.
it's one thing to win a game to and just like get some points. It's another to take points directly from your competition. It just feels that much better.
Yeah, and for a league, it matters, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. Ugh. Felix's
Yeah,
hand's not looking too great. Okay,
that is a
White
very nice
Dragon
pickup,
pair up.
but at the same time, yeah, I like the Dorian Xiao's hand. That we'll, we'll see if we go to use it. It's definitely there. It's definitely usable, but the rest of the hand is just so slow in comparison. Sadly,
Yeah, but it is
I
nice when
think
the Dora tile is like towards the middle there. That you can grab it now. As like this will probably form out at some point, hopefully.
looking at Felix's situation, I would definitely be willing to call the second that South is played because Felix
Okay.
doesn't necessarily need a lot of value. Just needs to try and make this game move on as quickly as possible. And this hand is so far away from Tempai. Could also be that Felix is just planning on folding from the get go, but I don't want to be that passive when I'm playing. So we might see if this South is played what Felix's plan is. Are we just going to see it immediately get snap called? It
No, it's
gets
not.
passed. So Felix is planning on just folding the hand. The hand is not very good. And that's something else that it's a discipline that I don't have. I wish I did. Being able to look at
Oh,
your
not.
starting tiles and decide, you know what, actually, this is really bad. I'm just going to fold from like turn 1.
It's not necessarily like fold on turn one, but like not try to push yourself so hard to like make the hand work and just
Yeah.
let the tiles like come and go naturally. And if it works out, it does, but like not try to force yourself into
Yeah,
the position.
that makes sense. It's probably a better way of putting that. What I was trying to say. Yeah,
Yeah.
because
Christie
this hand
has
is
that
not there,
con
right?
available, but the issue with that con right now is that she has the 8 of bamboo connected next to it. So if she picks up that 7, that's 2 blocks right there. And also, if you're not close enough into Tempai, doing a con, as much as I love it, is pretty dangerous. Oh, but we're going to get a Riichi over
This
here
is
just waiting on the
probably.
3 pin from Zhao.
I
For
could see the 3-pin come out, but we'll see. We'll see. It's not going to come out from Christie, not yet. It's being
No, it's not going to
used.
come out from Christie.
Maybe it could come out from here if we get that tempo, especially if we get the tempo with the second 6 of characters. But we'll see.
Well, at this point, no one really uses the 3 in their hand. Yeah, no one can really
Yes.
use it. So it's a matter of, do they want to push whatever hand that they got to try to make it work to push that. And these players have been pretty decent about, or pretty good about recognizing when the hand is a little too dangerous, when the tile is too scary versus the value of their hand.
Yes. Very true.
So I imagine if you picks up that 3 of dot, they may not discard it.
Yeah. If
Yes,
you're going to decide, you need
sees.
a very good reason, and we're
Yeah.
not going to just play it for no reason, of course.
Although if Christie, if any of these players somehow, for whatever reason, discards the 6 of dots and they see that it passes with the Suji setup, they might let the 3 go a little later, thinking it's a little safer. So that could be a way that some of these players get tricked into dealing in. But otherwise, if they draw the 3 dots themselves, I don't think it's going to come out.
Yeah. This
Yep.
definitely
All
not going
right.
to come
Here's
out
the
here.
scenario. Let's see what happens.
How's White Dragon looking? I think it's still live, right? So instead, we're going to
Oh, and he
play the mountain.
immediately, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, not immediately. He takes a moment to pause for there, but yeah, there we go. He
I mean,
recognizes
there's
that the
still a
3
route
of
to get
dots
to
is
tempo.
very scary and just gets rid of it.
You can still get to tempo quite easily using it, right? Because I mean, 3-5-6 is awkward, but you can draw the 4. You can pair up the 3. There's still so many different ways you can make that work. There's the 4, and we're going to see white, possibly for a Riichi on 3-6 in the future. Share the
Yeah.
weight. Well, we were talking about that head bump rule, so I think they were sat afterwards, sadly. So no, they sat before, so they would actually have priority on a head bump.
Yeah, they would.
But it
Oh,
doesn't matter if
there
you
it
can draw
is.
it yourself. Riichi,
Riichi,
Dora
Sumo,
1,
Dora.
Sumo,
Oh,
Ura
Underdora.
as well.
Yeah, Uradora. We got there. Riichi, Sumo to Dora.
Yeah, that second Dora is very, very important there.
Yeah, single weight. It's gonna bring that up to a Mongun, I believe.
Mm,
Yeah, that's right.
exactly. Yeah, the moment when Eudora pumps the hand value up a significant amount. Because honestly, the difference between 1 and 2 hand, yeah, whatever. The difference between 3 and 4, huge.
Yeah. It is interesting how the score system of the game really encourages like certain plays and like going for like which hands you decide to go for and which ones you don't because of how much the value of the hand increases.
And it's looking like Xiao's hand here is actually it's already almost complete. I'm seeing a
Yeah,
lot of
looks
completed
pretty
shapes.
good.
It looks really good. Yeah, we'll see what it looks like when it's sorted, but I'm excited.
Mm.
The only downside is we have the 7 Dora and an 8 of bamboo, which we could maybe convince ourselves to keep just at least a little bit longer. Definitely over the
Yeah.
1 of pin.
Yeah, I think that's a hand where if you're gonna drop that Dora, it's gonna be on your Riichi. Because like you have to get everything else around it is way better set up.
Yes.
Oh, it looks like you also had a floating near the Dora tile. That's right. The 7 is the Dora, not the 8, because the indicator. Oh, there's the Dora.
Yes. Yeah, but the fact is because you've got that 8, it means that you can then draw the 7 and use it. Right? Whereas if you didn't have the 8, you'd have a 4-5-7 and just be kind of a little bit lost almost in that particular case. I think it's interesting.
Exactly.
We kept the 7 and the 3. It paid off though with the draw of the 2 for I believe was it Xiao or Christie? I can't let's quickly check. Yeah, it was Xiao. I think do we also have a 2-3-4 Sandshock looking going for them as well?
We'll have to see when it comes back around. Okay, gonna get a slight upgrade.
That
4 of
is a
dots,
very
excellent pickup. Gonna, yeah, cut the 2 over there. That one was a little too fat on the hand. Gotta trim some of
this
it.
is Tenpai. It's not the 234 soundtrack I was thinking about. We have a 345 in characters, not 234, but Reach Pinfu with a chance of all inside as well if we get the 4 of dots. This
Yep,
early,
it's early
especially
enough,
while
it's
Vila,
good enough, we just take those.
is more than good enough. The 7 just
Alright.
passed as well. 7 is obviously in their discards. So maybe you could justify.
Oh,
Probably
looks like
can't
we're gonna
justify the
fight
4
back.
now.
Yeah,
So
Chrissy's gonna slam the Riichi themselves. I miss what their weight was. We'll see when it comes back around again, but we're gonna have a fight, and that's
it was 5
Ipatsu!
Ada characters. And we flipped an Eridora. Well, Christie's gonna be very happy with that. And in fact, I
That's
think that's
a
from the correct player,
huge
right?
hand for her.
They needed Felix to lose some points. So I think it was Felix who dealt in. Pretty sure. Hopefully.
Looks like it
The
was. Yeah, it was
organized team will
immediate Ipatsu.
confirm. That is exactly what everyone on this table wanted except for Felix. Bring
Yeah.
the player in first down. Still in the lead. Going into South. This is South 3 already? How fast was this game?
Oh, this is South?
We're in the South round. We're almost finished. Yikes. The last game went to time. This feels like a lightning fast game in comparison.
Yeah, these players can play really fast. I've definitely played what has been called the New York crew is called speed mahjong, and it's really just play faster. Just play fast. Don't think about your decisions. Draw, discard, go.
I think
You get like
you can
maybe
definitely get away with that for
one
like
Sumimasen.
yeah, you can definitely get away with not thinking too hard for maybe for me at least, maybe like 7 out of 10 discards. But there are definitely times where it's just like, okay, I need to think. But that is the difference between the players we'll see at big events like this and the people who just talk about it and admire them instead. That's me. It's very
I'm
interesting to
sorry.
see
I'm
this,
just sitting here. I still can't believe it's South 3. I'm like thinking back. It's like no way it's gone that fast, right? Like what happened to all the time that I'm just not used to that.
Yeah, we haven't seen any repeats.
Yeah, I guess everything's just gone that fast.
And yeah, everyone's been pushing too is another thing, right? There's been a lot of deal-ins as well. Because everyone's hands have been really, really good.
Yeah, they've been going pretty quick too.
Mm. Now I was thinking what I want to do for Felix. I've got 2 Tora, that's 7 of bamboo. It looks like the hand's actually going towards 7 pairs again. Sort of almost like a self-driving car in a lot of ways. But with Dora 2, I'm still desperately thinking like there's got to be a better way. There's got to be a better way, right? But 1 away from 7 pairs, maybe we just see a nice early reach from Felix. Maybe Felix can get all those points that they just lost right back in one
Oh,
go.
it's so hard to want a Riichi when you have that kind of hand, that kind of value. Because like
Yes,
it's very,
that's true.
very unlikely players are going to deal into it. So I guess you already have value with the 7 pairs and the 2 Dora to get up to Mongon. It's a matter of going the Riichi and drawing it yourself to try to get the Hanuman value.
I am definitely the greediest 7 pairs player in the world. I always try and go for that Hanuman Sumo. And are we going to see a reach? We are.
All right, looks like Felix is of the same kind. Just waiting for that lone 9 of dots.
Have we seen any 9 dots played already? I don't see any. I see 1 in the discards from Christie. Yeah. But maybe that makes it even better, right? Because we'll see. We'll see. Could just be buried right at the very bottom of the wall, though.
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah, so the
Ooh,
siege trap, though. The 6 rules out that
that
7-8 shape.
that might get some people. That might
They've
be
got to
the
draw it first,
exact
though.
trap that you want. That's the best feeling, the unintentional Suji trap, where you didn't plan for it, but the automatic discards just played it out for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Having said that, though, as I say, they have to draw it first before they can discard it. And
Yeah.
we do have everyone else speeding up to try and match this reach.
Yeah, Christy made a call, tried to hedge off the Felix's Riichi, try to get out from under it. And there we got a Riichi slam
Xiao's waiting on the
once again.
3-6. The 3 just passed, too. So it passes one of the Riichis. But obviously doesn't pass both. 7 is the wait for Christie, which is the door, of course. We see 2 of them right here, though. Not too many left. There's the line! Doesn't come out just yet, though.
Nope, it's looking a little too scary, especially with some of the discards that have been played previously. They look kind of suspicious. The discard piles are a little all over the place, especially with 7 pairs.
Actually, how does that discard pool look? It does look a little bit
Oh,
7
that 3
pairs.
pin's gonna deal in.
Unfortunately for
There
Felix,
we
but a
go.
huge win there for Xiao, getting into first place. Did we flip Eridor? We did not.
No, we did not
But
hit
nothing wrong with a
Oradora.
good pin food. It is simple and honest work.
Nice. I mean, it's Riichi, Pinfu, Tanyao, and you also like got up to the number of points that you need to just like get a huge lead. 10,000 points. Heading over to Zhao as we go into this all last. Already, Felix is gonna have to make a huge, not even like a huge hit. They just need a nice little okay hand to just eke out second place. Now that Zhao has like pushed himself into first, it's very unreasonable for the rest of the players to try to challenge them. So in this potentially last hand, they're just going to try to fight for second.
Yeah, it's definitely. I think it's definitely still achievable that you can go for first. Depends on how your deal is, of course, but you're really asking for a direct hit, and I just don't see that happening when you have that amount
Direct
of a
hit,
lead.
or you need a monster of a hand, especially if you're Felix. As dealer, you might get the opportunity to do it. Ooh, use hand, not that. That's not looking good. Felix not gonna call the East quite yet. Needs a little bit. Wants a little bit more value out of their hand. Might. I'll be interested to see if they decide to pull the trigger on the second one. But yeah, if they call the East right now, the rest of their hand, like, there's no potential for more value besides like getting Doras. So gotta hold off on a little bit.
Yeah, being senpai at least is very, very important for Felix, but yeah, as you say, it's really early. I don't think you necessarily need to force it just yet.
6 of characters helps with that 5. Gonna discard the red dragon. No one takes it up. Feels good.
Yeah.
Especially in like a tense moment like this where people don't need major hands. You get really scared when you discard an honor and then someone picks it up for their Yaku.
Yes. I definitely see Xiao also just making a very quick all inside hand here just to try and end this game up. We do have a reliance on the 6 of characters if we are going to force that all inside hand, though. The 9 would be a very, very sad thing to see. But at the same time, I would definitely be keeping an eye open to see if anyone is nice enough to give me that 6. I'd be more than happy to take it and call and just open this hand up to end the match.
Of course, you're going to drop the 1 dot there. Try to keep that character tile, open up that shape a little bit more. My dragon not going to do anything. Player's kind of stalling out a little bit. Okay, pair of the Sanso. The
Chrissy
3
also
of
switching just
bamboo.
to all inside there, all simples. Because Chrissy doesn't need a huge value, just needs to secure that second place. And yeah, that definitely helps with Xiao's all inside hand there. Getting rid of that 6 dependency, having the pair of the 8s instead.
Felix taking a moment.
Yeah, this is kind of awkward for Felix because we haven't seen the East yet. And when you get to this point in the game, you start thinking, am I ever going to see this East? Have people decided I'm just not playing it because I want Felix to get the Yakuhai? Because honestly, at this point, especially considering the score situation, you don't want East to get the triplet, right? You want to specifically avoid that. So maybe you just never play this East if you're Xiao.
I think that's reasonable. Yeah,
Yeah,
you don't need this game to continue. You want it to end. So don't give anyone any potential fuel to try to come up and get more points from you.
for Xiao, I mean specifically though, my mindset might be I don't care who wins as long as Felix doesn't.
Even, yeah, definitely.
Because the game will end as long as Felix doesn't win, and as long as I don't deal in, I'm in first place. It would be my logic there, at least. Looks like Felix is going to be 1 away from Tempai, though. Still desperate for that East. That at least isn't coming from Xiao. Oh, I thought for a second there it might have been a pair up. It might have been an excuse to keep attacking, but not quite. Yeah, I like Christie's hedging of maybe the 567 for the sequence there, but the time for hedging is unfortunately over. We've drawn in the
Oh, that was
rest of the hand.
actually Tempai for 7 pairs with the East.
I missed that. I'll have to have a look.
Yeah, that's one of those weird ones because all the shapes like form together to be like real tiles, and you're like, wait, that's 7 pairs.
Huh. Oh, it sure is. Yeah, because the seven dot was upside down. My brain's read it as a 6. Yeah, no, I don't know why I missed that. Absolutely, just take that tempai.
Yeah, it's because like the
No
rest of
one's
the hand looked like it was forming to be like a real like Pingfu hand. Hmm.
Yeah, either way, we're still one away, but I think it's slightly better one away.
Yeah. I think Zhao is totally down for like that 7 pairs hand is actually fantastic because one, you're using the tile to deny Felix. And then also, if someone else like tries to get rid of it because it's like not useful, you're gonna get them. And
Yeah,
who knows, you may just
exactly.
draw yourself. It's a really good last tile to wait for 7 pairs
At the very least,
in
if
this
this game
spot.
goes to exhaustive draw, Felix is not gaining any points on you. That's something you always have to be thinking about. Oh, this is going to be tempai for you.
It's
Waiting
not quite
on.
Tempai. It's 1 tile away. They still need that
Draw a
6,
final
7,
sequence.
7 bam
I have
to
to check
form
that
out a
again.
little more.
Oh, 677. Why? Oh gosh, I'm only going to. Apparently, I can't count today. Oh no. I just willinged the sand shock into existence and saw 567, where there was not 567 to see.
Okay, we got the swap up, but that's gonna be the deal in. Oh no! Oh, if you stuck to the guns, I guess it was Dora.
Hmm.
So better that than the other option. They have to have exactly the East pair be in Tempai for it. And it is a bit of a cheap deal in, but you kind of wanted this game to end. And now
It's definitely
Felix is
made.
gonna get another dealer run on it. We're gonna get another hand. We finally have a repeat. The game is finally slow to a crawl. We just called it out, and then now it's gonna slow down.
But here's the thing, though, right? Xiao's now within range of pretty much everybody. That little deal in, it doesn't sound like a lot, but just losing 2,000 points puts back like with the repeat counter, it's not quite enough for a Mangan Sumo for Christie, but okay, I take it back. I take it back. Xiao's just enough of a buffer, but 500 points for buffer is not that much for a buffer. Should
No,
this go
it's
to South for repeat number 2,
yeah,
suddenly things
be
get
very
very
close
exciting.
pickings. Yeah, Christie
With
is
Felix already opening
just
the pair
barely.
of that South wind there, we could see it at South 4 repeat number 2.
Oh, we have content from Christie on deck. That could be
Yeah,
the opportunity for her to get first place.
I would be thinking about it. I'm also, I probably wouldn't immediately pull the trigger just yet, but I'd be thinking about it. If I didn't draw anything like the 8 of characters or anything like that, and I kept getting close to tempo, like pairing up that West, I think we're going to see it at some point.
Yeah, I think you gotta, especially if you can complete the hand so quickly and then be the first one to slam Riichi.
I also like that you've got the value as well, building the 2-3-4 mixable sequence, just needing the 3 odd characters
Ooh,
to confirm that. And here's Arkan!
there we go. 8 of
8
dots.
is our new Dora tile. Okay. Chrissy
7
doesn't have an 8,
characters.
but we can accept it.
Yeah, a little less good now that you con the 9. Still usable, but not quite. But it's single floating tile. Just got to try to get the rest of the hand. Yeah, I think she conned at that point because she just wanted more information on like what side to cut.
Hmm. I think that's fair, actually. Sometimes the one extra tile gives you a direction, right? And if you chose the wrong direction and then choose the Khan, you will be so sad. The
Yeah,
Dora being the red dragon here is also really awkward as well. So much Dora acceptance, and yet not enough to actually use just yet.
yeah.
I'm
Honestly,
cheering for you
this con might backfire. I mean,
though. That's Tempai. Waiting on the 3 of characters for Reach mixture sequence with 2 potential Ura flips. We
yeah,
do see one of the 3 of characters
huge
right here.
opportunity. Yeah, and that's the
But this
danger
could
of
be,
conning.
yeah, if we flip the right, if we flip another Odora, this could suddenly be a reversal and a first place win. Oh, I want to see it. I, I,
Yeah.
I will admit, as a commentator, I'm always biased towards the player in last place, just because I want to see
Oh
them
yeah.
always have a comeback. So good luck.
It looks like Christy's gonna back out, realizing that she created a monster here with this con. Has to back away. Ooh, not
Yeah,
quite the tile. We just need the 3 of characters to complete that hand.
it is very specific, but also very, very valuable. It will be used by Felix if it's drawn, but not really usable by Zhao Christie. So
Oh, this could be a really interesting and awkward situation for everyone that isn't Xiao. Because now that
yes,
we have a Riichi on the table with 2 like Underdora potentially, people might fold out. And if they fold out, they may not be in Tempai. And the Tempai payments may be what sway the final positions towards the bottom.
that's a very good point, right? It's a 3,000 point swing if 2 players are Tempai. If you is the only player Tempai, they're in second place. Or if there's 2 people, if you and Zhao are Tempai, you still second place. So yeah, that's
There's a there's a lot to consider if you're at this table. I actually would be terrified to be sitting right here right now because in this point situation, you have you could just get destroyed if you don't play properly, but you also need to play very carefully at the
you
same
almost have
time.
yeah, you always have to attack at least a little bit, right? Because if you completely give up, oh, that's these are situations where I crack under pressure. I don't think these players will, but I would.
It's hard. This is a really hard spot to be in
Yeah.
for like
So
everyone.
there it is.
Except for
So
you. You just have to brain off, draw your winning tiles. Any unders?
did not flip any,
No
unfortunately,
unders.
but that's still going to be second place.
Yep.
Well played to you. So looking at things, Xiao's going to be our winner with this is such a fast game, but with a score of 31.6, very very nice. You with a score of plus 9.7. It's not as exciting, but it's still very solid, especially since all these players are really near the top. In third place, Christie with a score of minus 8.9. And then finally, the person I least expected based on how the East round went, in last place, Felix with a score of minus 23, no, 22.4. I can do mental maths. Just need a bit of practice in game 1. What a game, though! That was so fast and explosive, too. It wasn't just
I
people playing
know.
fast for no value, it was people building huge hands. And you got to end it
Yeah.
with a perfect little Sanshoku.
We love it when we get to see the Sanshoku win. It's so crazy that Felix had a very nice, like what felt like a pretty dominant first place, but just got nickeled and dimed down. Couldn't find the last little bit. Got the East repeat or the dealer repeat on the all last, but wasn't able to close it out
I think the
just
main
because
thing is
they
it was
had to
that
pay the
one
bigger
manga
part
dealing,
of
right?
the winning hand because it was a sumo.
I think it was that one manga dealing in, is it South 2? Something like that. And Felix had a good hand and just pushed and did not win that time. But yeah, in game 1, we talked about sometimes the games you win are the hands you don't deal into, or unfortunately, vice versa. But what a
Yeah,
game!
sometimes the games that you lose are the ones that you don't deal into as well. Played a little
Yeah,
bit too passively.
that's true too. Yeah. I need to be, I keep telling myself I need to be more aggressive. Doesn't always work out, but I keep telling myself that.
Yeah. This is definitely one of those this is one of those games where if I'm Felix and I'm like really trying to lock in, I would go back and watch this one cuz you
Mm.
had a first place and then it just like eked away. Where was the point where you could have actually made a different choice and it worked out, or did it really just like not work out in your favor based on the tiles that were drawn? And that's something that's incredibly hard with this game when trying to get better because there's always probably something you could have done a little better, but maybe sometimes it just wasn't going to work out no matter what. You did the right play and still lost. And identifying how much of like your game was in your control and how much wasn't is also another aspect of getting better at the game.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. I'm actually really curious. So it was South 2 when Felix dealt into Christie's Mangan. I'd be really curious to see how that exactly went. I just literally have the stream open, looking at the replay now. So Christie it was Pinfu with the Dora flip. So like even then it was Dora 2, right? So two of the Dora in that hand, you can't guarantee or predict too well. It's tricky. It was just a good Pinfu. So let's have a little look around to see what Felix's hand was like. So Felix was actually folding that hand from the very beginning, which I think is quite interesting. So maybe there was something to be said about that. I think there was a very slight chance for 6-7-8 mixture sequence in Felix's hand in South 2 there. But yeah, I think it was just a little bit too far. Maybe it was. I'd have to re-look and just see, like, because at that point Felix had a lead of about 11,000 points, right? So maybe there was a different route that you could have folded a little bit. It was a very early tempi from Christie with 2 Dora, it turned out, and the Ura flip. And I think there were 2 players tempi at the same time, so it probably wasn't even a very nice situation to defend in, because you see 2 players are reaching, it's really early and there's not much of
Yeah.
you
And
could put
if
a
you're,
lance just really bad luck.
yeah, in the moment, you're probably thinking, okay, well, if I had to deal into one, if I had to deal in, at least it's the player who wasn't Riichi, so we're not getting their value is probably not as great as some of the other players. But it's so hard to tell, like in that moment.
Yeah, no, that I'm not gonna lie, that is a very tough moment, especially with the tiles in the hand. I think we had like 6-8, 2-3, 6-8, 7-6. Like, what do you even discard? I try and find the exact tile that was the one that dealt in. If I played this, if the stream will let me, it was the 8 of characters. Okay, but again, like that might have been saved to the other reach. There's no way to really know for sure. Yeah, I'd have to really look at that back. Either way,
Yeah.
though.
Yeah, maybe there's enough information on the table through going through the VODs, you could recreate the hand and then pose that as a what would you do here? Because I love doing the what would you do's.
Yeah, they're really fun because it's like it's almost like commentary, right? You get to play the game without actually having to deal with losing or making a mistake. You just say,
Oh, yeah.
"Oh yeah, I do this," and then they do that and it works, or they don't do that, and you're like, "Aha!"
Yeah, it's all the same. You get to do all the same fun things like in the game without any of the pressure of winning or losing. Because you guess wrong, you're
Exactly.
like, go next.
But yeah, and we do have, I believe, 2 more games for you today. I believe you'll be in the next one. I won't be, as far as
That's
I'm
right.
aware. So
Yep.
definitely look forward to that. The scores are looking the scores updated right now. Probably not, because I imagine that game was so quick that we haven't had everyone else finish their match yet.
No, the games are still going on for this round, and then afterwards we'll be on a little bit of a lunch break. Give our players opportunity to get some of the food that's available over in New York.
Yeah,
Try to
it's
get.
5 o'clock in the evening, and I haven't eaten yet, so I should probably go have a lunch myself.
Oh, you should definitely go eat as well.
But yeah, so everyone, get rested, have a wonderful dinner, lunch, whatever you want to call it, depending on your time zone. We are all across the world here at World Riichi. If you're enjoying the streams, of course, please do like, subscribe to the channel, do all that lovely YouTube stuff, because the more we grow as a channel, the more we'll be able to bring content like this to you. And yeah, I will hopefully see you all around.
Yep, I believe we will be back with round 7 around 2:30 Eastern time. So until then, y'all can go back and rewatch the VOD of yesterday or today. Be sure to give the WRC channel a like, maybe even subscribe a little bit so you can see future updates and future Mahjong tournaments that will be happening live. All right, and with that, we will catch you guys later at round 7 of the 2025 World Riichi League September Major in New York. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to round number 7 of the 2025 World Riichi League September Major in New York City. I'm currently joined by the wonderful W Mahjong Pro, Mahjong Jen. How you doing, Jen?
Hello. Yeah, I'm JPML. I think that's what you're
JPML.
the
Yeah, I
acronym.
call myself.
So many acronyms flying around here. Um,
They really are.
in the morning in Japan, and I am excited to see the last two tables of this event.
Oh yeah, nothing to start off the day by looking at complicated weights and figuring out if you're going to deal in or not.
I've had so much mahjong this weekend. Yesterday, I'll say yesterday, I went to Gunma for the North Kanto League for a makeup session. And today I went to the JPML dojo for the Special Advancement League, and it was a lot of mahjong, very little sleep, lots of commentary. On Thursday we had the Sankei Shimbun Cup. Friday also Sankei Shimbun Cup. In between that we had the Oraisen final table on the JPML English channel. And then yesterday and today, both the World Reach League, our first time ever having live coverage. And it's going really well, I think. We've had a few expected little tweaks that we had to make, but I think overall it's going great.
Oh yeah, as someone who's messed around with trying to stream mahjong tables before, this is a very good first run around. Definitely going to see a lot of improvements as you get more events in, as we get the feedback going. And I imagine not even this time next year, this time in the next 6 months, the stream quality is just going to be that much better.
I mean, it's going to improve. It's already improved from yesterday. We can see the discards even better yet today, and um, the players are more used to being on the camera. You can tell by where they keep their hands. So going great. We have once again in the East seat, CC Lee, who I also covered yesterday on one of the tables. Nolan Jong, who is in fourth place in the South seat, who is fourth place overall. Eric Carhan, of course, a World Reach Pro, one of the very first ones ever. New organization this year. And in the North seat, Toshiharu Hamana, who Hamana and Lee are not doing that great in the standings, but they were playing really well in the tables yesterday. So I'm excited to see how they handle this situation.
Yeah, for all these players, Nolan is the only one who has a positive score on the weekend. It's a pretty good positive score, going 75 points, putting them into fourth place. But they're gonna have to try to defend this fourth place against some very hungry players trying to make up some huge point deficits, try to get some more point standing going.
But he has a great start so far. This is one away with lots of flexibility in both the sozu, the bamboos, and the characters.
Yeah, a lot better than Eric's hand right here. Kind of crufty, not able to quite get the tiles that they want. That 2 of characters is a nice pickup for the 3. Gonna make a little bit more progress. Ooh, the 7 of bamboo completes a triple there.
Completes a triple, and she has a pair of that double east, which is going to bring a lot of value to the hand.
Yeah, had to take a moment because that west was the Dora, and that west Dora is gonna get snatched up by Eric. I didn't even notice that it was the Dora when I commented on their hand. All right, my mistake. Your hand is actually amazing, but
Not
you
only the
can't
Dora, but
really.
also the seat wind. It's
Yeah, you
Eric's
got
seat
the
wind.
west call, but there's not much else going for it. So it looks dangerous, but it's a lot slower than it appears. Well, that's Tempai, but you'd
Mm,
have to wait on the 7. Yeah, there it is. Just wait on the 7 of bamboo. It's the only tile available, but that first Riichi going out, that could be really dangerous dealing into the west 3 door that you already see out there.
I gotta say, that's my least favorite tempai shape of all the tempai shapes that exist in the world is that 6, 7, 8, 8, 9. And I know sometimes people win on it, but in this case, Cece has all three of those sevens in her hand. So it's
Yeah,
gonna be
this
really tough to
one.
get that to come out.
Yeah, it's looking pretty doomed for Nolan, but maybe something crazy will happen.
which is exactly why I'm not a fan of that. It seems like this situation happens a lot when that shape is involved. And discards to the east, that's interesting. I think you can also justify discarding the 8 bamboo there since you have 3 of the 7s. The door is already pawned, so you can't really see a lot of value. But she's going to go even safer with the east paired drop.
Yeah. Just go
Maybe
a
you don't.
route that feels a lot more guaranteed. You can still get back into Tempai with that hand, but just don't even worry about it. Just go for the guaranteed safe, and we'll get back into Tempai one way or another. Okay, and Eric's gonna call that. Okay, it was the 3 of bamboo. Try to progress their hand. They don't care about this Riichi at all. They have all the value. They're gonna try to push it.
Yeah, once that Dora has been pawned, then, especially since it's an honor tile, the last one is also on the table. No one can use it. It's a lot easier to push against a reach. And when you see it behind the scenes like this, you can see how correct it is to push everything against this reach.
Oh yeah, but we don't know that information, or they don't know that information. We do, and it's up to the players to try to sniff out if they can push successfully or not. 7 of dots. Yeah, it's efficiency wise. You want to cut the 8 of characters. It's going to take a moment to think about it, and does do it. Oh, swinging and a miss. Yeah, that's the other unfortunate thing about calling that Riichi so early is that you have so many tiles to get a better weight. Now you're just stuck on this lone dead single tile weight.
That's always the dilemma: is do you wait for something better, or do you go for it? And that would have been sumo as well. Of
Yeah,
course,
just go.
this is only true because of all the calls that Eric has made, so we don't know exactly what would have happened.
Yeah. To be fair, is you haven't seen any of the 7 of bamboos, and the odds that one lone player holds literally all of your tiles is pretty low, especially within the first row. So just send it, try to get there, and you might potentially scare everyone off. The backfire is just there's so much value that Eric has that you might deal into.
Except for when you're Jen, the odds that someone has all 3 of your tiles is very, very high.
It's just guaranteed.
It's even maybe 98%, not quite guaranteed, but it happens so much.
Looks like Eric is in Tempai waiting for the 4 and 7 of dots. We see all the 7 of dots up in the other player's hands. Everyone holding out each other's wins.
It's salt in the wound, the same backfire draw, but the more you draw it, the more I feel like the wall is taunting you. And it makes me really angry at the wall.
Yeah, at this point, if you can get out from this hand as Nolan, and you don't have to pay anyone else, like you call that as a win. Oh, 6, not going to deal it. And he has that moment. Oh, but the 4 draw is going to be the sumo for a Mongon. 2,000, 4,000, 2,000 from everyone, 4,000 from the dealer. And that's going to put Eric in a nice little starting position as we go into the second hand of the game. Yeah, so while Nolan did not deal into that directly because he was the dealer, he paid the biggest part of it.
I think CC was the dealer.
CC was the dealer. You're right. My bad. I see him now. I got completed.
Nolan does have fewer points than Hamana just because of that reach stick that he put out earlier.
Yep, that is correct. That's how the game works. I am reminded. Appreciate it.
But now
Hold.
Nolan will be our dealer.
Ooh. Oh, okay.
Looks like
Interesting.
Eric might be at the start of a heater.
Oh, Potoshi Haru picked up the pair of green dragons. Gonna fight that. Are these
Look
two
at that
players, Eric and Toshiharu, going to be fighting over dragons and see how greedy each of them get for even the bigger Yakus for going for little dragons or even the bigger dragons by collecting more of them? This is an interesting spot, I think, because both players are most likely going to greed those dragons and deny each other from that. But as soon as one of them gets dropped, then it's just going to be a waterfall. Ooh. Eric is also potentially hedging his bets, going for an all triples. There is a lot of potential value in Eric's hand. It's just a matter of which one they hit.
Eric, of course,
Fi-
is extremely skilled and has a lot of experience in hedging all of those options.
Eight of dots.
Ooh.
Efficiency one. Okay, we're just going to drop the red dragon. No longer trying to go for that dream. Reasonable. It's definitely very hard to hit.
Especially if he hadn't held on to the honors so long, there was a sort of 7A9 potential. It's a little bit hard to see, but we won't be going for that this time.
Ooh, picks up
Ah,
the 7. Bam.
7A9.
There it was. So Eric is one tile away. Unfortunately, if he gets Tempai, it's probably not going to be as crazy of a hand as it could have been. But if he can get a shape early and just go for Riichi within the first turn or first row, like that might be enough. 5 character is not going to do anything. Holding out, making that green dragon going to be the last discard, most likely, to put him in Tempai. And so when Eric discards that, Toshiharu is most likely going to pick it up, and we'll just have to see how the dominoes, the tiles fall after that.
The only thing
One
is calling the
dot.
white dragon here and the green dragon here is not very much value, and that's why Hamana just let it go this time. Probably will have to call the second green dragon when it comes out, but probably it looks like he's hoping to reach and get some extra value in the hand.
Yeah, not interested in just calling the lone green dragon and having that be their hand. Maybe towards the end, as you mentioned. 6 of bamboo, not going to do anything for your hand. Gonna throw
Yeah,
it back. That's a little more dangerous than the 9.
and now Toshiharu is just one away, chooses sort of a Sakigiri instead of discarding the red dragon. Eric will pull in the white dragon. Of course, the difference between um, Eric and Toshiharu's position right now is that Eric is in first place. Oh, that's a reach. He won't even pull in the green dragon at all, waiting for open-ended. Um, so Eric is happy with 1,000 points just to move the dealership and keep his first place, but Toshiharu's going to want to try and get some extra points.
Exactly. Oh, are we going to fight? Yep, we're going to fight back. 2 back-to-back Riichis.
Oh, and
Oh,
this is going to be she with Adora, I think is what's happening, and also eliminating the Ipatsu chance for both those players.
that's right. And also progresses their hand. Although if it's a 1, 2, 3, I don't think they have a Yaku otherwise. I have to double check. Oh, but that's going to be the deal into Chi-Chi.
And so Toshiharu had a chance at the 345 Sanshoku. This is Reach and Dora. That's it. So just 2,600, I believe. Oh wait, is there pink food? No pink. Yes, pink food.
There
In
is
the
pink
North
food,
Sea.
yeah.
That is the West as the pair, so it'll be 3,900.
All right, and with that, we're going to move on to East 3, Eric's first dealership. Now, this is a moment where, as the dealer with this lead, you can just put a lot of gas on this fire and just break away from the rest of the pack. Starting hand, kind of okay for it. Has a couple of honors that they'll need to discard. Might go for a nice standard Riichi hand here.
I think because
No.
Eric is really like conscious about if we can see the tiles that he's playing with. I don't know if anyone else is, but when he pulled the white dragon, he sort of moved it in front of the hand to make sure that the camera caught it before he put it off to the side. It's just little things that you wouldn't really think about or notice, but when you're in this commentary booth, and it's really appreciated.
Yeah, Eric definitely has contributed a lot to the local mahjong community. One of the first WRC pros in America. But also just takes a lot of time of his own time to support his local groups. He actually helped us teach mahjong at a convention last month.
Oh yeah, also in when I first went to New York Comic Con 2 years ago, he was working there as well. Has set up streams in New York for local clubs. He's really active in both of the major clubs in New York. And speaking of New York, I will be in New York in just about a week and a half
Oh
for
boy,
Comic Con once again.
I've yet to go to a Comic Con. I mean, I just see the pictures and like see the videos. It seems wild.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Of course, we're really busy teaching mahjong, so we don't have a lot of time to do all of the Comic Con things, but we do have a little bit of time to do that. The most important part is, of course, teaching mahjong, getting more people into the game.
Oh, and that's gonna get a call. I missed what the tile was called. We got some dancing around. I have to see that again. I think it was the East. Oh, it was the
It was a
tune
red
by
dragon.
Eric. Yeah, so the Red Dragon that was called by Eric. Lock in their Yaku, try to figure out the rest of the hand. They do have two Dora in there, and now with that two pickup, two of bamboo, they could potentially draw the three and still use that other four in a different shape. It's always a little awkward when you have a pair of Dora and you might have to just force it to be your pair. But if you can try to get it into two different blocks, it's just that much more flexible. Especially, ooh, perfect. Doesn't even need to worry about that. That four is locked in as a pair with that 5, 6, 7 of bamboo sequence. And now just one tile away with a lot more value as well.
And also really flexible. There's a couple things he can pawn up, a couple things he can chi to get to Tenpai. Looks like John will try and go for that full straight. Oh, that's Tenpai waiting for the middle 5 dots.
Yeah, the 5 itself probably not going to come out, although Toshiharu is pushing for an outside, so maybe if they draw it, they would discard it. But that's 4 and 6 of dots can turn into a better shape if you hit the 3 or the 7.
Also, people are a little bit more likely to push into a call than they are into like a reach, and there's no reaches on the board right now. Oh, there's one of them. There's no
One
reaches on the
tile too
board right
short.
now. So we might see it come out. Just the red dragon is not that scary. I don't think, I
Mm.
mean, if CC draws it, she's going to probably shift over and discard the 8 dot instead. We just saw in Nolan's hand, but Nolan, if he draws another one, might discard it. And I think you're right, Toshiharu is going to discard it if he draws it.
Is that it? Nope.
Another
There's
thing is this,
definitely like a route. Oh, there's a
there
5.
it is.
Yep, and there it goes.
I mean, another thing is that except for Nolan, the players don't really have a lot of incentive to fold in this game. They're probably going to be pushing a little bit more. They're already quite far down in the standings, so it's really can only go up from here. Just getting another third or fourth place isn't going to make a big impact on your standings at this point, but winning big hands could shoot you up a few spots.
Yeah. In this full scramble format where you are just going to play a random set of people each round, regardless of their rankings, it's important to know not just your win conditions, but your opponent's win conditions as well. Because, yeah, they might just try to go ham and push every single hand that they can to try to make up some of these points. It looks like Eric has a pretty decent starter right here. Yeah, I like this. I like this hand a lot. It's gonna be probably a nice, simple, closed Riichi shape going on. Okay, 2 east, 2 dragons. Could you force this into a flush?
I think it's not even a big force. I mean, it's only a few tiles. If you're counting one away, how many away, then it feels like a lot, but they're all floating. There's one, middleweight, so you're not actually getting rid of a lot of good shapes. You're getting rid of the bad shapes and keeping the good shapes, and also lots of options to call. That is a better shape, and now there's 2, 3, 4 Sanchoku. They make sequence potential, so now you're gonna think about it more.
Oh yeah, I didn't even catch the Sanchoku at the beginning. But yeah, once you hit that 3, definitely in there. And you're probably not going to be able to get both the red dragons and the east. You're probably just going to get one, and the other's just going to be used for a pair. See, that's how it plays out. Okay, well at least that's a completed shape. Might have to just go for Riichi at that point. Although I am, Noland is holding on to those honors a little longer than I expect. Oh, but that's an
Very.
incredible draw. Turn 3 Riichi from Eric.
Riichi Pinfu, were there?
I
What
have a
was
double.
the pair in that hand?
I think it was the 8 dot, which was the door that they just drew. That is crazy. Eric is on an absolute tear this table.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought it was.
Yep,
That's
1-4. Oh my Ipatsu Sumo as well with all that door. This is just Eric's game.
6,000 each. Oh wait, Ura?
Uda
Is
Uda?
that 8,000 each? It looks like 8,000 each.
Oh my goodness, what a
Minting such a
crazy
symbol.
hand.
Dora, Ura. That is exactly the type of hand that Eric was looking for. Only minus 40 overall. Still 2 games left. If he can pull out like a massive score here, he could get back into the positives. And the rankings, um, I think you earn points based on your rankings. This is a World Riichi League. It's not just a single tournament. So even if you're not winning over the 2 days, then I think there's value in getting higher ranks.
Oh, definitely. Every point counts towards your league points, but every point counts towards here. And like, if you can make up this going to this game, this minus 40 deficit, and just like go back to back, then yeah, you might even see yourself all the way in the top 4. And Eric is making a huge argument for it. Going to be on another dealer repeat with such a huge lead. Now, as a reminder to the players out there is no busting in tournaments. So if anyone goes negative, they're just going to be negative. You can go infinite negative in these tournaments. I've seen some deep holes.
Some people are still playing games where they're getting even more negative as we speak from like 4 weeks ago.
Oh yeah,
It's just a
that
joke.
mindset of I can win it back.
Yeah,
Got to win it back with this one hand.
it's like credit card debt. You just you just gotta make a little bit more money and
No, you just have to guess right on the tables
yeah, just
and
get
just like make as long as you
just
can
win a
get
couple
yourself back to
reaches.
even. Okay, 7 dot, really huge pickup. 1 tile away, it seems. It looks like Eric's hand slowed down a little bit. Has some good has shapes, has their blocks configured, but the shapes are not the best, not the most accepting. And CC's hand's kind of all over the place. Oh, there we go. We have our Riichi going to be waiting on the 6 of bamboo and the east. Try to form those into a triple. Has a potential to get a lot more value if they win on the east and also get some underdora. But beyond that, this is just a, hey, you've had enough fun, Eric, over there. We got to get you off, slow you down. Green Dragon, not going to be the Apatsu tile.
Oh, that is a lot of characters. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8 in the characters for Eric. Really flexible and could even stretch to a full straight if he doesn't have to fold to this reach.
South not going to be helpful, but not going to get rid of it. Going to play a little bit more cautiously because people can be on, especially this early on. Sometimes the weights can be very, very crazy. Three of characters is going to complete that 1, 2, 3 of character shape. So might coax Eric into trying to get back into this hand. Oh, and there's the East. That tile will deal in if they discard it. And yeah, they're going to take pause on it. Hasn't seen any of the East and decides to fold out with the 8 of dots. Totally makes sense. Your hand is so far away from any sort of real value. There's no reason to push anything.
Yeah, very mature and I think correct stance. This is Tempai, but this is one of those situations where is it enough points? It is. Reach tying out Dora. I
Did
think
they
it was a
reach?
reach.
No, I don't think
Yeah.
they reached.
Oh, I thought it was sideways. My bad.
I mean, yeah,
Oh,
it kind of is hard to tell because the one just looks like a circle. The circle forms a circle.
it's because it's not a great weight probably. As far as points wise goes, it would be among on sumo. So I think it has enough points, but the weight is not that fun. When you have 2 middle tiles on a shovel weight, it's so hard to win that. You want that to be closer to the edge if possible. And instead, it's going to look for maybe a sort of Pinfu upgrade and decides to release the 7 bamboo, making it a pair instead of a triple.
Okay. We have a bit of a Suji trap set up right there. He just discarded the 3 of bamboo. The 9 was previously discarded. So if anyone tries to get rid of a 6 thinking that it's safe with those rules, then they're going to get got. So it looks like the 6s are just in the wall. I don't think I saw them in anyone else's hand. Yeah, they're just buried somewhere.
Triple up for Cece. She is folding, but it seems like the hand is trying to come back.
Oh, that's always the worst. When you're trying to steer the hand away from dealing from the crash, but it just wants to drift into like the divide.
It's the temptation.
Four bam, not it.
Might have been an upgrade, but not after you reach. Eric went away.
Yeah.
That full option is still there. And he is dealer. He has lots of incentive to push a little bit back against this reach.
We just haven't seen any of the 6s drawn. They're deep in the wall. And there it is.
Eric will hold on to that. Now it's a sticky one away. Any of those characters. Oh, okay. Any of those characters or anything that sticks to the 6 bamboo will be tempai. Of course, if he draws a 9 or the 4 character, I think he might be incentivized to kind of push and deal in. But not yet. We're almost to the end of the wall, so I'll see if he ends up justifying that discard or not.
Yeah, I think at this point the players are just going to fully fold out. Both CC and Toshiharu not really in anywhere close to being in tempai, so just going to make sure that they don't deal into this last couple of discards.
And Eric is saved by poor discards. Not discards, poor draws. He's had great discards. That's not what I meant.
Ooh, 7 on it. Yeah, the 6 is just buried in the wall. Oh,
It's like maybe
yeah.
Hamana misread the wall.
Yep, misread it a little bit, but dropping down your tiles is not a big deal. Revealing them, that's when it can potentially get into penalty territory.
Except for when you get in JPML and some other pro orgs, it is actually a chombo if you drop it down before the game is over. It's kind of like considered to be an angle shooting sort of thing. If you drop it down, it
Okay.
invites other players to think that it's finished, and they'll maybe open their hand. So I actually did get a chumbo
That
on
makes sense.
the Masters qualifier, I think. I still advanced, but yeah, it was. I read them
Yeah.
all wrong. I thought there were still 2 more discards, and I thought that we were done.
Yeah, it feels. It definitely does feel good when. I mean, it doesn't feel good to Chombo, but in the end, when it like doesn't matter, and you
Yeah.
still like qualify for whatever, it feels okay. I think because you're still mad at yourself. It's like, why did I Chombo there?
We also have a thing called chombozuki. So there are lots of. Oh, this looks like a potential monster. I
We're not gonna
don't go for
try
it
it.
at all. I'm so ready to see a kokshi. Um, so a lot of times, especially when you are more at the beginning of your career, if you're and you chombo, a lot of times it leads to a really like massive luck streak for some reason. And that chombozuki, where you got a chombo, but then you ended up like winning more points than everyone else, even with that minus 20 or 30.
I have yet to have a Chombozuki. I've just been in the Chombo. Okay, 9 of dots, amazing pickup. They have the double run on the 7, 8, 9 of dots. 3 of characters. This hand's, yeah, Nolan's hand's not looking that great. Looks like it's gonna take a while for it to really form into anything.
CC
Hmm.
Sand's a little bit rough. The reason why I like to hedge the kokushi with hands like this is because even if you don't, it often takes so long to get to the tempai that you're really not going to have a great chance at um, getting there before the other players. So even though it's also a really long shot for kokushi, I just enjoy having that potential
Okay.
like devastating score.
Yeah. So Toshiharu in Tempai, just waiting for the lone 1 of dots, not gonna go for the Riichi quite yet. They can win if someone else discards the 1, which may happen, especially in these early discards. But I think they're trying to hold out for, maybe waiting on Dora and then they'll hit the Riichi. Try to get a little bit more value somehow.
And possibly shifting to an open-ended for Pinfu. Oh, but CC is lots and lots of pairs. So it's just 2 away from ready for the all pairs hand.
Yep. And yeah, they're not going to get rid of the Dora there because they do want the option for 7 pairs with Dora. And sometimes, if that's how the hand is forming out, just embrace it. Hmm. That's not really a good upgrade on weight. It's not going to go for the Riichi quite yet, but it gives them a lot more options to draw better tiles and go for a way better weight. Six of dots. Dora looking kind of scary. You can't really use it in your hand right now. Do you want to get rid of it now, though? It's not
Nope.
even going to consider getting rid of it, which what I figured.
I mean, the hand doesn't look very complete, so I think that Dora might be the trigger to get Eric to fold his hand. Actually, he's not dealer anymore. He has a massive lead. He has no reason to push and deal into other people right now.
Yeah, I believe the mindset is, well, if I have it, then they don't have it, and that's good enough for me. Thinking about that white dragon, okay, yeah. Looks like they're gonna try to fold out a little more and then try to keep safer tiles if anyone tries to go for a Riichi. they're still kind of progressing their hand. They're just basically playing a little bit more inefficiently, but still able to potentially get into tempi. Five of man coming out. East. It's not going to do anything. Draw it immediately discarded. Oh, okay. Picks up the Dora pair. This hand, the only way you really complete it is if you go 7 pairs or you get a windfall of the exact tiles that you need.
I think it's pretty decided this is all pairs, but she's stuck with just middle tiles left, so it's gonna be have to decide what the weight is gonna be, which is my least favorite part of all pairs.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it looks like Eric. It's interesting how Eric wants to play very passively because he has all of his points for the game. He's set. Nolan wants to play passively because he has a 4th place, and honestly, getting a 2nd or an okay 3rd is pretty reasonable. So it's just Toshiharu and Cece who need to go ham. Although Nolan might just stumble his way into a Yakuman somehow. Okay, Red Dragons are going to get called. Looks like CC is not going to go for the 7 pairs option and try to control their destiny a little more by making a call on the Red Dragon. They have their Yaku set up, so if that sequence in their hand forms out, then I can help with it. But they're not going to get as many points.
And that makes Nolan wary of the north. He ends up discarding a pair and keeping that single north tile. Ooh, okay, okay. 7, 8, 9 weight instead of the middle 4 bamboo. Huge. How many 8s and 9s are on the board though?
Yeah, I think that's what Toshiharu is calculating in his head. And also, is this the point where you Riichi? Yeah,
There it
someone opened
is.
up.
I swear that that discard looked the same as when I thought he reached the first time. Oh, maybe it wasn't. Oh, that was a different hand. All right. All right. He's waiting for the 7, 8, 9. We see 1 9 die here on the board. That might be the only one.
2 of the 8s are in Nolan's hand, and
Oh,
there's the
okay, yeah.
7.
7. So I have one more 9, and I think that's it.
Looks to be it. Nope.
Shows us the 3 bam. Thank you.
Oh, okay, yeah, he does the thing.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
it was. It's very helpful. No cap. Hey, look at I use slang.
You're gonna put all this effort into learning a slang, and then it's just gonna be like obsolete, or it's just not gonna be useful in the next 5 or 10 years.
Yeah, it's all right.
I stopped trying.
We have some young commentators in our team as well, so it's very fun to have them teach me like I'm an old lady.
There's a couple of ones that I've picked up. Just ones that I like. I'll be very choosy about the ones that I use.
I mean, the other thing is when you're in Japan, it's not as easy to keep up. And another poem from
Oh
CC
yeah.
that's by
Heck, I'm in America and I have a hard time to keep up.
Red Dragon with 2 Dora.
2
There's a
dots. What?
double weight for CC as well.
Five dots not gonna be it. Looks like, yep, just waiting for the Dora and the 1 of bamboo. Believe all the Dora are accounted for.
Yeah, from our perspective, I'm trying to just look in the discards to see if there were anyone bamboos discarded earlier.
All right,
Right.
Nolan taking a moment, making that call. See if they can sneak their way back into Tempai. Yeah, might as well
We're
try to fight
almost
for it.
out of tiles, though.
It
Almost
looks
out of
like Eric
tiles.
is full folding.
Oh, that's the
Ooh,
9. That's gonna
that's
deal
gonna be a deal, and
Toshiharu.
yeah, you can see it on her face. She's like, "Yep, this one looks scary. Am I dead? Yup."
She's like, I knew that was gonna happen. Reach Dora 3. That will be a manga in hand for the dealer Toshiharu.
Is it Dora? No, there's no Dora.
Oh, sorry. That was not Dora. I totally did that
Nope.
again.
So just
It's
Riichi,
3:30 in the
but
morning here. Dora is the 6 dot, not the 7 dot. That's the actual Dora and not the indicator. At least one commentator has to do that once a stream. I think that's kind of our tradition so far.
oh yeah,
It doesn't matter which stream, it always happens at least once. Even if
yeah,
I got it right the first 3 hands, it happens at some point in the stream.
yeah. I was the one who did it all the time, thinking that the Dora on the overlay is the Dora indicator. All right, and Toshiharu with a nice little quick win there. Well, not quite quick, but able to get that Riichi off, and now they're gonna have a dealership. They're go-
Yeah, that was he was already dealer, so I think it ended up being probably 2,400 points. And now he will continue as dealer. And since we had continuances from before, we're already at 4 continuances. Oh, it's also the Haite. That's right. So it was the last
oh, that's
discard.
where the value came from.
So it should have been. Oh,
Yeah,
and
so
since the 9 dot was open, so I totally got that wrong. 3,900 points.
yeah,
All
so
right.
CC weighing the option of on the last hand, staying temp high with the risk of dealing in a dangerous tile. All things considered, got off kind of easy. That could have been worth a lot more, especially with if there was a lot of Dora backup. But
I
took
mean,
the calculated risk, did not pay out. Hopefully, they can make up those points in these next few hands.
3,900 though with 3 continuances, 4,700. That's a pretty big hand for only 2 Han. Not too shabby.
Oh yeah, from Toshiharu's standpoint, you're like, wow, I got a lot more out of that than I was expecting. And CC's mindset of it could have been worse.
Yeah. And Toshiharu, it might be that he's on a heater now. Maybe he picked up that flow from Eric because he's only 1 away.
Yeah, the momentum.
DC also 2 away, I think.
I think he was 2 away.
I know CC right here is 2 away. I'm pretty sure Toshiharu was 1 away. Let's see it in just 1
Okay.
sec.
For Dragon, not gonna give it up easily. Yeah, Eric is looking like they're playing full defense. They don't want to give anyone any easy Yaku, and just wants to maintain this position. Yeah, this is 2 away. At least it was. Yeah. Oh, Red Dragon's gonna call out, not get called.
Toshiharu is missing a pair. That's why now it's 1 away. It's a headless hand. Headless 1 away right now.
Yeah. Interesting. CC didn't make a call there. I had to double check the hand. I guess they didn't have any real value outside of just calling a Red Dragon. Yeah, everyone else has the Doras except them.
Tempai, no Yaku again.
Mm.
Just reach if he decides to do it with 1 Dora. And that's the Dora indicate wait, so that's kind of rough. But he's dealer and he will slam it. And once again, all 3 of the winning tiles in CC's hand. She is just the collector of winning tiles.
Oh, interesting. CC makes the call, breaks the Apatsu, gonna give up the Red Dragons. Looks like they're gonna go for an all simples hand. That could backfire if they had, because they have the 7-8 of characters. Wait, they need to hit the 6 unless something else changes in their hand.
Considering the player to her left, Toshiharu is reach. She might get this. Oh, not reach him. Yes, he's reach. Sorry. Since he's reach, it might be easier to get some of those tiles that she needs to call because he cannot control what he can discard.
Yeah. Interesting CC's play. Looks like they made that call specifically just to break the Apatsu. And then looks like they're going to try to very safely dance around, trying to make sure they don't deal in, regardless of the hand that they're going for. Because they got rid of the two bamboo pair because it was just discarded holding on to this one of dots. So it doesn't. They made a call, but it doesn't seem like they're pushing their hand. But yeah, it looks like Eric agrees that the one of dots does not look good to discard. Yeah, it looks like CC is full folding out. Perhaps that last tile deal in left a bit of an impression. Yeah, there's something about Mahjong that you can't let the deal ins get to you. It can definitely be very tilting. Making the decision
She
to
did.
seeing that's wrong, and then it's gonna really influence the rest of your plays for that game.
I mean, she didn't shy away from that, did she? So I think it is also possible that this hand is just not going the way that she planned for it, and so she's just going to not force it.
Definitely another like possibility. Yeah, this if you can't drop the 1, then you definitely can't drop the 4. At this point, what are you dropping? Decides to go with the 9 of characters.
9 is Suji to the 6 that she cheated, I think.
Okay, there is only oh yeah, the weight's completely dead because the 6 is the Dora indicator. So, unless CC decides to discard, Toshiharu not gonna complete this hand. But if it's enough of a scary Riichi for everyone to fold, they're still gonna get 3,000 from the hand potentially and keep their dealership.
Yeah, that's what I was saying when she's the keeper of winning tiles. This is the second time that she's had a triple of the only winning tiles left for in the first hand it was for Nolan. She had the 3 sevens. This time it's the 3 sixes for Toshiharu.
That is right. But it took me a moment to process that the Dora indicator is the last tile there. So yeah, it took me a moment to realize that the weight is completely dead for Toshiharu. And now CC is trying to figure out what tile is not going to deal in. Really taking a moment with this. Yeah, if you get rid of one of yeah, she just has nothing but Sujis. The 147s, the 1 and 4, the 4 and 7, but if you get rid of the 6, if it passes, that gives you 2 free discards afterwards. But it's near the Dora. It's so scary. You're going to discard the 4 of dots and dodges. Looks like we're only down to the last few tiles, 1 or 2 tiles to be drawn. Can't quite see the wall on how many we have left. Oh, it looks like 2 more draws. Picks up the 3. If the 4 is safe, then the 1 surely is as well. Gonna do a quick double check on if there are any east out there. Doesn't quite see many. Decides to drop the 1 a dot,
Yeah,
and that's gonna be
yeah.
it.
And Cece does a quick look to see she had all the winning tiles.
She's like, "Yep, I thought that was a scary one," and that's honestly that's something that can bring like your mental game right back into it. When you make the decision and see like, oh, okay, I did do the right decision to make sure I didn't deal in. That's a
Yeah,
confidence
it's
booster.
really reaffirming for sure. And Toshiharu will
Oh
be
yeah.
dealer one more time. That's the 5th continuance now. 5 Honba for this hand.
It's just a 5th continuance, but only the 2nd dealer continuance here. Just a lot of no winning going on compared to the last game I was commentating, where it was South 3, and I blinked and it was South 3. Like,
Yeah.
literally, I could not believe how much time had passed. I was sitting there for a moment thinking, "No, there has to be
How much
longer,
time
right?"
hadn't passed? Yeah.
I know. Thought I was going crazy. But I was snapped back to
Too bad.
reality, and the reality of this situation is that Toshiharu had 2 Dora in hand. But looks like CC has a really quick hand. Gotta figure out something to do with that door, though. Might have to give it up. Eric gonna call this north, try to go for some speed, get something going. They don't care about the value. Try to get this game moving along. 7
If you have
doesn't
any
quite
friends,
help the hand.
sorry, if you have any friends that like Riichi Mahjong or who you want to start learning Riichi Mahjong, please introduce them to our channel. We're just 5 subscribers away from our 1,000 person goal. We're so close. Just 5. That's so, like 0.5%. Right? Yeah. It's not even 1%. We're so close.
Should be 4
Okay.
now. I checked. I was not subscribed. I am now.
What?
I'm doing my part.
It's 4. You
I
wanted to
was
be
saving it
the
for this moment.
I see that.
4th character. Oh, changes their mind. 2 characters not going to do anything. You had just gotten rid of it. Oh, okay. Still waiting for that East triple. We are still in the East game. I don't know how much time is left on the timer, but it seems like we're definitely in the later half of this hand or of this game.
Yeah, we did get a little bit of a late start, so it looks like there's about 20 minutes left.
Gotcha. So unless people start going at breakneck speeds and we get some really quick hands, looks like not everyone's going to have a chance to get a second dealership.
And it's
Okay.
really a race to second place at this point.
Oh yeah, it's a pretty even spread across all the players for the second place. And Eric's just trying to shut that down completely, putting themselves in the tempai, waiting on the 1 of bamboo and the 8 of characters. Oh, and that
And
one
this
bamboo's just gonna get called, or
Dora,
that's gonna deal in.
this by that was called. And it'll be just north. But there's some extra foo there. So it should be 1,300. Oh, wait.
1300
Yeah, I
with
think
a bunch of
1,300.
sticks in the middle.
Yeah, it was 5 home bus, so 2,800, I think.
2800 and the Riichi sticker too to juice that up to put Eric over 70,000 points.
Yeah, you don't see
Such
that
a
very
huge
often.
lead.
It's kind of a 70,000 on the overlay here. Kind of looks a little crazy.
Yeah. I think it's rare to see it with everyone else's point spread like so even. Usually if someone it has a big lead is because someone else is in a big negative. That's not the case this time around. So we still have quite an even game between CC Nolan and Toshiharu. Looks like Nolan hasn't been able to really get anything going this game. Like their starting hands aren't quite forming out. The decisions that they're making on what direction to go aren't quite forming out.
Looks like Eric's gonna sort of hedge half flush.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ooh.
A pair
A lot
of
of
souths, that's the round one.
Yeah, we're finally into the South game. Lot of pair potential going on across all of these hands.
So no one almost discarded the south and thought better of it. Gonna hold on to it for a little bit longer. He is in the double south seat, so doesn't want to just give it up willy-nilly. There's another Dora for Cece. And she has white dragon pair as well. Like you said, lots of pairs, but that could be value with two Dora. That would be a huge hand as a dealer. It's not huge scoring wise, but as dealer and you get to continue, it's pretty big deal.
Yeah. Okay. Decides to use, probably going to try to lock in that 5 as the pair, getting rid of the 7. But the only way they can really open up is if they get that white dragon call, which I don't know if will come out of Eric's hand. The way he's been playing, he has not been giving anyone any honors at all.
True, but he has so much calling potential in his own hand. Wait, this might be the time that we see it.
One of dots is not going to be helpful for this hand. Already has the 2, 3, 4 of dots shape completed. All right, we're going to cut the 8. It's not going to get called up quite yet. Ooh, red dragon. Does anyone have all these other dragons? And he's just going to keep greeting them. Maybe not greeting, but denying them.
Yeah, we call it squeezing.
Six of dots doesn't really do anything. It's kind of a floater.
It's next to the door though, so he doesn't want to discard it for potential calls or.
Yeah, Eric on a seems like a pure denial plan. Oh, interesting. You just pick up the 1 of dot. You have so many pairs. One of them is Dora. Surely you should go 7 pairs route, right?
Well, we did try this a bit earlier. Ended up being called into a tempai.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see what they do if Eric finally decides to drop the white dragon, but I doubt they're gonna. Oh, we don't need anyone else's help. We're just gonna draw it ourselves. But you're not quite tempai yet. What would you discard?
Maybe start with the 1 dot and go from there. If you discard the 1 dot, 3, 4, 5, and 5, yeah. And also even 3, 6 are all tempai. You don't really want the 3, 6 dot, but your dealer, any tempai has got to be welcome in some form or another.
I think I agree with that assessment. Eric, yeah, making some. Eric's in such a interesting position because his goals are now just completely different. So his discarding, it's taking me a moment to think about what he discards, what he would want to, and then I'm having to really think about what he's like after he discards. Why did he do it? Because the normal metrics that I'm using are just not there. Okay, finally starts to leak out some of those dragon honors. I wonder if the rest are going to start coming out soon as well.
Until Shadow takes that opportunity to shift even further towards the half flush.
Three of Bam completes that shape, and yeah, they're just going to lock that 2, 3, 4 bamboo shape. Toshiharu kind of stuck, not able to progress their hand. Draws the Green Dragon, decides to drop the West. Green Dragon most likely would get called up by Noland as we get towards the later half of this hand. It's when you get to the later half where you're not trying to greed as hard. So if you get the Yaku. Oh, speaking of, looks like that's Tenpai. Not going to go for the Riichi though. Waiting on the 3 of characters and the 5 of dots. Can potentially expand out that 3 of characters wait. Though I don't know if they'd be in a Fujian situation if they do. Oh, but that's going to be the deal in on the 6 of dots. Nolan just getting the green dragon and 1 Dora there. Should just be a nice little 2000 hand. Yep. Yeah, I can do scoring.
And also brings the dealership back to himself.
Yeah. And in this spot, it's all about the small margins. Because again, Eric so far ahead. He doesn't need to worry about anything anymore. This is just a fight for a second. So these small hands are going to be a huge difference. Eric's starting hand kind of not looking good. A bunch of honors. The pair that they have is not the sea or the wind. But again, Eric doesn't really care about anything else that's going on. He's thinking about the next game.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely love to get some cheap, quick wins to move the dealership along, but can't force it.
I think
So
he's
he'll go
going to
for
try to
the
force this
flush.
as a flush.
I mean, the thing about the half flush in this situation is it's really easy to fold because you have all those honors saved up. It's not true with just a full flush. But with a half flush, you have all these honors that are left over. So if you have to fold, if you have any scent of danger at all, you can just fold it in a second.
It looks like
Next.
Eric actually, the shapes, you always have to be on the lookout for it. It is a 7 pair shape when we get back to Eric's hand.
Yeah, it turns out it's our producer's favorite hand is, favorite hand is a shosho sushi.
Sounds delicious.
Really likes, raw fish.
That's actually
7
one.
pairs with a pair of all 4 wins is a shosho sushi, apparently.
That was one of the comments that we get when teaching new players is the first one is they know how to play, but they don't know how to score. The second one is the tiles look so delicious. We get that a lot in America, apparently.
Like little, I mean, to me they look like little chocolates, I guess. But what do they look like to the people that think they look delicious?
I think they look like sushis because it's like the little fish on top and then like the white as the rice.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Four dots does not help that shape whatsoever.
She'll lock in the 4/5 character open-ended, the sort of early cut there. It'd be a little bit more efficient to keep it, but it could camouflage a 3/6 weight later.
Oh,
All right.
this is 7
All pairs
pairs.
Tenpai with 2 Dora.
Yeah, gets a. It's going to be about the same value with the 2 Dora instead of the half flush.
And this just feels kind of cruel to me. Like, you could just get 1,000-point hand, Eric. You gotta get like a massive.
Winners keep on winning. All right, we're going to change up the weight from one messed up weight to another one.
Waiting for the Red Dragon Tonki single weight.
Yeah, the West was potentially a really good weight. Unfortunately, 2 of them are in CC's hand.
And there it is from Nolan. And I think that was that was definitely discarded sideways. That'll be 6,400. There was no reach.
Yeah, but even if they were to declare Riichi on that, if I didn't see if their hand was in Riichi or not, but you always discard the tile, and then if it passes, then you put down the stick. So wouldn't have to pay that extra stick if it happened. But Eric is just gonna continue to go on this terrifying winning streak to try to claw back into the rankings. Again, they went
Four,
into this
five.
game with minus 40 points on the day. So this is a potential huge jump for them.
And that was a reach declaration, so we did see it correctly. It was discarded sideways, perpendicular to the other discards. 10 minutes left on the clock, and we are in South 3, so we could potentially finish this game. It didn't look like we would at East 4, but the South round has been moving it right along.
Yep. And as a reminder for the people out there, how the timings work, when the time is called, the players will complete the hand that they are currently on. Now, a hand is completed when someone declares a winning hand. So if someone calls Ron and then they're starting to shuffle and the timer is done, they are going to play out that last hand completely.
All right, if you like Japanese, or if you're Japanese and you like English, I have a new podcast that comes out every Wednesday. We do a live stream every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Pacific on the Mahjong Gen YouTube channel. You can also find this podcast everywhere you listen to podcasts. It's called Skabon International. Skabon means boss girls. And it's a sort of a new format. We are speaking Japanglish, essentially. Speaking Japanese and English interchangeably, however we feel like. And this is how we all talk at home, and we talk with our friends. And now we're bringing it to a podcast format. So if you're interested in that, please follow the channel or search for Skabon International in your favorite podcast app.
Is this a Mahjong podcast or is it just we're just talking about
It's
whatever we
not.
want podcast?
It's not mahjong at all. It's my co-host is named Sayaka. She's a comedian based in LA. She does not play mahjong at all, so we do talk about mahjong a little bit, talk about poker a little bit. Since she's a comedian and an actress, we talk about Hollywood gossip and comedy. We play fun games, and we have guests. So our guest this week is going to be Okanda Riki, who is an American and Hungarian national who moved to Japan around the same time as me. I used to work with her in TV a lot when we were in college, and she ended up becoming an actual director and directing like old time Japanese dramas and things like that. So it should be a really fun conversation.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Definitely interested in hearing about that. I do love television. I do just like movie and television production. I think it's fascinating.
Yeah, we'll get tons of behind the scenes stories. It'll be fun. Our producer, Dave, actually also, I invited him out to meet Riichi when he was in Japan. And it was just a really fun conversation tonight. And we're bringing that to the podcast. I'm so excited. He says, "Oh yeah, she's cool."
Yeah.
So you heard it here. Wakanda Riki's
Yep,
cool.
Dave
Come check
agrees.
her out.
All right. Dave approved. Love to hear it. All right. Looks like as we get back into this hand, everyone's like everyone's like 2 tiles away at least. I have to go back around and
Yeah, it
see.
has not been an exciting hand. Ended up being just by chance the perfect time to pitch my podcast.
Yeah.
Everybody's hands are far away. The shapes are poor. They're not high scoring hands.
Yeah. No one's made a
It's been like
call. No one really
dragging
has any
on.
value.
Exactly.
Noland has like a potential for like the 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku mixed triple sequence, but like he's got to hit the right tiles. Okay, there's a Ishan 10. Not a great one, but Nolan's gonna call up that 3 of bamboo, try to force this Sanshoku. And at this point, the hand values don't need to be great. They just need to be enough to put you into second. They are going to call in the Dora sequence as well, which will juice it up to a 2 hunter with the open Sanjoku and the 2 of bamboo Dora.
Yeah, it's like if you come across a bear in the woods, I don't have to run faster than the bear. I just have to run faster than you.
Exactly. It looks like Nolan actually was Tempai for that. I think I missed that.
Yeah, he was standby for the Sanshoku. It's called Chi-ten when you chi and it makes you immediately tenpai.
Makes sense. There was a word combination that I didn't realize I knew. Tanpin, I believe it's called, where it's Pinfu and Tanyao.
And if you add a men in front of it, that means reach.
Oh, I did
A
not know
little bit
that.
Yeah, a little bit confusing. Some people think men tampin just means it's menzen and it's closed, but that men actually refers to the reach. If you reach pinfu tanyao, then they say men tampin.
Ah, okay. Oh, that makes sense. I learned something.
And that is a win from Nolan. That'll be the 2,000 points that you mentioned. And put Nolan back into second place. And as we mentioned, this is a league. So it's not necessary to aim for first place every single hanchan. You want to aim to be positive overall and positive in as many hanchan as possible. So second place will go a long way here for league standings and points.
Yeah, and even if you're at quite a big negative second, you still got to get the points that you can. Hmm. That hand could work out. Needs some get some very exact draws. Ooh, that eight's a really good peek up over there. Might be able to get an pure double sequence, the double run on the 6, 7, 8 of dots. And imagine at this point, Eric is going to go for the quickest, most efficient hand possible. Just try to close out this game and lock in this first place. Okay, the 1, 2, 3 characters picked up there. Might want to hold on to the 1 to try to potentially hit a Sanshoku, the mixed triple sequence. But it's going to take a while to get. But the White Dragon, a little more efficient. So we'll see if it plays out. Oh, he was about ready to just drop those dragons. But now he picked up a White Dragon pair. Although Toshiharu needs a little bit more value than just White Dragon. They could get the dealer streak going, but depending on the timing situation, if they can't get it quick, they may not be able to go into another hand.
Two minutes on the clock. We are in the last hand of the game. Toshiharu might not have a chance to continue as dealer if he doesn't win this hand pretty quickly.
Yeah, so at this point, it looks like Toshiharu will have to Riichi get as much value as they can on this. 1, 2, 3 sequence of bamboo set
This
up
is
in
CC.
CC's hand.
Yeah.
Nolan going to take a moment on this West discard. It could be their Yaku, but it's kind of far of a ways away. Okay, 2, 3, 4 sequence on the dots picked up by Eric. Very
That's
nice.
actually also you only need one more tile to complete the 2, 3, 4.
CC's been really holding on to this Dora for as long as they possibly can. It would be a double south for them if they can manage to pair or triple it up. So very, very valuable for them. Not gonna want to get rid of it until they are in Tenpai. But they might be losing some efficiency by doing so. Seven of Bam, not gonna do anything. 6 of Bamboo, okay. That completes that sequence. So 1 tile away. Gonna get rid of the 1 of Bamboo pair.
She has this double gutty will not get. She's one away as well.
Okay, Nolan has really great shapes. Potentially get a Pinfu setup going. Going to drop the red dragon. 3 characters. Not helpful for that hand, but still going to hold on to it. West Wind. Not going to do anything. Going to get rid of it. 5 of dots. You have the Peiko now on the 5, 6, and 7. Yeah, drops the 8 of dots. I think I agree with it. You have a lot of acceptance on those character tiles to turn the 5 of bamboo into your pair. A lot of ways to get into Tempai from Nolan.
Eric just completed that 2-3-4 Sanshoku shape. I think he still went away though, but not quite right.
I love the
This is the last hand.
I love that Nolan does like the show it to everyone. I'm like, am I dead? Question mark. And it says like the pause. No. Okay, he pushes it forward. I do that all the time. Okay, there we
Alright,
go.
that's
And we're gonna
Senpai
Riichi this.
possible double twin sequence. The Rianpeiko hand.
Mr. Ryan Peiko himself has a chance to show up. Is a Riichi, Pinfu, and Tanyao. With the E Peiko, could get the Ryan Peiko as well. Such a huge monster hand that they didn't quite need to get the second place, but they are in fourth, going
Alright,
into
that's
fourth place
Senpai.
total.
Senpai for Eric as well with the Sanshoku 2-3-4 shape waiting on the north tile, it looks like.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Okay, there's that north tile. Oh no.
We did not get to see a completed Rianpeiko.
Oh,
Oh,
what a sneaky wait.
yeah, that would be 2600. Just Sanshoku, nothing else.
Ooh. What a way to go out. That's a tilter. I'm not gonna lie, because
But Eric passes 80,000 points. Massive, massive win. I think the biggest one we've seen all weekend.
I
At least
believe
on the
so.
secret table.
We've had some big leads, at least start to get up there, but they usually start to fall flat and even out. Eric just won and just kept on winning. Goes to show he's got that WRC Pro power up to come in clutch exactly when he needs to. Nolan Zhang with a second place, CC with third, and Toshiharu with a fourth. These players not able to do too much against Eric's just constant winning. And even when he wasn't winning, there wasn't any other wins. A lot of stall outs, a lot of repeat counters going around.
It was that massive dealer Baimon that Eric drew. 8,000 all. The Ipatsu and Turadora brought it up to Baimon. Brought it up to a Baimon. I think it could have been, it would just have been Riichi and Futsumo Doradora. Would have been just Mangan. And it just doubled because of the Ipatsu and the Tura.
Yeah, just crazy winning streak. Winners, all he knows is winning.
Yeah,
And I'm very curious to see
this
where
will
that
definitely bring
puts him.
Yeah, it'll definitely bring him into the positives. I think it should be around plus 15 total after this. So he'll get, I'm sorry, plus 25 total because he'll get 50 points, 51 points for his total score, and then plus 15, so that's 65. Started with minus 40-ish, so it should be around plus 25.
Yeah, especially with the 900 that he has, kind of makes up for the -9. Oh wait, that's not quite how negatives work. Maybe it does. I don't know. Negative math is always really hard for me.
No,
But in any
yeah,
case,
it is 40.9, and this will be 65.9, so it's going to be exactly 25.
Yeah, exactly
And that
25.
is
Going
good enough for for the top 10 possibly.
most likely yeah, going into this round 6, uh 20 Edward Zhang had 25.6 and Will Song had 20.8 in the 8th or ninth placements. So that's just going to shoot Eric right up in there.
No one on the on the other hand is going to be minus 13.5, but we'll get 5 points of those back for the placing bonus, so it'll be minus 8.5. With plus 75 total, it will probably only bring him down one spot, if that. So he's still pretty comfortably in at the top 5, and that's why this sort of second place is so important.
Oh yeah, it's not just about getting the first place, but maintaining your position. Especially, you don't want to like do all this work for the day and then just one little slip up and you're having to fight for your life again.
Yeah, and all of us have experienced that. And with that, we will take a break. That will do it for Curly today. Thank you so much for your awesome commentary. Always great to be on the mic with you. We really
As always,
appreciate all your help here.
appreciate you. As always, it's a wonderful to commentate with you, get some real insights on the game. And every time I commentate with you, I learn a new thing.
We learned Mentampi today.
I
That's
did,
good.
and the origins behind them.
Yes, yes. All right. Okay, we'll take a break. I will go refill my glass, and when we come back, Cairo will be back on the mic. The last game of this 2-day series. Stay tuned.
As long as nothing goes wrong, we should be good now.
Hello and welcome back to our coverage of the final game of the World Riichi League September Majors in New York City. This event is happening in 2 cities and online this weekend. It's San Francisco games. I think it probably just got started. Just getting started probably around now. Also, the online games got started about 1 hour ago. This is an international league, the World Riichi League Pro Amateur. Of course, we have World Riichi Pros. Curly and Nate were commentating earlier. I am Jen from the Japan Professional Mahjong League, joined by Kyril
Hello,
from
hello.
the
I get
UK.
to see this through. It's been such a fun
Yes.
ride.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
I was
they've been really
wondering, was Riichi
great
a
games.
pro? No, we've taken away the logo. That I believe
What?
Eric had in the previous game. The WRC Pros get a nice little logo in there, a little name tag.
Oh. Yeah, it was left over from Eric. I think most of our pros today are playing at online. There's been so much traveling this year with like World Riichi Championship and the qualifiers for that and other World Riichi leagues. So a bunch of pros today are at home playing online.
I, in fact, have
And
the scores open going into this final round. It's actually quite a huge lead for Cheng Yu Lai, who's not on this table, but maybe. We'll see how our players are doing right now. Let's have a little look. Going to be scrolling down.
168 points for Cheng Yue, followed by Felix Yang with 110 points. Look at the players on this table, actually.
We have Yichi
Um,
Zhu with a score of currently only minus 12.7. But this is the perfect time for those kinds of games, right? Trying to get into the positive score. That's always my goal
Yeah.
in events like this. I just want to finish with more points than I came back.
Hong Lin actually is currently in 6th place with plus 56.9. So he'll be looking to increase that lead, increase that positive score for the total league scores. And Eric, who we just saw on the previous table, we said he came back with 25 points total for, which puts him in 9th place. So he actually has a good chance to make even the top 5 if he has another great game.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to. I don't actually know. I should ask the people behind the scenes. Will the sort of I guess ceremony of whoever wins getting their like kind of a little award thing, will that be on stream or will we just have a picture of that after the fact? Either way, let's get back to the mahjong though for now.
But we won't be
Because
streaming that, and also our commentators will probably have to leave
that's
before
very
that
fair.
happens. Yes, but something to put on the list for future streams, hopefully.
At the very least, there'll be a picture, right? So we'll
Yep.
be able to look at that. So good luck, everybody, both playing in this particular version and also playing elsewhere and online. And we've been talking. There are a lot of things that have been happening. Now, Yichi here. Or are we going first names or last names? Let's stay consistent. Whatever we pick.
Either one is fine. Whatever you prefer.
Okay.
Except I
I
might
guess I
just
started
say
with
Hong Lin because it just sounds good together. The full name.
absolutely fair. But the person's name I want to say right now is Nobuki because we do have that potential full flush almost. We've got those Yakuhai, which are pretty good if we pair them up, but because they're all single right now, there's room to go for the big hand. We've got in the Dora suit too. We only have one Dora, but hey, an open full flush with one Dora would be very, very exciting to me at least. One thing I've also noticed is it's there's been a change of camera angle since this morning. We can see the discards now. Thank you, US
Yes, it
Female.
looks
I appreciate
good.
that.
Yeah, looks great.
We have Tempai, it looks like, for Honglin. But another upgrade for Nobuki. If I pronounce these names incorrectly, please do correct me.
That sounds all sounds good.
Thank you. But otherwise, it looks like, yeah, Ichi's going for just a normal open Tanya out. I was like, we can see the calls too. Oh, this is so this tech
Whoa.
we've leveled up. That's amazing. Sorry, I'm gushing over USB right now. I'm sorry. But
Nice.
yeah, and I
I
also
mean,
like how
because
Wilson
you get used to it, right? When you adapt, and then when it's better, it's just like amazing.
exactly. But yeah, I also like how Wilson could maybe even go for a 6, 7, 8 mixture sequence, and that's not what we're going to be seeing here because that is a 4, 5, 6 call, I believe. But it does get them close to Tempai, and we are near the end of the hand, so just being Tempai for that payment is going to be really, really important. We have seen games won by Tempai payments today, so you never know, it could happen again. Oh, this is not Tempai, but it is a very welcome sight. If we're willing to play the Red Dragon, which I think might actually be live, with a hand this good, you got to go for it. The Red Dragon is now safe, of course. Still waiting for this pair weight. This is going to be a call.
Gee. That
I
would
believe this
be
is going to be
Senpai.
Tempai. So the
Mhm.
full flush with the Dora. We had to play the 8 to get that Tempai, but it's still worth it because it's still going to be a Hanuman if we win this. And I believe we have that two-sided weight, right? To check again. If it's a 1-4
4.
pin, then we see a lot of the ones already out, which is a little bit of a shame, but
Yeah, 2 here. All the 4s here in Hung Lin's hand.
yeah. So it's a bit of a long shot because we don't probably not going to see those tiles get played, but the Tempai is there. Speaking of, Will is right with it, but I'm pretty sure Will doesn't have a Yaku. It's just playing for that payment at the end of the hand when it goes to exhaustive draw.
And the last 1 dot was also in Will's discard. So I think maybe there's 1 4 dot left that I
I
haven't
think that
seen.
sounds about right, yeah. And this is in Nobuki's hand, of course. That would make a lot of sense. I think it was part of the call, wasn't it? Pretty sure. So there are no
It was a 1
tiles
2
left.
3. Mhm.
Oh, okay. In that case, yeah, there must be one. But either way, we are going to see Ichi get into Tempai for their own Tempai payment. I think this is going to be a situation where all 4 players are Tempai. I don't think we've seen this in at least the games that I've commentated today. I think
Yeah, it's
everyone's going to be in
true.
it to win it this time. Everybody shows their hands, no points are exchanged, and we go again. The only difference is that now we have an extra 300 points. Not even a Riichi stick, just one Honba. So, welcome back to Game 8 of... No, we're not... I'm sorry, I fell doing the intro again. The joke.
It's East 1.
It is, yeah.
Again.
Hello. This... Oh, what is this? How many terminals and ones do we have here? Because I'm not seeing much else. That's not too bad. We're only missing 4 tiles. The one of characters, bamboo, and the red dragon, and there was, I think it was wind, right? I didn't see which wind.
I've been waiting for a Kokushi attempt all day, all weekend.
I think I got to see someone with 7 at the start, but they gave on it pretty quickly and ended up going to 7 pairs instead. Which I think was the right move at the time. But will this be the one? Gee, have we seen the Yakumons on screen? I know we've seen, I think, 2 Yakumon, 1 Yakumon Tenpai, 2 Yakumon Ishantens. Okay, well, just 2 away now. Leading the
Are there any
ones.
pairs?
Actually, I don't think there are. No, not yet.
So I mean, that's basically 1 away then.
I'm here for this. Good luck. Imagine if we ended the league with a Yakuman. Okay, we're
That would
missing
be
the one about the
amazing.
one of characters. I think Is it one of one characters any pair, or is there something else I've missed there? Have to quickly check the wins again. I could just pause the recording. That's an easy thing to do.
It's the poor man's replay. That's what I call it.
Yeah, I do believe it's just those two and then a pair. So we actually don't see any of the one mans. We see a few of the one of bamboo out, like two of them, I believe. But
There's one here.
in the meantime, though, can anyone stop this? This is a really, really important draw for
Oh,
Will. Puts
one
them
away.
one away. Yeah.
Really wide. One
But
away
this is
sheep.
Tempai. And the reach comes out 4-7. Does it for Riichi? There's one of the sevens, but I don't think it's going to be being seen today. There is maybe a world where the 4 does get played, but I think Yichi's actually folding, so. And by Yichi, I mean Hongling. Another side grade for Will. A little bit more acceptance to get to that final Tempai stab. Meanwhile, this author's attempt has still stalled. That's Dora. Don't think we can really play that to the reach. There's nothing to say that the 8 of pins is safe. And we can see the discards, so we actually can tell it for sure this time.
Is he looking for the 4-7 down one of them in Hoglin's hand now?
Okay,
That's
there's
a
our
pair.
pair.
One away. It's one away, one Jen Shanten.
Come on, Jen Shanten. Yes! That's the number of tiles away from a Yakuman hand. the nearest Yakuman hand.
Nice.
That is an upgrade, but again, we got that door, which is the problem, right? Makes everything just a little bit scarier.
No.
Not quite. But we are safe for now. We have managed to avoid dealing into this reach.
I bet that
Oh.
4 is gonna deal in though.
A chance for the Dora Tunky. Don't have to reach, can just Dharma. We do have that pure sequence, the 1-1, 2-2-3-3 in the same suit.
But now we see if that Kokushi Tempai is, then we're going to see a deal in. That 4 deals in
Yeah.
TT.
That's true. There's one of our 1-mans, but not quite. And yeah, you're right. There's another one. So hopefully that's going to be a bit of a sign that maybe the big one isn't coming.
Yeah, there's no more one bamboos.
It's both a sad thing, but also a really
Give
happy thing.
up.
Yeah.
I
That's
don't
one of
know,
the good
but
things about going for 13 offers. But there's some more.
Wow, the Dora Donkey. Sumo Ipeiko Dora, that'll be 2,000, 4,000. Manga on hand with one continuance.
I was going
Or
to
will
say about how easy it is to fold when you've got nothing but honor tiles, but you know what? Who needs to fold? Just have the other players win. Huge start for Will. And now it's their dealership, so.
yes, is 2.
Okay. I'm already thinking Sanshoku. I'm now thinking Sanshoku a little bit more. I see lots of 7s and 8s. I'm very excited. A 6? Oh, even better. Maybe even a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 just for free? Oh. Will's being spoiled. And usually, if you've got a really good deal, it means that someone else also does. Ichi's hand is also very good here, especially with the East pair. Hong has a decision to make. Do we just go for a flush there? We also could go for Itsu as well. There's a lot there. There's a lot of decisions that everyone can make here. Oh, I love this. Yeah, I wasn't thinking that Yishi was the one going for the flush, but it's definitely an option. But that 4 of character draw probably aren't going to be thinking about the flush just yet. We're not desperate for value, so having that nice Vianman 2-sided shape is going to be more than good enough. Ooh. But then we pair up with another dragon. And I'm thinking, oh, can I get away with it? There's like a voice whispering behind me, just saying, "Do it, do it. You can get 3 more hand if you get it close. Just do it." But no, we're probably going to draw 3/6 of bamboo way before we draw any of those mantis shapes.
It's another Dora
Yeah,
or Nobuki.
and again, things tempting you, but they would be inefficient to keep the south, even though it does enable that. Okay, so 1 away for Nobuki, and as you say, with 2 Dora, this is very, very good for them. I think I would prefer the Itsu chance over the Dora acceptance, but we end up cutting the 1 instead. Okay. I think that's interesting. The 6 obviously can accept the Dora, it's just a good floater in general to make a good final shape. But I would be thinking, well, what happens if I draw the 3? What happens if I pair up the bamboo tiles, the 4 or the 5 there? Could I get away with it even more?
Possibilities are endless.
Either way, this is going to be Tenpai for Nobuki, waiting on only the 8 of characters, but Reach
Insta
Dora 2.
Yeah.
Gee, how's the 8 looking right now? We see 2 right here, but apart from that, I think there's still 2 on the wall, right? Oh, there's one in Honglin's discards. But that still means there's 1 left to draw, and obviously there's always the chance that that pair of the 8 of characters might end up flowing out if we have that be a sequence instead. That's kind of my fear in a lot of ways. We did just pair up the 4 of bamboo, so maybe there's a world where we end up cutting the 8 to wait on.
It's a 3-sided weight.
It is, yeah.
Shout out in the chat, Tinacro, Garrick, Frank. What's up? Welcome, welcome.
Yeah,
Very
appreciate
happy to
everyone
have you
stopping by and keeping us honest and hopefully enjoying the content, right?
here.
I hope everyone playing is having a great time too, not just being stressed. I mean, stress is good, but like healthy levels. But yeah. Okay, interesting draw. The problem is the 8, yeah. This Reach has actually done a lot to slow down everyone else's hands right now. And yeah, as tempting as it is to consider attacking from there, it's not really going to help that much. We have 2 options here.
Yeah,
Choosing the more safe cutting of the non-Yakuhai pair for the Reach. Oh, no, it is the Yakuhai for the Reach. I take it back.
I
Sorry,
think
my
it wasn't.
apologies.
It wasn't a pair. I think it was 2 floaters, wasn't it?
I think it was
Is
2
it a pair?
Norths we saw cut
Oh,
right here.
all right. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay.
Because we could have maybe cut any other shape, right? And kept
Yeah.
that as our pair for a Reach, but
I
probably
don't know,
for
I
the
like
best.
that. Yeah, I like that sort of discard you get to maintain all the other shapes. It's easy to just make a pair again later. Usually.
So this is Tenpai. Are we going to see the Tenpai get taken? We are, but not a Reach. Just keeping it nice and closed. 1/4 is the weight. 1 is safe to the Reach as well, which means we might see someone play it folding to the Reach only and then getting picked up. I personally just like to pursue Reach most of the time whenever I'm in situations like that, but I do definitely appreciate sort of the trap, right? When it's safe to the one player that everyone else is looking at, the player in Riichi. But
Yeah, you
just
definitely.
sumo.
Oh.
And this is why I reach, by the way, in case we sumo and get the extra hand of value and maybe the error flip. But it's going to be a win for Ichi. East only, I believe.
And sumo.
And sumo,
5,000,
yes.
1,000, 500, 1,000.
But that's more than enough to put you in second place. Congratulations. And maybe now it's your dealership. We keep going.
We'll cruise along to East 3. Ichi trying to catch up with Will.
Definitely doable, especially when you are the dealer. And less than 8,000 points away. This doesn't look a bad start at all either, if I'm being brutally honest. I'm pretty happy with this. We have a Dora, which is either a blessing or a curse, depending on where the other Doras are.
Yeah, these honor tale doors are always so difficult to handle. Unless you just get 3.
Yeah, I think it's perfectly fine just to keep it. Maybe not forever, but let someone else make that decision and hope you just draw a pair. That's usually where I'm at. Does look like we do have 2 being held by players, though. We might see that logic being used by both of them. Now would be a good time to cut it just for efficiency's sake, but we are going to take a little bit of slow route, cut the 7 first. And as of right now, it's not going to backfire, but we'll see how long we keep it.
Triple up of the 5 character, interesting.
Yeah, if I'm Nobiki, I'm thinking, can I try and make this a Sanshoku? I always think about that. Like, can I make 5, 6, 7? I've got that weird, like, 6, 7, 8 part there, but, like, maybe I could squeeze it out. The door finally comes out from Ichi. It is safe. You may see it get followed up by everyone else on this table. Absolutely, there's one. And I expect here's the other. There it is. Ooh, a very nice little upgrade there. We don't need this north anymore, and possibly not the 8 either in a bit, but for now we keep it.
All right, this is a con. We got a con for content. 1 bamboo by Ichi Shu.
Everything's going to depend on this next draw. Oh, it doesn't quite land. The new draw is the 4 of bamboo, which does give Honglin just a little bit more value. Although where's Honglin getting the Yaku here? It's going to have to just be reach. 1 extra door for Nobiki, which does make this hand a little bit better. It just feels kind of awkward, right? We've got all these shapes that don't really upgrade very well. But you never know. Maybe you don't need an upgrade, just draw the right tile, right?
Yep,
No,
Mahjong
not quite.
101. Oh,
That
triple
does
up.
help. So we're going to cut the 2 and the 8. I might have cut the 8 first, just because 4 is the door. And if we do draw the 4, we then have that 2-4 shape left over. But end of the day, doesn't really matter too much. Probably isn't going to matter. Oh no. Homelands could be going for a 7 pairs hand now, which is why we're keeping the Dora, but
Yeah, definitely at least hedging it.
definitely could be a situation where that 4 of bamboo has to get played if we're going to take that tempai. Okay, we can always wait on the 5 in the future. Always, okay, no. I was thinking maybe we keep the 2-3-4, but no, we get rid of it. Okay. I would have hedged not going for 7 pairs there. But yeah, nice little side break for Will, getting that 3-5-7 hidden in that 7-8. We are going to see our reach. The Khan player has reached, waiting on 4-7 of darts. That 4
Our
is stuck in there
healer
pretty
even.
sad. Green Dragon is surprisingly live. Oh, okay. So by my count, I believe there's only one tile left that deals into this reach. I believe it is a 7 of pins. I could be wrong about that, but it's mostly held at this point. And there it is. That's the last tile that deals into this reach. Which means that if Will keeps it, Riichi cannot sumo anymore. However, that doesn't mean to say that everyone else, that they're not going to score points. This could still go to exhaustive draw, and they could still claim the points just from having that reach on the field and being intimidating, having that presence. Because honestly,
Ooh.
apart from that, the threes draw is pretty good, but everyone else is kind of going to have to fold it a little bit here.
Just realizing this is the second time Ichi's waiting for 4-7 dot, I think. Also, when Nobuki was going for that orphan's hand, that was 4-7 dot wait.
That's actually really kind of fun. I like having the same weight more than once. I don't know if that makes it more likely or less likely to win. They could be waiting on the same thing twice in a row, right? But either way, we are at the middle of the third row here in discards. I don't see anyone else getting to 10 point time. I think this is going to be 3,000 points for Ichizu. As we see Holland fold. Did I miscount? Oh, I must have miscounted. There was one more fall than I expected. Okay. Well.
Just about at the end. Oh, wait. Yeah, there we go.
Yep. How goes back? The hand is over. It is going to be 3,000 points.
They had
Effectively,
a con,
everyone.
so there was one that it was ending on a top draw instead of the bottom draw.
Ah, yes. Makes sense. But here's the thing, right? These tempo payments matter.
Yeah. You're watching the spoiler alert if you're going to watch on the JPML channel. If you're going to get a paid membership and watch the Oraisen finals, then turn off the sound for about 10 seconds. You're watching the final table and it ended with, I think, a 600 point difference. That's it.
Oh.
Like one reach stick.
Why?
That's crazy.
Sometimes
So-
things do come down to the wire.
Yeah, every single tempai payment could potentially make a big difference. I mean, are we seeing another orphans attempt?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's only 8, but yeah, maybe. I think I start with something like the 8 of pins and just see. Oh, no, the 8's close to
It's
Dora.
8 types, but 9 tile. Oh, 10 tiles. There are only 3 middle tiles, right? Left.
Hmm.
So it should be 10, maybe 9 types and 10 tiles.
Did I miscount? It's very possible I miscounted.
I only see 3 middle tiles. Now, yeah, so
Yeah, I think we had a pair, which is why I only said 8 instead of 9. But the 9 pin
Yeah.
draw does get that a little bit closer. Having said that, though, everyone else is on very fast hands. I don't think this orphan's attempt is going to succeed unless. No, wait, that's another pair, unfortunately.
it's another pair, yeah, but that's a safer tile than those middle ones. So you can get rid of the middle ones first. And
Yeah,
see
I think that's
what
the other really good
happens.
benefit to the orphans attempts, right? You're going to have those safe tiles at the end, in theory, unless people see you doing it and somehow start targeting you on your overflow on the tiles and terminals. But still, Nobuki just pulled a natural triplet of those dragons. Dare we go for it? Dare we dream? I know Rianpeiko's silly, but we've seen 2 attempts for it so far. I think both by the same player over the league. Actually, I think we've seen 3 Rianpeikos, but 2 of them are from Eric. Another pair. Maybe we go for 7 pairs. 7 pairs also on as long as would be
Yeah.
very exciting. I'm still happy to give that one a go.
Yeah, I'm down. Let's see it.
Yeah. Where the next 2 or 3 draws going to be.
A little bit more flexible shape for Will.
Does she consider going for the flush there, or
All
even
right, look
7
at
pairs?
this. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, I
Just
think
2
maybe
away from all pairs.
either way, we do have our first Riichi, only waiting on the 3 of characters.
There's immediate call to end Ipatsu, and Honglin is out.
Yeah, we are going to see Honglin fold here. Which makes sense. You're still too far away from either of those hands, unfortunately. I think there's still 2 3 of characters out there. I may have counted 2 of them as the same one, but I think that's actually not that bad a weight, all things considered, for Nobuki. Although Will is still 1 away, and has well, what's going to pit? Oh wait, I didn't even see this. My apologies. The call of the Yakuhai got them into Tempai. Nothing too special, just East, but sorry, double East. It's a little bit special. It's a little bit special. But double East plus the 2 Riichi sticks from this round and the last one is actually enough to put Riichi into first place. Very good. As
We'll
it's
see
now
another
likely.
turn at dealer. These games are timed, by the way. It's 45 minutes left on the clock here.
Yeah, less than halfway through. We have seen a lot of games go to time. Even with the automatic tables, as awesome and cool as they are. Obviously, if a player keeps winning, it's going to happen. And we've seen it a few times. But this time, the repeats seem to be pretty well spread out. So it's been kind of cool so far. I must say, this isn't a third author's attempt, right? Surely. 3 author's attempts in three rounds? No, that can't be.
I'm ready for it.
Honestly, though, Nobuki's got the pace right now, for sure. Maybe not necessarily a huge amount of value, but there's nothing wrong with a pin through. It's honest. It's simple. Do you like Ichi potentially going for a flush there? With all the honor tiles just lying around, I think it's okay to somehow kind of group a few of them into a block yourself as you're trying to build the hand, and hope that you pair up at least one of them. Unfortunately, getting all of them at one doesn't necessarily help you. But there's still time. Plenty of time. That's a decent sort of upgrade. 2 for 6. It's the kind of shape that's not too bad early in the hand. We don't want to be having it near the end, but for sure it's definitely very helpful. 4, 6, 6, 8 is a little bit less useful, but that's absolutely fine. Because the 4 is usable in the shape to its left. And this flush, as exciting as it is, it's still really far away from Tempai. It's still really far away from being ready. It might not look that way to the other players, though. But what is definitely very close to being ready is Nobuki's hand being only 1 away right now. Okay, the pair of the West does help a lot. It's not their wind, but they are the dealer, and they don't necessarily need huge amounts of value. And this is the point where maybe people start getting a little bit concerned about playing the dots. Because if you actually look at the discards of Riichi, we don't see a single dot tile. We see very few honor tiles until the second row. And a lot of these tiles are like kind of twos, eights, fives, sevens. If you're paying attention, you should be well aware of what's going on. Of course, just knowing what's going on doesn't necessarily mean you can actually do anything about it, but at least you know. Three of Bowie doesn't help. Okay, I was wondering if we go for the flush. I was thinking I'd like to keep a shape like 2-4-6, but at this point, especially considering the wind is not your wind, if you want to be able to open the hand up just to try and speed things up a little bit, you're going to have to get rid of those non-suited tiles. And this is Tempai for Riichi, waiting on the north. How's that looking right now? We see two of them right here, so not as good as you might hope. And that's going to be a reach, so those norths are locked away. I believe that was 6-9. So quickly make sure of that, but chance to change weight to the white dragon. It is taken. I think the north is live, so maybe it's a bit of a risk, but we're thinking that someone might have a pair of them. Okay, so we are waiting on the 3-6 of characters. This is a really tough decision. Live dragons are scary, but no matter which way you look at it. And now the green is safe. It does give Hong a safe tile. I would be very much considering attacking with this hand. Obviously, it's one away. Right, it might actually be 10 by now. Just have a second check of that. But it's certainly 10 by after that. Wait, no, that's just calling for a better weight. How's the 8 looking to the reach? It's not the greatest, but it's okay. A chance for Ichi to swap to a two-sided weight, but I'm not. I think we see a lot of the 3s and 6s already out, so
Yeah,
maybe we
so you're
don't.
stopping other players in their tracks with the reach. So,
Technically, the 5 sets up a pursuit trap, although I would be. There's also obviously all triplets as well. Looking at their call now. But yeah, playing a 5 to the reach is brave. Everyone knows what you're doing. Wait, that was a Ron just on the 2 of bamboo for East only? I respect it, honestly. No, it's not
I
East only,
mean,
it's East Dora 2. I take it back. That's actually really good. Hang on, ignore me.
also he stops Ichi's dealership, which she was continuing on, stops Nobuki's reach. Really valuable win, actually.
Yeah. It does seem almost like the player who wins each hand has been the next in line to be dealer today in this particular match. I believe during Nobuki's dealership, Will won. During Will's dealership, Riichi won. During Ichi's dealership, Hong won. That means it's Nobuki's turn, right? That's how this works, right?
You know, it happened during my something similar happened during my special advancement league games today. We had 5 players, so one player was sitting out each time. And the player would get first place and then it was their turn to sit out. And that happened at least 3 times in a row. Like that which turn you'll sit out is already decided. It doesn't matter who gets first place. But it
Okay.
just so happened.
That's just very friendly mahjong. Everyone has their turn to have a bit of. That's nice. Ah.
Yeah.
But we'll see if the trend continues here. It's happened 3 times, but maybe not this 4th one. Nobuki's hand is decent though. Be much better if we draw that 7 to fill in that 8-9 shape. Will in the West Seat has just made a pair of the Wests. But what am I thinking if I'm playing from that position? But don't have any value in terms of Yaku. Maybe I just want to try and call the West to stop everyone else from taking points and move this game on to South 1. Could also be going about for an outside hand, maybe even a 1-2-3 mixture sequence and the outside hand. But these are dreams. Very nice dreams, and amazing if they come true, but dreams. A very nice fill in though for Hong. Puts them one away. Is now time to cut 8-9? Apparently not. I would have considered honestly cutting that 8-9 shape just because we have that overlap with the 7 anyway. So if we draw a 7, we can use it for the 5-6-7 instead. And also just because I think the throning 7 of bamboo is probably just a better tile and more likely to find a useful shape. I'm not sure if that same thing applies to the 8 of dots, but keep it for now, just in case we manage to pull the Itsu. Not quite there for Hong. That's a huge fill. There's still 2 away, but we can cut the either pair, honestly. We still have pin for either way. Get that nice Ishanten. Speaking of 1 away, I guess Riichi was always 1 away, and this is just a slightly improved version of that, but even so. Now we cut the 8-9. Okay. So it did happen eventually anyway. It might die a little bit earlier, but maybe I'm being too greedy. It's very possible. Well, speaking
Gotta
of
have a
that
little bit of
Sanchaku,
greed. Especially a lot of these players are not in positions where they have a lot of points. So you gotta greed. It's the perfect time to greed.
very fair, very fair. That is actually a perfect draw. Yeah, we're still 1 away, but 1 away with a situation where 2 players both have a pair of the Wests, so no one is getting their triplet anytime soon. But 1 away, 1 away. Same thing applies to Hong now. I almost want to discard the 8 pin, just so that I have 8 pins we discarded in case anyone is thinking, yeah, they're flushing or something like that. Because I've not decided a single Pinzu tile up to this point. But also to confirm that no matter which way, I have to win on the Itsu, I have to win on the 7. We do have a reach from Riichi. It is Pinfu, I believe, just waiting on, was it 6-9 in the characters? I have to check that one again. And that is giving us just a little bit of pause, which is right in this situation.
It's like maybe a 1-4 mon
It's a
right there.
1-4.
Yeah.
Yes.
That'd be
Well,
2
we
at the
have 2 of
Pinfu.
them right here. We don't need to rely on it, right? We can always wait on the 2 here and keep our tempi.
Yeah.
If we believe the 7 is safe, to look at the reach, we see an early 5 and 8, but there's nothing really suggesting 4 or 7 are safe.
So it depends on which order they were discarded and if they were discarded from the hand or not. If it's a 5 and then an 8 from the hand, then the 7 is pretty dangerous.
Yeah, they were separated by what, 3 or 4. That's quite a gap actually. But yeah, this is going to be Tempai for Will, who's also all in, waiting on the pair of the 9 or the West. We see the West right here. I think we've seen at least 1 or 2 of the 9 of bamboo. We'll have to see where those are. Could be that Will doesn't have any tiles to win on, which would be unfortunate. But no way to know, right? Especially when you've got a pair of the West. Hopefully no one else is a pair. Would be
Yeah.
what I'm hoping for. Yeah, we see one of the nines discarded by Ichi. I had this horrible feeling my prediction is not going to come to pass. Poor Nobuki just isn't quite there right now. Which honestly makes sense, right? You have to follow situations like that, but yeah, I was just looking for a safe tile. Choosing that the fact we see 3 of the 4s, that hopefully no one else has that 4-5 shape because we see 3 of the 4s. Hopefully there are no 4s left. Playing the 3, it doesn't to be safe. I'm able to see a deal in though. While I wasn't paying attention, it must have been. Was that on the 9?
It's a little bit quick for me to catch.
It was on the 9. I do have an action replay. It's about 10 seconds behind live. So not getting the West triplet, but still very good for Will. Not getting the error either, but who needs it when you're in first place? The person who... Well, we've still got an entire South round left, so we don't know. But yes. Okay, we have 30 minutes left on the clock. At least as of 2 minutes ago. So we'll see. We'll see. Once again, we are over halfway through the time and under halfway through the actual rounds, but we'll see. Nobuki's the second tier ship. Maybe this is the time that we can get a bit of a comeback going. I always like cheering for the person who is behind in score. Oh, Ichi, I'm thinking I really want to make this a mixture sequence, so I just want to get that 789, but I'm not gonna hold myself to it too much. But I'm thinking maybe I could draw something nice. Same thing kind of goes to Will, actually. I'm also thinking about 6, 7, 8 as well. Nobuki, though, is probably just going to be angling towards the all inside hand there. And yeah, with that 5 draw, we confirmed the 5, 6, 7. Probably not going to be making 7, 8, 9 in any suit. Happy to discard that.
With efficiency here.
I like the 2
Efficiency.
cut there, obviously. Sorry.
Oh, nothing. Just efficiency. So.
Yeah, I like that. But that 2 cut, we enable ourselves to draw the door. I think we've already got 2 completed shapes here, of course. This 4 kind of doesn't help too much, but again, it's all about having the room for that door to come in. Even if it's only a chance of scoring points. I like to think of Mahjong as like a river sometimes. You can dig a path for the river to go down, but it might not go down that path. You can't decide. But keeping the path open as long as you can, not blocking it off, is part of the fun, I think.
And somebody comes and digs another path right above you.
That's called a reach, yeah. suddenly the water's flooding. You're like, oh god, I just need to stay away. I don't want to drown. Yeah, we're not seeing anyone quite at tempo yet. It's a nice side grade to Fiji.
Just a reminder, we're only 3 people away from our 1,000 subscriber goal. Would be awesome if we could make that goal by the end of today's stream.
Yeah, absolutely.
Only 4 hands left.
If our channel can keep growing just a little bit more, maybe we can convince other studios. Obviously, we've got the wonderful Dave helping out on commentary for our other broadcasts. So we have the in with USPML. but it'd be cool if we could broadcast more events to you from the WRC YouTube channel. I also just want to shout out, like, I know I keep saying it, but how good a job everyone behind the scenes today has done at Sparrow's Nest. Like, we've gone
Yeah,
from
go
just
ahead.
like the improvement from yesterday, because it was their very first time doing a broadcast like this, and it's looking great, right?
Yep. Yep.
Nobuki has done a very good job of making this an all pairs hand, especially with the all inside as well. It feels very locked in, but 7 pairs all inside would be very exciting. Riichi has an interesting choice too. Probably want to cut the 2 of characters here before anything else, but okay, no, committing to the potential 6, 7, 8 mixture sequence. You know, I kind of like that too. In an ideal world, we draw the 6, we get to cut the 9, get all inside as well. So it's not just the 2 hand, it's potentially 3 if we draw the right tile.
Like we're about 25 minutes left on the clock too. Means we have about 5 minutes left per hand. If we were to advance, I mean, yeah, probably we'll get 4 or 5 more hands.
So this is Tempai from Will, but Will hasn't reached. So Will doesn't have any accurate. The West is not their win, so can just summon and end this hand, but also has that option if things go a bit west, I guess, to play west, west, west. It's always one of those interesting shapes, right? Something that you can often miss when you've got like a gap of 2 and then 4 tiles and then a gap of 2 again. Technically, it's like a Riankan, like a 3-5-7, but with the 5 just being 3. You know, it you can technically get either way and make 2 sequences with it. It's mind bending sometimes. I think when I look at that shape. Fortunately, we
Yeah,
had to
it
get rid
can
of it.
get all jumbled in your head when they're like all connected as well.
Oh, we had to get rid of the 1 and we ended up drawing the 2. Actually, why did we cut the 1 first with 1 as the Dora? Why couldn't we cut the 8 first? Not because anything is more particularly likely, but just because 1 is the Dora.
Yeah, I think
I
they're shifting to an inside hand.
that does that does make sense. Either way,
I
then
mean,
you
one
have that
Dora
1.
and inside hand is worth the same number of points. So
That's very true. They are worth the same. I'm just my concern would have been dealing into other players, given that we are at the end of this hand. I wouldn't want to be playing a live Dora, but they probably knew something I didn't. This is going to be Tempai waiting on the 5 of darts, and I think this might be the only Tempai if this game keeps going the way I expect it to. Looks like Kong is folding, which makes sense. Being through
But
turn.
yeah, it's against a reach. It's so late. This still went away though, so
Definitely
not
true.
a
Yeah,
complete
yeah, got 7
fold.
pairs side.
Yeah. No, I mean for Hong Lin's hand.
Ah, yes. Sorry. Yes. Right. But the camera switched too fast, so we're still looking at Honglings. My apologies.
Yeah.
Will's still tempo, by the way. We're just waiting on 6-9. If Will had reached way, way, way back, we would have 1 on the 6 of Bamboo when Ichi got to Tempai. But this is just reach only, so I definitely understand why we didn't take that option.
Yeah, it's such a big risk and such a small reward.
I think if I were in Nobuki's position, I would be taking it because obviously Reach Dora or Reach Uradora is fine. Riichi Patsu's nice. Reach Sumo is very, very nice. But from first place, yeah, it's definitely a lot more of a risky play. And it looks like that is the end of this one. Will is still going to score points. Probably more points if he'd won at just Reach only. But it's at the cost of Ichi also scoring points. as we move on to South 2. We have just got an update to say that there are 20 minutes remaining in this game. We could be done before before the time runs out, but maybe we will end on time. We'll have to see.
I think if there are no continuances, that allows for about 7 minutes on average per hand. That should be enough time.
But that does assume that no one is going to keep winning as dealer. And Will's hand isn't looking too bad, all things considered. Needs a bit of work, but no hand is perfect.
It's a bit of a fixer-upper.
Yeah. Especially with this 6 of bamboo draw filling in the 5-7-7 shape. That's exactly what you'll be seeing this early. I will say Yuichi's hand is also very, very strong. Nice and early like this. We have the 2 Dora as well by Honglin. I should have been paying attention to that Dora. With 2 dragon pairs, Hong can call anything and still have a Yakai no matter what. It's the kind of situations where I like to accept calls, but only calls that make my hand look like it's something like all inside, all simple, something like that. That way, hopefully, when someone else looks at your hand, thinks you're going all simples, and then plays a dragon, you can be like, "Ah, I got you!" But not in real life, obviously. But yeah, just the little demon inside, just cackling. No. You fell right into my trap. Anyway, not that you would ever say that in a real game. Please don't do that. That would be rude. But yes,
You can do that in your home games, your casual after the tournament games.
that's true. Yeah, I imagine that
Yeah,
a lot of people will be sticking around after this like scheduled match is finished.
possibly depends on. I know there's some people that have traveled from Philly, might need to get back for work the next day, and
Yeah, that's definitely fair. Yeah, maybe it's just the locals, but yeah, I think it honestly, I feel like I would enjoy the after party more than the like really high stakes, high tension games.
of course there are people who just play the after games, especially like staff and
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. Yeah, being staff, again, amazing respect to everyone who's been working on this. It's been a wonderful event as far as I can see. I hope everyone who's taking part has enjoyed it. I hope everyone's been watching the streams and been enjoying it. But yeah, imagine spending all this time and then not getting to play. It'd be so sad. I actually really like keeping the 8 characters there from Yichi. I think it would be perfectly fine, right? Because we can easily get a sequence based on the character tiles. We can easily draw a pair elsewhere. I would have been happy to go for that. Are we going to
needs to
see
be a pawn.
yeah, with the pawn? Are we going for a flush now? Don't really need to with Dora 2, but I guess if it happens, why not add extra value to the hand? Guess it depends on whether we
I
draw
mean,
the 2 of pins before.
you have 2 Dora and you have 2 pairs of honor tiles, so you want to get to Tempai as quickly as possible. You don't have to worry about having a Yaku because you can win on either of the honor tiles. So
I absolutely
just
agree.
yeah, just get to
As I
Tempai.
say, it depends entirely on what you draw first. If you happen to draw the 2 pin, well, I think I go for it, but otherwise, no.
Mhm.
Another sort of side grade, still not quite getting there. I think one of the interesting things is just we haven't seen any of these dragons get played. Obviously, Will's got one, but Will being in first place is not going to be taking any risks. There is no reason to play that. That would have been the third 8 of characters for Yichi. But we finally keep the third one. Interesting. This is the 2, so we're going to see it. But only because we drew the 2. If we draw the 5, more than happy to cut the 1-3 shape and just take that 2 Dora. This is a Shantain for Will, but we'd have to play Dora to make it happen. Well, at least the very last upgrade. I could see. Wow, we've drawn every one of those 8 barns.
Down to 15 minutes left.
Yeah, I could see potential disaster for Will. I'm knocking on wood because I don't want it to. I don't want to just speak it into existence, but see potential disaster if Will does get to Tempai, chooses to reach and cut the red dragon. The Kong's still not Tempai yet, but there is no way you're not going to call that, even if it is in response to a reach. That is Tempai. Are we going to see it? Potential 5-6-7 mixed triple sequence, and all inside, and Pinfu, but we don't. Really, really disciplined play. There's a red dragon for Riichi, who's not in first place. Maybe might have a bit more of a reason to attack. Another side grade for Hong now. We can draw the 3 or the 6 to get this hand ready. Running out of time, though. The white dragon's okay. That doesn't do it. Got excited for a second there. Incorrect. The 4 will be dangerous. It's just not quite there yet.
I mean, there's no pair, right? So
Hmm.
it would be kind of good to keep it. It's just that the pesky Dora. It's always the
Yes.
pesky Dora.
Riichi is Tempai. But again, that pesky Dora. It's a different calc, I think, though, when you're in second rather than first. I don't know. Either way, though, it looks like Hong might not even get to Tempo because all of the red dragons are being held, and I think all the green dragons just haven't shown up yet. Oh, there's one. Speaking of. But if Will's folding, it's not going to come out. So it will be more than likely a quick move to South 3. Unless... Yeah, just going to be folding, taking the 100% safe path. And I think no one Tempai means that we just move on.
Yep. We'll go into South 3. 2 continuances. 1 reach stick on the table. And Itishu will be at the dealer. She's so close to first place here.
Yeah, honestly, everyone has the chance of getting a position before the end, I think. Hong might even get to first.
Yeah, I think Nobuki will have a rough time, not even within Magan's sumo range right now, so we'll have to win probably 2 hands to get close enough to move up to third place.
Yes. The thing about Nobuki, though, I don't think Nobuki's managed to win a hand so far to this game. These things happen, right? There's no shade at all.
It's real.
But yeah, it's a mood, right? Just building a hand, just not quite getting there ever. Not every game, but some games for sure. Having said that, Will could potentially go for an Itsu here now, just missing the 2 and the 8 of characters. It's kind of an awkward shape, right? Having the 1-3 and the 7-9, but always something to be thinking about at least, because 2-hand is worth it if you manage to make that happen. Keeping the 2-3, 3-4 though, because we can accept the 2 of Bamboo Dora. And honestly, I probably would just trade the Itsu for Dora if I get that chance. I'd even trade the Itsu just for the 2-sided weight. Especially from first place in South 3. Nobuki is actually building a hand though. Could be the first pawn to Tempai. That is a very nice draw there. We do have this sort of awkward 6 shape that's just slowing things down just a little bit. I might even consider cutting to 6 just to try and force the 7-9 mixture sequence, or at least give it a chance to breathe. And I like that. That's exactly what we're seeing. Meanwhile, this 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 just isn't quite getting there.
Thinks about it, locks in that triple. Knocks in open-ended for Honglin. Triple up for Noki. Oh, interesting though. Will has to decide. I mean, I think you
Yes.
just do the Tanya and open-ended
Yeah,
three-sided weight and Tudora.
exactly.
Not.
That's the exact same draw that I was talking about, like what I would be wanting to do. I did like the Itsu chance, but it's just too much to ask for a 2 and an 8, right?
I mean, you have Tudora in a
Especially when you got the 2
possible
door, yeah.
Ipeco shape. Yeah, I don't. Now I think it was kind of a theatrical thing, or just a little bit of fatigue
Oh,
from 2 days of play.
honestly, yeah, I wouldn't blame him.
So I don't think there was very much to think about there, actually.
Yeah. Even they should just send the 9 back. Yeah, absolutely. In this position, honestly, I almost want to keep the North just as a safe play, but you are in second. It's not a very comfortable second either, so I guess pushing just a little bit of an extra chance of winning. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Try to see which tile is safe to hold on to. Yeah, I can see that. But also, when your hand's this good, just win first. Nobuki is still. We saw this earlier, right? With someone getting rid of a tile next to a triplet.
Yeah.
It just feels kind of awkward, and odds are you can use a triplet as a triplet no matter what anyway. But there's not much else we could do with that for bamboo, and the 3 does help in this exact situation. Also,
So you
now
can
means we can
switch
set
to
the 2.
double gutty, or you can uh, shift it towards that 8-dot pair that you can pawn.
Hmm.
But score-wise, I don't think the Nobuki wants to pawn.
Yeah, I would be definitely looking to reach this hand. I probably would cut the 8.
There we go,
Yeah,
double
hope we
gutty.
get the
Yeah, do the
Infu.
double gutty. You could possibly upgrade to the 3-4-5 Sanshoku even if you draw the 3-dot.
Yeah, the worst case scenario would be if we did draw the Dora, the 2 of bamboo. It's not the worst case, but they're not having a pair left over as we turn that 5 into a triplet. But either way, 1 away for Tenpai for Nobuki. This is Tenpai for Will. Are we going to reach? No, because we don't need to. You can just Dharma. It's 1-4 as the weight, and I think only the 4 works, right? Because I don't know, it's spin fit. What am I talking about? I'm talking nonsense. Ignore me.
Or it's, of course, very expensive. Oh, that's what I was talking about.
Hmm.
Upgrade Sanshoku, and that's what he will do. It's like,
Of course, I'd
it's
say 1-4.
the Mahjong gods heard me, and then Nobuki also heard me.
See, when you do the commentator's curse, it gives people nice things. When I do the commentator's curse, people don't win. I feel really bad. Still, keeping the safer white dragon, hoping that we do get that 3-5 mixture sequence. Oh, we have a chance for another Rian Peiko? Will, could you be the one? Actually, did Eric win the Rian Peiko in game 3?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, unfortunate. Ichi is Tenpai by waiting
Gotta
on
reach.
the Dora and the 5. Of
And it looked like a reach slam to me.
it sure was. Now, yeah, the 7 is not safe. And in fact, we do see a distinct lack of middle to low Sozu in our Riichi player's hand. And sorry, the Riichi player's discards, sorry. And just in general, honestly. We don't, not many low Sozu have been played by anyone. So this will be a Tempai for Nobuki as well. Not got the 3-4-5 mixable sequence, but do have all simples and Tempai, given that there's not much time left in the hand. Can be worth fighting for every point you can get when you don't have a dealership left over. But that is a Tsumo, I think.
Yeah, that's why I set off to the side, just trying to decide if he wants to win with such a cheap hand or not.
I think the answer is yes, but only because there's 2 Riichi 6 and 2 repeat counters.
Maybe he's calculating right now and he does win. Small.
Because sometimes it's better to just
Tanyo.
to let the repeat happen, especially when you know the dealer is in Tempai, right? But
Yeah, when we're this late in the hand, Tempai payment is going to be by itself would be more than just the win by itself, but with the 2 risks, I think it's a little bit better to get these points. 700
the other
points, but
thing that's really
also
important
Ichi was Tempai.
I think the other thing that's really important that you have to keep in mind is that we are running very low on time. I believe we've got like 5 or 6 minutes left.
Let's see,
Yeah, I think
20
we have
minutes
like 3.
made 15 minutes ago, so we're about 5 minutes. 4 or 5,
So
you're exactly
we have
right.
1 hand, maybe 2 left. Period. So not taking the win when you have it, I think is probably going to be minus EV just based on the fact that you might not actually get enough time to capitalize on huge hands anyway.
Yeah, it's just barely out of. Oh wait, now this is within Mangan Sumo range of first place actually, because Hongwen is the dealer, and that would be a 12,000 point difference instead of the normal 10,000 point difference. So
It's very true.
you could still get into third place. Only 2.5 left. So this is almost definitely the final hand.
Okay, let's make it a good one, everybody. Good luck.
No, Wiki, get Mangan. Sumo. Get Mangan Sumo.
Yes.
Ichi, get Mangan Sumo. Will, get 1,000 points. That is probably what everyone should be going for right here.
Yeah, the same maths that you would be thinking about in All Last. I think the only thing that's really different for what is going to be Hong, because you don't get to have that dealer repeat because the time's out.
Oh, wait.
Do we say score transfer? Nobody has an extra 900 points than he did before. From Ichi. Okay, so I think maybe the Homo won't be encountered. Wait, 900 points. I'm just going to trust the organizers behind the scenes.
Yeah, I can't go back and do the math now. But I think everything I said still stands. Honglin can get first place with the Mangan Sumo. Nobuki can get up into third place with the Mangan Sumo, and Ichi can get into first place with the Mangan Sumo. Will Song just has to win 1,000 points to lock in his first place.
Okay, so we know our goals. But what's the path we're going to take there to get there? Nobuki's got a Dora. Dora is the one of bamboo. Same thing happens to Honglin. Honglin, you can just go for the flush there. That's the easy way to make the value.
So the mistake that we missed on the screen was that Nobuki also had Sanshoku in the hand. So it was actually 500, 1,000, not 300, 500.
That makes a lot of sense. If I were Nobuki, how do I try and make this happen? I'll be desperately trying to make this hand Itsu, but I know that's going to be a long trip. We need 3 specific tiles to make that happen: the 1, the 3, and the 9, I believe. But at the end of the day, you've got a win condition. You need to play to it. I guess Hong doesn't even. I'm looking at Hong's hand. I don't see the Mangan. Maybe Maybe I'm not seeing something important. I definitely see the hand big enough to get into second from Honglin, but am I missing something? We'll have to have a look.
I mean, the there's
there a
always
path?
direct hit too.
True. Riichi could be going for a 7 pairs hand. That would definitely be enough value to find. Wow, if we can get Dora 2. Just a bit of counting, value calculations. What do I need? Speaking of 7 pairs, actually, Hongling could be going for that too. I hadn't considered that. This may be a pairs round where anyone can deal into something quite significant. Another pair for Yichi. In fact, this is Tenpai. Probably don't reach.
Nope.
Okay, we just go all in.
She's
All right.
gonna beat.
I might have waited like 2 or 3 draws to try and fish a better weight, but then maybe the gig's up at that point. I don't know.
I think she can lock in a. No, Sanchoku it was the last tile, not Sanchoku.
Yeah,
So
okay.
it was Haite, maybe. Haite-tsu.
So we know the 2 is safe. Nobuki is folding, which is interesting. Or at least taking a slower route to Tenpai. See, that's why I would have waited. I would have been happier with the one pin there. But alas. The Secrets of Chitoi. What else could Nobuki do? Could go for the 1-3 mixture sequence as well. We're trying to find a way to use that Dora and get value enough to overtake someone. But this is a tough situation. Could play for the pure sequence, hoping we draw the 2 of characters, but there's so many different options of value, and they all look kind of like long shots, so I just wish you luck instead. Will's going to fold, which is absolutely the right thing to do in this situation. No reason to take the risk and deal in. Nobody looks like they might be. We'll see. I think it's too early to say what I was about to say. I think that's quite right. There's one of the tiles that does deal in.
It's a nice fill-in, though. I mean, there's no reason to discard that 3.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think
Kind
what you
of
wanted.
just cut 1-3 man.
Yeah. I think that's the best shot to possibly get on Shoku. We are just coming into the 3rd row, so it's quite late, but it's not that far away from a Sanshoku.
Yeah, if we get the perfect draw with being the 2 of bamboo, not only do we get the Sanshoku
Just
chance, you get the pin through chance. Yeah, I think there's a lot of value there. I would be all in, just from last place
There's
at this
just one
point.
away. Yeah, just one away. You're down in the league. I would probably push it, but
Either
there's
way.
no shame in folding pretty much
Yeah.
ever. So
That fair. So it's all about the 3 of dots right now, I think. Will we see? No, it's actually already been shut down.
Hongmin will win. I don't know if time has been called yet. That will end the hand and start the next hand, unless time was already called.
Yeah, I think there was like a short pause at one point. I'm assuming that's the organizers telling them that time had been called, but I could be wrong about that. Either way, though, hang on.
That is the Mangan Sumo for first place. That is what I was talking about.
And that's exactly what Honga needed.
It's like they are done. Wow.
You know what?
That's the
If we're
comeback,
going to
though. That's
end,
exactly the comeback conditions that we're talking about.
yeah, if we're going to end a stream like this, having someone come back from behind, from 3rd place straight into 1st, is a brilliant way to end our final match.
And everybody got both turns at dealer, so that's good. That's a good day.
Yeah, very true. Just because the game ended, if the timer hadn't run out, we would still have to keep going. But that was a huge. I feel like a bit bad for Nobuki. Like, I don't think Nobuki made any real mistakes. just so the tiles just weren't coming. Weren't able to build the hands. We all get games like that.
Yeah, but now it's tied. So actually, Nobuki and Ichi both ended in third place.
Oh,
So
you're right.
Nobuki also moved up a placement.
Actually, no, I take it back. No, we did win a hand. It was the very
Yeah.
very last
We
last time.
just saw it, literally.
You just saw it. Apparently, my memory is that of a goldfish. I'm so sorry. I'm so jealous of people like Nathaniel who can like literally list every discard in a certain hand. That's sort of amazing memory. But yeah, what an amazing way to end, especially with the tie as well. As you say, yeah. And that's the thing, right? By not dealing in, by folding at the right time, you can turn even a pretty unlucky situation into still unlucky, but not anywhere near as bad. Join third instead of fourth. You love to see it.
And we've got Riichi Pinfu, Ibeko, and Adora. Conlin just had an amazing final hand of the final game of this 2-day series coverage. That will be it for us today. Oh, go ahead.
Colin was in 6th place when this game started. We haven't had the score debate yet. But feel free to download the World Riichi app to have a look at how the scores have changed when every game is finished.
Yeah, I mean, the first place there would be 11.6 plus 15, so 26.6. Added to the score that he already had, which was...
Well, 56.4. That's a
Right, so we're up in the 80s. That should be the top 4, if the scores haven't changed much. So we'll probably see a lot of jumping around. Yeah.
That's very, very nice. Well played. But I suppose that does draw our broadcast to an end.
Yeah,
I
but
guess we
if
should
you
talk about other
are...
things going on.
Well, if you're still itching for some more, Pacific Mahjong League is streaming their games over on the West Coast for the World Riichi League over on Twitch. So just search for PML, Pacific Mahjong League.
If you want to check out the locations was hosting that would be Sparrow's Nest in New York. And I believe our very own Jen is going to be visiting there next week.
I will be in about a week and a half. I'm arriving just before Comic-Con. We'll be streaming from New York and also filming in New York. I'll be doing my podcast from my hotel room. Podcast, of course, is Wednesday nights US time. And that is afternoons on Thursdays, Japan time. Not mahjong, it's just a talk show. We have guests. We speak in Japanese and English interchangeably. It's fun times. And although it is streamed live, it is also goes up on every single podcast app that you can think of, I think. I don't know. I put them on all the ones I could think of anyway. So you can always download the episodes and listen while you're cleaning, while you're driving, while you're jogging. It's Sayaka and myself, and yeah, it's really fun times.
Yeah, it sounds awesome. So yeah, I guess from our WRC channel, we do have some other streams coming at some point for the Sankei Shimbun Cup Women's League. A live, a day.
Yeah,
day
that
late.
will be while we are in New York, so it's going to be interesting figuring out the logistics for editing all of that and getting all the commentators scheduled. But we will be streaming in some form or another.
So please do like, subscribe to the YouTube channel for more Mahjong content. I've been Kyril, and we've had, I believe, today Nathaniel, Curly, yourself, and me. I'm not missing anyone, am I? Yesterday we had. What did we have yesterday?
Tips and tricks. It was just tips and tricks in you and me yesterday.
Yes. So
Jeremy,
from
the three of
tips,
us.
myself, the wonderful Jen, Nathaniel, and Curly. Thank you for watching.
And our wonderful producer Dave from USPML and WRPM.
And everyone else behind the scenes doing all the camera work. That is amazing. It was so much. It was so fun. It was so fun. And
yes, it was. More
I hope
to
you all
come.
enjoyed it as much as I did.
And tell your friends to subscribe. We only need like 3 more to get to 1,000. So get in on your mom's account and subscribe. She won't mind. I promise. It's free. All right. Thank you, everybody.
You got there? I've never heard of it.
Oh, lots of moms have heard of mahjong. It's just the American style if you're in America.
True.
And
That's
Yeah,
true.
right.
But until
And
next time
good
we meet,
night.
have a brilliant day, everybody.